Chapter 1201 As vulnerable as a child in front of them? This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ This is something that can only be done under extreme power control. The king of the Forbidden Forest is undoubtedly an expert among them. Daime, the king of the Forbidden Forest, suddenly raised his fists. Wherever he went, even the space was almost shattered. And then the king of the Forbidden Forest slammed his fists on the condensed shockwave in front of him. Boom! The shockwave broke out in an instant, piercing through the space at a speed like light, and hitting Milin. This is the proud blow of the king of the Forbidden Forest. If in normal times, the king of the Forbidden Forest hits with such a violent blow, a small part of the mountain will be razed to the ground. At the moment when the king of the Forbidden Forest launched an offensive, Mark-Sai, who was suspended in midair, set off at the same time. The double holy sword is revealed. Compared with the king of the Forbidden Forest, whose power would even shatter the heavens and the earth, Marx McClown's attack seemed insufficient. Two huge golden holy sword bags 11 wrapped Marx McClown's two magic wands, dragged behind Marx McClown. However, the naked eye can see that two huge spatial cracks actually dragged on the blade of Mark-Sai golden sacred sword, cutting through a hideous and terrifying spatial trace, and following Mark-Sai towards Milin. This kind of attack is not inferior to the king of the Forbidden Forest. Merlin's brows twitched, and he could also feel that Marx McClown and the king of the Forbidden Forest had spared no effort to attack, and if he was still indifferent, he might have paid for it. So Merlin stretched out his hand and held the wand in front of him. As Merlin touched the wand, the whole blood-colored area seemed to have been called by the owner, and it became more and more vivid, and even emitted a stench. Wall of blood. The ground under Merlin's feet was completely turned into blood, swept up, and turned into a thick wall of blood in front of Merlin, wrapping Merlin as if he had turned into a blood egg. Boom! The shockwave of the king of the Forbidden Forest was the first to bombard the blood egg of Merlin, and the whole blood-colored earth collapsed suddenly. The powerful impact force squeezed the ground down a large piece, and the impact on the blood egg continued to shatter blood gravel above. But the blood egg is extremely strong, not to the extent that the king of the Forbidden Forest shockwave can break it. At this moment, Marx McClown looked cold, dragging two huge golden holy swords, and appeared on the blood egg, and the golden holy sword carrying the traces of space slashed heavily on the blood egg. Squeak! With the addition of Mark-Sai's attack, the blood egg finally appeared to be broken, and an imperceptible crack appeared under the Mark-Sai golden sacred sword. The king of the Forbidden Forest immediately seized this opportunity. The shockwave poured into the cracks like a tsunami. The force of the impact suddenly tore the cracks and quickly expanded, and then cracks appeared on the blood egg at the same time. Open, open! Mark-Sai and the king of the Forbidden Forest exerted their strength at the same time. The golden holy sword and the shockwave exerted their strength for the second time, and only a huge roar was heard. Merlin with a cold face. There are indeed two brushes. Merlin's cold voice floated to their ears. Marx McClown's expression changed, as if he was aware of something, but before Marx McClown made any action, the blood egg fragments in front of Marx McClown and the king of the Forbidden Forest gathered and exploded afterwards. Bad. Marx McClown has quick eyes, grasping the king of the Forbidden Forest beside him, waving his magic wand in the other hand, forming a magical barrier in front of him and the king of the Forbidden Forest, to resist the explosion of blood egg fragments. Armor bodyguard. But how could these fragments explode so simply that they could be resisted? After all, it was Merlin's backstop to deal with the two. The magical barrier formed by Mark-Sai was almost instantly shattered, and countless bloody fragments surrounded them in the direction of the two, and then ensued a violent explosion. This explosion even blasted the entire land into a huge pit. Hole. Boom! In front of the explosion, Merlin stood calmly in his position, not in a hurry. These powerful and terrifying explosions did not threaten Merlin, but only faded away in front of Merlin. Merlin stared at the explosion in front of him, wanting to see the end of Mark-Sai and the king of the Forbidden Forest. Thinking about it in Milin, Even if Mark-Sai and the King of the Forbidden Forest have extraordinary sex, it is impossible to resist his explosive power. Just when Mlin sneered and wanted to see the embarrassing appearance of the two, a mysterious and jerky wave came from the explosion. Mlin's smile slowly stagnated, and he could feel that it was a spatial force wave. As expected of Merlin, his strength should not be underestimated. Marx McClown's voice came from behind Mlin, and Mlin slowly turned her head, and she saw Marx McClown and the King of the Forbidden Forest appear behind him. Although the two seemed to have been affected by the explosion, they did not cause much injury. Merlin clapped his hands 360 degrees and said, "Your spatial power attainments are indeed amazing. You can use space power to escape in this kind of explosion. As an opponent, you can surprise me a lot." Marx McClown smiled faintly, as a response to Merlin's praise. The King of the Forbidden Forest on one side was panting. He has not recovered from the situation just now. Facing Merlin, it had already used the most powerful offensive, but Merlin didn't have any pressure on its offensive, and instead led him and Mark-Sai into desperation. Had Mark-Sai not reacted in time, coupled with the power of familiarity with space, the King of the Forbidden Forest would have been severely damaged in the explosion just now. Before the King of the Forbidden Forest, he thought that even if his strength was not as good as Marx McClown and Mlin, he could at least help Marx McClown and cause some trouble to Mlin. But now it seems that the King of the Forbidden Forest is as fragile as a child in front of the two, without the strong deterrence of the past. Chapter 1202 A Battle for the Survival of the World. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marx McClown probably realized this. He originally thought that the King of the Forbidden Forest was comparable to a top wizard of Dumbledore's level, and could at least bring a slight threat to Merlin. However, the power that Merlin has swallowed and absorbed during this period is too terrifying, so that the power gap between the King of the Forbidden Forest and Merlin is further widened, and it cannot achieve the deterrent effect Mark-Sai intended. And just as Mark-Sai Merlin launched a terrifying battle, the human government also noticed this battle. Athens, Coalition Headquarters. Since Mark-Sai showed the terrifying power of wizards in Athens, the human coalition has begun to retreat, but the marshals of the four kingdoms of Britain, France, Germany, and Russia did not directly retreat. Instead, they took the initiative to take the position of the Queen and still sit in Athens, overseeing the retreat of coalition forces. In the command room of the coalition headquarters, Sauron and Lund sat casually on the main seat, watching the orderly exit of the various military teams from Athens on the big screen. As the marshals of major powers, they are naturally not in a hurry to withdraw troops. The longer they can stay in Athens, the reputation of their country will be improved a lot. In addition, the oil and water they got in the city of Athens these days is also a lot, which makes them reluctant to evacuate immediately. Khabarovsk stood on the side and smoked a cigar. He was extremely relaxed physically and mentally. It was a pleasant thing not to fight against a terrifying opponent like Mark-Sai. What reason does he have to relax? At this moment, William walked into the command room with a heavy face and shouted loudly, "The intelligence department will contact the satellite immediately and broadcast the picture to this coordinate." With that, William handed a piece of paper with coordinates to the guard beside him. Sauron saw William greet him. "Marshal William, the war is over. What are you doing so eagerly?" Lund also slowly nodded, and smiled. Marx McClown has made it clear. The wizard is not hostile to us. We can restore peace. Let's laugh. This is good news. William said coldly, "Do you remember what Marx McClown said at the time?" Sauron and Lund glanced at each other, rather confused. They hadn't realized what William wanted to say. Herbalus threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, frowned and said, "You mean to say that the mysterious wizard, Merlin?" William nodded heavily and said, "Although Marx McClown stated that he will not go to war with us, I have not relaxed my pursuit of Marx McClown's whereabouts until I took this picture." William knocked on the table, and a picture appeared on the screen. It was a magnified satellite image, and you could clearly see that a large area on the top had turned to blood, and a huge pit appeared in the middle, and two people and a huge ape appeared on it. Isn't that Mark's eye? The sharp-eyed Sauron immediately recognized the identity of the man in the black robe on the screen. Lund stood up and frowned and stared at the screen, and said, "Is it Merlin who fought him across from him?" William nodded slowly and said, "According to the information we have, this person in red should be the Merlin in Mark's eye's mouth." Hearing William's confirmation, everyone took a deep breath and looked at the blood-colored man on the screen in disbelief. Is this person who slaughtered so many innocent lives? Was it this man who started the war between humans and wizards? Is this person who brings fear to so many people? Is it him, Merlin? Is the picture connected? Take that coordinate right away. William has already begun to shout impatiently. The screen suddenly changed from a picture to a picture, but the content did not change much. You can still see the two apes confronting each other on the Scarlet Territory. The huge potholes on the ground show the terrifying nature of this battle place. That hole is almost half a small city, right? Kabarev took a deep breath. William nodded slowly, and the satellite image could show the proportions. The big hole that appeared at the foot of Mark's eye Melin was indeed half the size of a small city. The reason for this pothole is already obvious, and it must be caused by their hands. Sauron and Lund glanced at each other. At this time, both of them had the same thoughts. Fortunately, they didn't do anything with Mark's eye at the time, otherwise such a pothole would appear in Athens, and the people buried inside would be them. William said, "Mr. Prime Minister of our country is very concerned about this matter, and each of your countries should also report to the leaders. This battle will directly affect the entire world and should not be ignored." Sauron, Lund, and Herbalus nodded quickly, and turned to find their personal guards to make the call. William looked at the picture on the screen and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Even if the human coalition wants to support you, it can face enemies of this level and can perform a spatial movement called apparition. We can't do anything. Lessons from the past have reminded everyone that not only was Merlin's last battle and Mark's eye almost fought over half of the Earth, the nuclear bomb that the US set was transferred to space, and it also deeply deterred them from being uncertain. In the case of Lee Day, just do it. This kind of feeling that his life is not in his control is really uncomfortable, but facing this kind of power beyond the world, he seems to be unable to do anything, and can only passively accept the consequences. Hogwarts. Some students found Snape and McGonagall, who were seriously injured from the ruins, and pulled the two in a pool of blood out of the dilapidated building, but the first sentence of the two came out. How is the situation now? What about Mark's eye and Merlin? But the Hogwarts students naturally didn't know how to answer the two questions. The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 1203. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Only Harry said, "Mr. Marks and Merlin have both left. I don't know where they went. I'm afraid the battle between them has already begun." McGonagall took a deep breath and said, "Immediately contact us who are lurking in the Malami." The Malami also attaches great importance to Mark's eye and should continue to track Mark's eye's traces. They have more advanced technology and should be able to find it before us, and let him pass on the news of Mark's eye as soon as he gets it. Snape braced himself to his feet and said, "I know who that person is, I will contact him." Harry hesitated for a moment and said, "Professor Snape, in your current situation, I'm afraid it's fine if you can't die." Snape interrupted Harry directly, drew out his wand and carved a mark of Slytherin College in the air. This is a secret communication method of Slytherin College. The Hogwarts agent lurking in the human army is the Slytherin College person. McClowns, sure enough, they have found the location of Marks McClown and Merlin. Soon, Snape said that he had already made contact with that person. Then, with a wave of Snape, a magic projection appeared in front of the 370 people. It was the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces headquarters in Athens. Room. The Slytherin lurker had apparently sneaked into the command room, and passed the situation there to Snape through magic projection. It is clear that Mark-Sai and Merlin appeared on the screen, and the screen showed location, but hundreds of kilometers away from Hogwarts. McGonagall gasped hard and said, "Marks McClown really went there, and only the surrounding area is less crowded." As the acting principal of Hogwarts and a professor who has worked for so many years, McGonagall knows the geography around Hogwarts very well. Harry, Hermione and others leaned forward immediately, staring at the screen in front of them, and they were also anxious to know the progress of the battle. Scarlet Territory. Merlin sneered at Mark-Sai and the King of the Forbidden Forest. The confrontation just now gave both sides a general understanding of each other's strength. This made Merlin already know that Marks McClown's strength has not improved much compared to before, and his own strength has already reached the level of crushing Marks McClown. It's just that the King of the Forbidden Forest is as annoying as a fly. It feels a bit tricky. So if you want to solve Mark-Sai, as long as you can kill the King of the Forbidden Forest in seconds, everything will be much smoother. Marks McClown also had a stern face. He knew the gap between his own strength and Merlin. If it hadn't been for him to find the King of the Forbidden Forest to share some of the pressure, I am afraid that he would have long been no match for Merlin. The King of the Forbidden Forest seemed useless, but his existence was Marks McClown's greatest help. Marks McClown, I can give you another chance. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will not blame for the past. We will rule the whole world. You are the overlord of the world under me. What do you think? Merlin smiled and said, he had already figured out Marks McClown's strength. He had confidence in his heart, and smiled again when he spoke. Marks McClown's expression did not change a bit, and he said lightly, I won't believe your nonsense, and you also know that with my character, I won't surrender to you at all. Merlin didn't seem to have any surprises, and smiled and nodded. Not bad, you gave me the determination to kill you, so now, you die. Merlin's expression changed, and a strong murderous aura broke out from around Merlin. A soaring magic power formed a huge golem behind Merlin, carrying a blood-colored spear in his hand, shaking the whole sky. BBDB. And the magic of the world was affected by the golem's hands and feet movement, and the face of the golem is Merlin himself. Golem suppression. Merlin laughed unscrupulously, and the huge golem raised the blood-colored spear in his hand and pierced Mark's eye. Marks McClown's pupils shrank sharply, and this blood-colored spear gave Marks McClown a feeling of being locked in. No matter where Marks McClown escaped, this blood-colored spear would definitely be able to hit Marks McClown's heart. This caused Marks McClown to feel an extreme chill, and he must not let this blood-colored spear hit. Holy Sword revealed broken steel. A terrifying tornado swept around Mark's eye, and an extremely solid golden Holy Sword appeared in the tornado. The entire blood-colored earth was directly broken by the tornado. Numerous huge cracks crazily smashed into the distance with Mark's eye as the center. Marks McClown tried his best to burst out the attack. The tornado swept across the golden Holy Sword and gave out a dazzling light, and the wind swept past, crushing everything that obstructed Mark's eye. The ultimate attack power is Mark's eye's ultimate defense. At this time, the blood spear in the hands of the golem behind Merlin also bombarded the tornado in front of Mark's eye, and the harsh squeaking sound immediately stimulated the ears of the people present, and the blood spear madly broke through the tornado defense. Sharp. The tip of the spear and the edge of the golden Holy Sword pierced together. Boom. Marks McClown couldn't stop his body. The powerful shockwave swept away Marks McClown immediately, and several nearby mountain peaks that were a little closer were all flattened. The blood-colored ground was washed away again, and rumbling into the ground. Boom. Marks McClown's body shot into a mountain peak. Merlin's attack was really too fierce. Marks McClown and Merlin had a fundamental difference in strength, and it was no good for Marks McClown to fight hard. The tornado in midair and the golden Holy Sword lost the support of Mark's eye's magic power, and had long been broken into nothingness. Although the blood spear in the golem's hand was partially damaged at the tip of the spear, it was not damaged. Instead, it was slowly repairing itself, which is strong and weak to distinguish at a glance. But at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the other side. That is where the king of the Forbidden Forest is located. Chapter 1204. Fortunately, we are not against it. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The king of the Forbidden Forest is now surrounded by 3 golems. The 3 golems look like Merlin. They are about the same size as the king of the Forbidden Forest. They are not as big as the golem behind Merlin, but they have the slightest ferocious aura. Not weak, far surpassing the king of the Forbidden Forest. Plus, Marks McClown's face in the mountain changed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He already realized that it was not good. It was Merlin who used her strength to suppress Marks McClown, but at the moment Marks McClown was suppressed by this, Merlin also took out his hand to attack the king of the Forbidden Forest. Merlin had obviously realized that to defeat Marks McClown in a crushing manner, he must first get rid of this band king of forest. As long as Marks-I loses the assistance of the king of the Forbidden Forest, there is no problem with how Merlin wants to deal with Marks_ye. The 3 golems next to the king of the Forbidden Forest are Merlin's masterpieces. The 3 golems are holding huge mace, sawed-off knives, and barbed hammers. 3 destructive weapons are directed at the Forbidden City. The King of Lin bombarded down heavily. Damn it! The King of the Forbidden Forest could only raise his hands and resist the attacks of mace and sledgehammer, both of which left deep bone scars on the king of the Forbidden Forest. The blood splashed was instantly covered by this blood-cold area, absorbed and turned into nothingness. The king of the Forbidden Forest felt the pain in his hands, and the pain forced the king of the Forbidden Forest to make a miserable call. But this was nothing. The serrated sword was also attacked at this time. Wow! With a sound of cutting, the serrated sword swept down the thick chest of the king of the Forbidden Forest. The knot was under the ribs, and surging blood spurted from it, like a fountain. The king of the Forbidden Forest, who was hit hard by this, was aroused by his animal spirit and roared loudly. Wow! The king of the Forbidden Forest grabbed the mace and the sledgehammer backhand, ignoring the hideous wounds cut in his hands by the 2 lethal weapons. He hammered the golem with 2 heavy fists. The ferocious Forbidden Forest. The strength that Wang burst out is also very impressive. Bang! Bang! The heads of the 2 golems were directly blown up, and their bodies turned into ashes and merged into the ground again. The king of the Forbidden Forest groaned again in his throat, and hit the Merlin golem holding a serrated knife. The red-eyed king of the Forbidden Forest was no longer concerned about any danger, and just wanted to vent his anger. Just when the head of the Forbidden Forest king was about to hit the golem, a flash of light flashed instantly, cutting off the head of the golem. The only thing the king of the Forbidden Forest hit was the air, due to excessive force and blood loss. The king of the Forbidden Forest crooked his footsteps and fell directly to the ground. And on the head of the cut golem, there was a thick layer of blood thorns. If the king of the Forbidden Forest ran into it, he would end up in a bloody end. It was Marks-I who had cut the head of the golem. He had already seen the blood stab from the head of the golem, so it was too late to remind the king of the Forbidden Forest. Even if he reminded the king of the Forbidden Forest, the king of the Forbidden Forest with madness will not listen. Therefore, Marks-I could only use the golden holy sword to cut off the head of the golem to prevent the king of the Forbidden Forest from being hurt again. Merlin laughed loudly and said, "Do you want to save it? This kind of trash dares to disobey me." It's already a lot of face for him to die so easily. As the voice of Merlin fell, the blood-cold earth beside the king of the Forbidden Forest instantly turned into countless blood clots suspended in midair. At this time, the king of the Forbidden Forest was lying on the ground, too weak to move, unable to withstand Merlin's offensive. Die. Merlin laughed wildly. Boom. 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 The blood-cold fragments burst open one after another, exploding powerful blood blossoms around the king of the Forbidden Forest. Roar! The king of the Forbidden Forest cried out in pain, and countless fragments pierced into the king of the Forbidden Forest. The king of the Forbidden Forest had also lost any ability to act. passively bearing the bloody attack. Armor bodyguard. Marks McClown's figure shook before he came to the King of the Forbidden Forest and hurriedly waved his magic wand to resist the explosion of these fragments. But now the King of the Forbidden Forest is already covered with blood, lying on the ground motionless like a blood man. Find flowers middle dot. King of the Forbidden Forest, how are you? Marks McClown cried out anxiously. However, the King of the Forbidden Forest did not respond, as if he had already died. Marks McClown ignored the dirt, and quickly picked up the huge head of the King of the Forbidden Forest. The face of the King of the Forbidden Forest was covered with blood fragments, deeply embedded in his skin. The only good news is that the King of the Forbidden Forest still has it at this time. The weak breath was not killed by Merlin. Marks McClown took a deep breath. He was too careless, and this caused the King of the Forbidden Forest to suffer this heavy damage. At the moment, the King of the Forbidden Forest has no fighting ability and can no longer provide any help to Marks McClown. At this time, the headquarters of the Allied forces in Athens, the command room. There was no sound here. Everyone looked at the satellite picture on the screen in shock, and couldn't say a word. What they saw before them was really subverting their imagination. Before they saw Marks-I destroy half of the city in one blow, Marks-I was already a mobile nuclear bomb level figure in their hearts. But now I see Marks-I, Merlin and the King of the Forbidden Forest every time they strike. The huge power they collide with is like a nuclear bomb. The earth is as fragile as paper in front of them, and it is an attack that destroys the world. Make their hearts tremble. Where is the power that humans can have? These people are simply demons from hell. Fortunately, they did not go to war with these demons. Otherwise, I am afraid not only they were buried in Athens, but even the country behind them, even the whole world would be buried with them. After a long while, William took a breath and said, "Everyone, we are really lucky not to go to war with the wizard." Chapter 1205, Absolute Strength. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ At this time, he finally realized how stupid it was to go to war with a wizard. Originally, he thought that Marks McClown was a pervert. As long as Marks McClown was killed, the wizard would no longer be dangerous. But after seeing the King of the Forbidden Forest and Merlin on the screen, William knew how ridiculous his thoughts were. Kabarev took a deep breath and said, "Our president is paying close attention to this battle, and let me tell you that as long as wizards do not pose a threat to our world and society, Russian Leo will never start a war against wizards." William, Sauron, and Lun looked at each other. They naturally understood what the Russian President Leo meant, but also, in the face of such a terrifying wizard, which country would not provoke the 353? This is purely looking for death. Sauron nodded and said, "I will go back and explain this to Mr. President. I think he will also carefully consider the issue of wizards." William and Lund also nodded, and the thoughts in their hearts also coincided. At this time, it would be foolish to make a provocation. Herbalus sighed and said, "This terrorist attack is probably an infighting in the wizarding world. It only involves our world. The demon called Merlin wants to provoke us and the war between wizards, and he can reap the benefits of the fisherman. Now, many things have been figured out by these marshals. After all, they are also the best among mankind. Otherwise they would not be able to become the marshal of a country. They can still see this kind of conspiracy after so many things." Sauron said, "I'm really lucky. If Marks McClown hadn't stood up to stop this war, I'm afraid that when we and Marks McClown and other wizards were exhausted and both lose, Merlin would become a nightmare for the entire world." Lun shook his head and said, "You look down on the wizard too much. I think our human government was destroyed by Marks-I at that time, and there was no chance to face Merlin's horror." Herbalus Fu paused and said, "Well, we don't have to assume anymore. Anyway, now that we and the wizard have restored peace, all we have to do is to readjust the order of the world. And Merlin breaks the rules of the world. The person must get rid of. It's just that there is only one person who has the ability to get rid of Merlin, and that is Marks-I." Hearing what Kabarev said, The other three marshals all fell into a brief silence. In the eyes of outsiders, they all have a formidable military power, but this power can't check this inhuman power at all. They can only sigh helplessly in the face of Marks McClown and Merlin's abnormality. Hope Marks I can win. William sat down in a decadent position, looking worriedly at the picture on the screen. At this time, the King of the Forbidden Forest had been hit hard by Merlin. Sauron, Lund, and Herbalus also sank their hearts when they heard William's words. They also knew that Marks-I represented the righteous side of the wizard, while Merlin represented the evil side of the wizard. Marks-I was able to stop the war between humans and wizards because the wizards did not intend to go to war with humans. But if Marks-I was defeated and Merlin led the wizarding world, everything would be subverted. They still have to go to war with the wizarding world. And the opponent they have to face this time is Merlin, who is more powerful than Marks-I. This is just an imagination, and it feels like a nightmare. They simply cannot resist this terrifying demon. Hope Marks-I can win this war. At this time, everyone present had the same idea in unison. No one yearned for war. Peace is the common pursuit of all. Hogwarts Plaza. The huge magical projection in front of Snape cast the picture of the Human Coalition headquarters in front of everyone in real time. At this time, all the teachers and students at Hogwarts were silent, looking at the Cloud Knight in the projection screen. Without knowing it, this man has become the place of belief that supports everyone. If Marks-I is there, hope is still there. If Marks-I is dead, then they will not be able to live. Mr. Marks, you must win. Harry suddenly yelled out and clenched his fists. This is the only thing he can do for Marks McClown now. Hermione wiped her wet eyes, and said silently in her heart, Marks McClown, you are a man who has always been able to create miracles. I believe you can do it. Snape silently glanced at the excited professors and classmates around him. His mouth tilted slightly, showing a smile. Compared to the others, Snape had obviously experienced more and saw things more thoroughly. For Marks McClown, he has seen the big from childhood. From the beginning of the confrontation between him and Marks McClown, to the subtle sympathy that followed, Marks McClown has become the psychological support of everyone. Snape couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he has long since feared death, he still hopes from the bottom of his heart, Marks-I, you must win. And don't let everyone here hope to fail. Scarlet Territory. Marks McClown stood in front of the weak King of the Forbidden Forest. His face changed. He still underestimated Merlin's combat effectiveness. In Marks McClown's vision, the King of the Forbidden Forest was far less powerful than himself and Merlin, but as a help he should also cause some trouble to Merlin at 3.3. At the beginning, the King of the Forbidden Forest was indeed the same as Marks McClown imagined, able to hinder Merlin. With the strength of the crushing style of Merlin, there was no way to help Marks McClown and the King of the Forbidden Forest at the same time. But the development of the matter far exceeded Marks McClown's imagination. Merlin's strength was too terrifying, and it was not Marks McClown's small strategy that could check and balance. Absolute strength is enough to crush all strategies. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 1206, The Greatest Crisis Ever. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marks McClown's momentary negligence caused the King of the Forbidden Forest to be severely injured and even near death. It seemed that the Forbidden Forest could no longer give Marks McClown any help. Marks McClown's face was sullen, and waves of spatial power surged around him, and a spatial tunnel suddenly appeared beside Marks McClown. Without any hesitation, Marks McClown directly grabbed the body of the King of the Forbidden Forest with blood, and threw it into the space tunnel. This is exactly Marks McClown's small world skills. Marks McClown puts the King of the Forbidden Forest back into the small world. To prevent the King of the Forbidden Forest from being attacked by Merlin again and cause death, Merlin touched her chin and said with interest, "Is this the space curse that you protected all the Marks family members at the time? There really is something mysterious." After Marks McClown threw the King of the Forbidden Forest into the portable world, he immediately closed the portable world. He didn't want Merlin to see too many clues. Marks McClown looked at Merlin cautiously. Now that he had lost the king of the Forbidden Forest, he had nothing to take advantage of when facing Merlin, and could only rely on his hard power to deal with Merlin. But the biggest problem now is that Merlin's 11 strength is enough to crush Mark's Eye. For this problem, Mark's Eye has no solution. "Are you still going to struggle, Mark's Eye?" Merlin sneered. Looking at Marks McClown's current expression is a kind of extreme enjoyment. He liked the expression that his opponent couldn't help himself. Plus, Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, "You have not yet distinguished between you and me. You are too naive to say this now." Merlin nodded sensibly. "You seem to have no problem saying that, but in the face of a bouncing ant, why should I take it seriously?" At the end of the conversation, Merlin's tone rose sharply and said, "You have been jumping for too long, and you should die." A terrifying wave of magic power burst out of Merlin's body. The entire blood-colored area seemed to have become soldiers surrendering to Merlin. The ground turned into thick blood and hot bubbles appeared, and the entire area seemed to become a boiling sea of blood. One after another golem rises from the sea of blood. The hideous face comes from Merlin's face, and his body is exuding a shocking aura. A bloody aura that will slaughter the world fills the surroundings. "I am afraid that ordinary wizards will not be able to come here." In 1 second, he will turn into pus and blood and become a part of this sea of blood. Marks McClown's face was stern, and what he was facing was the most dangerous moment in his life. As long as he was a little careless, he would fall into the land of unforgettable death. "Open the world." Marks McClown waved his 2 magic wands at the same time, and used his most powerful spell. There was a rumbling sound in the sky above Marks McClown. A giant hand exuding the mighty power of heaven and earth came out of it, and the blood-red clouds around were all hit. Broken, like a pure land in this blood-red world. Merlin controlled the scarlet golem in the sea of blood, and shouted angrily, "Blood curse middle. Tuxie." The golem in the sea of blood immediately exudes astonishing blood, permeating Mark's Eye's mighty giant hand, eroding crazily towards the giant hand, and Mark's Eye's endless magic power is constantly instilling on the magic wand, maintaining the giant hand's power of heaven and earth. The mighty power of this world is indeed much stronger than Merlin's blood chi. Many of the blood chi was shaken and died before it was diffused. However, Merlin's magical power could not be restrained. I saw a steady stream of blood radiating from the golem, as if there was no end. Marks McClown was already a little reluctant to maintain his giant hand. Originally, Marks McClown was not proficient in controlling the mighty power of heaven and earth. But now it was consumed by Merlin like this, and he could only continuously stimulate the magic power in his body and continue to instill it in the magic wand. "Do you think my blood curse is so simple?" "You think it's too simple, Marks McClown." Merlin let out a jittery laugh, and the magic wand in his hand suddenly pierced into the palm of his other hand, and the blood from Merlin's palm slowly penetrated into Merlin's wand. But at this moment, all the golems in the sea of blood made sharp and miserable sounds, and the appearance of Merlin on the golems became hideous. He kept roaring at Mark's Eye, and his body burst out with hideous faces, struggling and screaming desperately above. That is the tragic death of thousands of souls in the hands of Merlin. While absorbing the blood of the dead, Merlin also sucked the souls of these people into his body, and these golems were the images of the dead that Merlin had condensed with soul and blood. Several golems set off a terrifying wave, and rushed to Marks McClown with a terrifying aura. The blood was as thick as the substance, and they bombarded Marks McClown's giant hand. Boom! With just one blow, the giant hand of Marks McClown was already densely covered with tiny cracks, and under the attack of the statue of the dead in Merlin, there was no defense at all. Marks McClown clenched his teeth, protected his chest with a magic wand with both hands, condensed into a gold holy sword one after another. The number of them reached hundreds of terror. In the face of Merlin's attack, Marks McClown never kept his hands. The image of the dead surrounds Mark's Eye's giant hand. 363,000 souls mixed with monstrous blood. once again bombarding the giant hand. Boom! This time the giant hand was finally overwhelmed, and it was all broken with a bang, and the sky was filled with grievances and blood constantly slaughtering the escaping mighty power. Hundreds of golden holy swords shining with golden light are centered on Mark's eye, and they want to rush all around, killing one after another traces of golden light in the sky of blood. Countless souls and spirits along the way have been slaughtered. But these golden holy swords were just full of power when they first left Mark's eye. After rushing into this blood domain, they couldn't overcome any wind and waves. They could only be swallowed by countless souls and blood, eroded, and finally disappeared into nothingness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, thousands of souls and spirits swarmed up and swallowed Marks McClown's body instantly. Marks McClown's unwilling face was immediately swallowed in, followed by Merlin's arrogant laugh. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 1207. The world they live in. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ He was confident that Marks McClown would never survive under his attack. Mark's eye, the jumping clown, is finally about to fall into his own hands. This feeling of stifling the peerless genius made Merlin feel a morbid pleasure, an unprecedented level of comfort throughout Merlin's body, and every cell in her body made a happy voice. But at this moment, a dark and deep spatial trace in the sea of blood was torn apart. Boom! A terrifying space storm erupted from it, and immediately emptied a large swath of souls and blood, and Marks McClown gasped for breath and appeared from the space crack. At this time, Mark's eye seemed to see his clothes shattered, and blood was even bleeding in many places. But there was no way that Merlin had imagined that Zong Mark's eye was killed, and he didn't even suffer serious injuries. The crazy smile on Merlin's face slowly stagnated, staring at Marks McClown, and after a long silence he suddenly exclaimed, "Why are you not dead? Why don't you die according to my script?" Merlin was completely angry. He had made up his mind to let Marks McClown die. But why did Marks McClown always slip off his hands like a slippery loach? This damn person does not act according to his script. It is really unforgivable. Merlin shouted angrily. The surrounding sea of blood and the statues of the dead suddenly boiled. An aura of destruction filled the world. Merlin once again launched a mortal attack on Mark's eye. Marks McClown panted heavily. Although it seemed that he was not severely injured by Merlin, under such an attack, he desperately used the space rules to avoid Merlin's injury. It was a great burden for Marks McClown, and even caused a little internal injury. Moreover, this kind of injury is not an ordinary injury. Even with Mark's eye's own repair ability, it is unable to quickly repair this kind of injury. Facing Merlin's attack again, Marks McClown actually had no strength for the first battle. However, Marks McClown still persisted, as if waiting for something. Boom rumble, the monstrous blood wave, the image of the dead with amazing aura, countless souls and blood, overwhelmingly swept towards Mark's eye, and this time even the space wall was shattered. If Mark's eye uses space power again to avoid Merlin's attack, I'm afraid Mark's eye will be strangled by the chaotic space storm before Merlin's attack. Open the world. Holy sword revealed. Broken steel. Malnia. Eternal gunslinger. Marks McClown couldn't take care of the others. His wand was constantly waving, and one after another powerful spells bombarded him away. The giant hand filled with the mighty power of the world, the extremely sharp golden holy sword, the powerful shock wave. One by one again condensed beside Marks McClown. Marks McClown forcibly endured the pain of the excessive consumption of magic power in his body, gritted his teeth and beat out these spells one by one, but faced with Merlin's overwhelming attack, These spells could only hinder for a moment and suddenly shattered. Everything Marx McClown is doing now seems to be dying. A fierce bloody storm swept across the entire area, and Merlin hung in the air and shouted frantically at the most core position, manipulating everything, like a divine residence between heaven and earth. But Marx McClown could only hide in the corner of Scarlet World, desperately resisting. The difference between strength and weakness was obvious. The image of the dead, the sea of blood, the souls, and the blood chi are crazily corroding Marx's location. Marx's eyes are cracked, and countless tiny blood mist bursts out of his body. This is the result of Marxi constantly overdrawing himself. Marxi sees going up has been weak and struggling, but still can't escape the end of death. Don't hold on to Marx McClown anymore. It would be great to die quickly. Merlin's voice contained a bewildering voice, as if she wanted to shake Marx McClown's body and mind. The marshals of the Human Coalition who saw this scene started to stir up their hearts. Is Marx McClown going to fall like this? Is the war between them and the wizard inevitable? In other words, are they going to face the terrifying opponent Merlin? No way. You can't lose Marxi. You are not only protecting the wizard, but also protecting everyone's world. Marshals. The soldiers couldn't help clenching their fists, wishing that their strength could contribute to Marx McClown, so that Marx McClown could add a strength to fight against Merlin. The politicians of various countries are also watching the images of satellite transmissions in their respective offices. They no longer have the idea of intrigue between countries. If Marxi dies, the whole world will be finished. Where else is there? Their cold hearts became hot again because of the war. Their eyes widened like a child, shouting Marxi, cheering hoarsely. Come on, Mr. Marx. Don't lose. Mr. Marx, please defeat him. The teachers and students of Hogwarts waited with red eyes and looked at the Cloud Knight in the projection. They witnessed Marxi's battle, and also witnessed Marxi's unwilling struggle. In the face of such a disparity in war, Marxi didn't even mention a word of surrender. He resolutely endured all the pain and carried countless people on his shoulders. Help and the future, fight hard, fight hard. In fact, he does not have to work so hard. In fact, he does not have to work so hard. In fact, he can admit defeat. However, this man used his actual actions to tell everyone and tell the world well, that a man will stick to it. Absolutely, never give up the last hope. Marx McClown. Come on, I believe you. Hermione shouted these words hoarsely, instantly igniting the emotions of everyone around him. Mr. Marx, please, I must win. Harry fell to his knees. King John clenched his fists violently, and shouted with all his strength. All Hogwarts teachers and students tried their best to call Marx McClown's name, and the loud voice resounded throughout the Hogwarts campus, spreading to all directions, as if they wanted to reach Marx McClown's ears. Chapter 1208 Heaven and Earth Power. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Scarlet Territory. Merlin laughed ferociously, staring at the area where Marx McClown was. At this time, Marx McClown was struggling to support an inch of land. However, under the fluctuation of Merlin's terrifying magic power, Marx McClown's maintenance seemed so weak. Forget it, Marxi. You should also know by now that there is a gap that cannot be crossed between you and me, and I can give you a joy if you give up now. Merlin looked condescendingly at Marxi, enjoying the pleasure of crushing. A blood stain slowly overflowed from the corner of Marx McClown's mouth, and he smiled coldly. Do you think that if I surrender, it will be delayed until now? You should talk less of this kind of nonsense. Merlin sneered and nodded. Sure enough, it's a hard bone, and it's hard to die until I die. Then I don't have to be polite to you. Merlin waved his magic wand, and all the scarlet creatures became mad, attacking the area where Marx McClown was frantically. In an instant, the magic power protecting Marx McClown made an overwhelming cracking sound. Countless cracks spread, and Marx McClown's magic power could break at any time. Marx McClown sighed 267 helplessly. With his current strength, He could only persist here. The strength gap between him and Merlin is really too big, and this degree of gap cannot be made up by a bloody energy. Plus, Marks McClown now seems to have been driven into desperation. Merlin didn't keep her hands this time, and the space along the way was disrupted. Marks McClown could no longer use the power of space to escape. No matter how you look at it, Marks McClown cannot escape. It is already a mortal fate. Do you know why I have stayed with the comprehension you created to fight you? Marks McClown's cold voice suddenly rang in Merlin's ear. The smile on Merlin's face slowly stagnated, and he realized that Marks McClown was about to start playing tricks again. But what Marks McClown said did hit Merlin's mind. The last time Marks McClown and Merlin played against each other, the two people's continuous apparitions made it impossible for Merlin to concentrate all his strength against Marks McClown. At that time, after chasing and fleeing, Merlin could not help Marks I, and it was difficult for Marks I to escape Merlin's pursuit. And this time, Marks McClown didn't use this tactic anymore, but stupidly fought Merlin to death in the domain of Merlin. You know, the power gap between Merlin and Marks McClown is only bigger than before. Why does Marks I take such a stupid approach? As early as when Merlin fought with Marks McClown, he realized something was wrong, but he was immersed in the pleasure of crushing Marks McClown, and he didn't notice it for a while. Now that Marks McClown mentioned it again, Merlin suddenly awakened. With Marks McClown's treacherous personality, it was impossible to make such a stupid choice. But why did Marks McClown do this? Merlin shook his head fiercely. Regardless of what kind of support Marks McClown had, everything was a cloud in front of the superior strength he crushed. Marks McClown was just a clever trick before he died. Correct. It must be so. Merlin sneered. You should put away your cleverness when you die. Don't be ashamed. Just when Merlin wanted to desperately kill Marks McClown, Marks McClown slowly smiled. That's because I kept my last hand in order to deal with you. In an instant, Merlin's face changed drastically, and he could feel a strong repulsive force surging over him, directly cutting off his connection with the magic outside his body. How is this going? Merlin seemed a little panicked. He couldn't control the magic power outside his body. This was something that had never happened before. How could the sudden appearance of this abnormality not make Merlin frightened? Marks McClown retreated violently, voluntarily withdrawing from Merlin's blood caldera. But now that Merlin cannot control the magic power outside his body for the time being, he naturally cannot stop Marks McClown. At this time, the image of the dead, the unjust souls and the vitality were quickly rejected by the heaven and the earth, quickly dissipating. Merlin, the mighty power of heaven and earth is not something you can contend with. If you touch the anger of heaven and earth, just wait to enjoy the anger of heaven and earth. Marks McClown's voice came from a distance. At this time, Marks McClown was already a long way from Merlin, staring coldly at Merlin here. Merlin glared at Marks McClown. He already knew that he had fallen into Marks McClown's trap again. Although he still couldn't understand what Marks McClown did, he definitely threatened Merlin. Marks McClown looked at the furious Merlin from a distance, and couldn't help letting out a long sigh. The strength gap between him and Merlin was too great, and it could even be said that Marks McClown was far from Merlin's opponent. The biggest reason why Marks McClown would fight against Merlin in the domain of Merlin was that Merlin's strength was too strong, and Marks McClown must use the mighty power of heaven and earth to fight. It is far from enough for Marks I to control the mighty power of heaven and earth. Therefore, Marks I wants to let heaven and earth know the horror of Merlin. The blood caldera created by Merlin is the best offense to heaven and earth. Marks I has been secretly communicating this world with the language of nature 3, just to wait for the best time, when Merlin thinks he might kill him. Marks McClown used herself as a bait to force Merlin to offend the world, communicate the power of the world, and give Merlin the heaviest blow. Merlin stared at Marks McClown in the distance, wishing to rush forward to tear Marks McClown's flesh and blood into pieces, and his hatred for Marks McClown had reached an extreme. This ant actually teased himself so many times, and even forced himself into this predicament. It is simply unforgivable. But now Merlin didn't have the time and energy to pursue Marks McClown. he had to face the anger of Dandy Wee Eily against him. Mark-Sai's magic wand was erected, and the magic power he had left in the domain of Meilin suddenly became violent, and he rushed towards Meilin violently. This changes the fuse that detonated this world. A dazzling light bloomed from the area where Merlin was, and the Scarlet region was completely destroyed in a short time, including all the statues of the dead, souls, blood, etc. Chapter 1209 The Power of Mark-Sai's Trump Card. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Everything in this area is destroyed. The ultimate power spread rapidly from Meilin's position, not only where Mark-Sai and the others fought, but also the surrounding areas. Plus, the huge forest sea was instantly swept away, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, spreading quickly. The continuous mountains collapsed, and countless huge fragments were blown up and flew hundreds of kilometers away. Even the sky seems to be affected by the explosion, and the sky gaps are dense in the sky. This world is like the end of the Buddha world. Marks McClown's figure retreated violently, and the magic wave undulated violently on Marks McClown's body. Before the explosion spread, stay away from this area. Marks McClown understood that this was a terrorist attack detonated by his communication between the power of the world and the earth. It would not only pose a great threat to Meilin, but also an extremely dangerous behavior for him. As long as he is slightly careless and involved in this terrifying power of heaven and earth, even Mark-Sai can't guarantee that he can leave intact. So what Marks McClown has to do now is to leave here quickly, but after all, Marks McClown still underestimated the power of heaven and earth. Marks McClown used all his strength to activate her own magic power, but the explosion was still at a speed that the naked eye could see, approaching Mark-Sai quickly. Marks McClown's eyes condensed, and he also understood that his speed could not escape the influence of the power of the world. When Mark-Sai's wand was stroked, a violent spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Mark-Sai, and countless fears swept through the spatial cracks. The space storm rages in it. The power of the outside world is enough to affect the stability of space, and these space storms are the products of the mighty power of the outside world. Marks McClown didn't hesitate, and jumped into the space crack, and in the next instant, the mighty power of heaven and earth swallowed everything. The world seems to have lost all sounds in one breath. Only the ultimate light blooms on the surface, and this extremely dazzling beam spread thousands of miles away. The ultimate terrifying force smoothed the entire land. Countless space cracks appeared in amazement in the sky. This time the explosion is powerful. The satellite broadcast image was cut off at the same time, and the human coalition marshals far away in Athens could only see the dazzling light from the screen, and then the transmission of the image was interrupted, and no image was seen again. William was astonished. What's going on? The result. Kabarev hesitated for a while and said, this powerful explosion is not much worse than the strongest nuclear bomb Ivan, the largest equivalent in human history. If Merlin hadn't died like this, that would be really hopeless. Plus, Sauron also nodded, and said, it seems that Marks McClown has died with Merlin in this way. With Marks McClown's strength, it is indeed not comparable to Merlin. Lund glanced at the marshals around him. At this time, their faces were full of shock, surprise, and even fear. They didn't have any more thoughts because Mark-Sai and Meilin were caught in such a big explosion, because they knew in their hearts that even without Mark-Sai and Meilin, wizards weren't something they could offend at random. At any time, the next Cloud Knight meeting Merlin will appear again. Lund shook his head slowly, hoping that the whole thing would end here. No one wants to fight with wizards anymore. The name wizard is destined to be a nightmare for many people here. Hogwarts. With the interruption of the satellite picture, all the teachers and students at Hogwarts were slightly taken aback. What? How could this be? Hateful. They saw the last effort Marks McClown made, and they were also pained in their hearts. Is there really no way? Can I only die with Merlin in this way? This is a huge question mark in the hearts of all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. They are eager to know the situation of Marks McClown at this time, whether it is life or death. After all, Marks McClown is fighting for all the wizards and Hogwarts. Here is a life and death battle. Seeking flowers. But before they came back to their senses, a terrifying shockwave came from afar, sweeping the entire Hogwarts and the nearby Forbidden Forest. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Many creatures in the Forbidden Forest screamed in horror. From this terrifying shockwave, they felt the aura of destroying the world, which was the aura that made them fear. Snape and McGonagall stood up, staring at the dazzling light in the distance, and their hearts were stunned. The battle between Markseye and Merlin was so far from Hogwarts, but the shockwave of the explosion could hit this side. One can imagine how amazing the explosion was. This is completely beyond their imagination. Mr. Marks. Harry looked down at the light in the distance and shook his head helplessly. In their opinion, under this kind of explosion, the chance that Marks McClown and Merlin can survive is too weak, and it is impossible for anyone to survive this kind of explosive explosion. Hermione had turned her back, holding her face full of tears, and enduring the violent fluctuations in her heart. But at this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky above Hogwarts, and a spatial crack appeared above it, and violent power gushed out from it, and at the same time shot out an embarrassed figure. Boom! The figure shot straight into the ground like a cannonball, smashing a huge hole, and in the hole lay a blood-stained Cloud Knight. Mr. Marks. Harry screamed in surprise and hurriedly ran into the pothole. At this time, Marks McClown was covered with various hideous wounds all over his body, and some wounds could even see the bones in them, and blood poured out of the wounds like a fountain. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 1210. I love you. Please subscribe automatically. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marks McClown coughed with a wry smile, and even coughed so hard that he vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood, which showed how severe Marks McClown suffered this time. This time I really got rid of it. I didn't expect Andy Weasley to explode such a terrifying explosion. Even Markseye hadn't expected this. So even Markseye was hit hard by surprise. If it weren't for Markseye's instantaneous self-healing ability, he was constantly repairing various fatal injuries at super high speed, plus Markseye's own strength was as strong as a dragon, otherwise it might not be able to survive. Harry jumped into the pothole, completely ignoring Marks McClown's bloodstain, and hurriedly helped Marks McClown. During this time, his movements inevitably were too large, and Marks McClown grinned in pain. At this time, Snape, McGonagall and others also anxiously gathered around, and they forced 303 to see with their own eyes that Marks McClown was not dead. Marks McClown, I knew you would not die. A familiar scream, a shadow of a beautiful image pounced heavily into Marks McClown's arms, once again affecting Marks McClown's injury, causing Marks McClown to almost spit out blood. Without even thinking about it, this is Hermione. But behind Hermione, Janku, Pansy, and Astoria looked nervously at Markseye. It seemed that if Hermione hadn't taken the lead, they would rush forward and hug Markseye desperately. Marks McClown smiled bitterly and hugged Hermione in her arms, and said, "Don't worry, haven't I come back?" McGonagall looked at Markseye with a smile and said, "It's fine to come back, and it's fine." Hogwarts professors and classmates uttered joyous cheers, as if they had won the battle, but seeing this scene, Marks McClown shook his head bitterly. Harry obviously noticed the change in Marks McClown's expression, and he hesitantly asked, "Mr. Marks, has Merlin solved it?" Hearing Harry's inquiry, the audience suddenly became quiet. They also wanted to know about Merlin's situation, or rather, they desperately wanted to hear the news that Marks McClown admitted that Merlin had been killed. But Marks McClown slowly shook his head and said, "Merlin has not been defeated yet." Everyone's hearts suddenly sank, and they looked at the place where the dazzling light was blooming in disbelief. In the midst of such a terrifying explosion, Merlin hadn't been defeated yet. What terrifying power Merlin has. Marx McClown sighed. After fighting against Merlin so many times, he naturally had a deep understanding of Merlin's strength. He aroused the mighty power of heaven and earth, and then used his own magic power as a primer to detonate a heaven and earth. Plus, all this seems so shocking, not even worse than the ultimate nuclear weapon of mankind. However, Marx McClown knew very well in her heart that this kind of powerful attack could only block Merlin for a while, but could not destroy Merlin. Although Marx McClown didn't want to admit that Merlin's strength was so terrifying, but the facts were in front of them, they couldn't help but deny it. That's a real strength comparable to the magic god. Marx McClown slowly said, the detonation of the heaven and the earth on that side may cause a little injury to Merlin, trapping Merlin for a short time. But if you want to really defeat Merlin, this kind of powerful attack is not enough. Between me and Merlin the strength gap is really too big. Listening to Marx's statement, everyone at Hogwarts had a look of despair in their eyes. The most powerful among them is Marxi. If Marxi can't deal with Merlin, who else is Merlin's opponent in the whole world? Snape said calmly, Marxi, I know you did your best, so no matter what the consequences are, we won't blame you. You are still the pride of our Hogwarts. Hearing Snape's words like this made everyone feel sad. You should know that Marxi's identity outside was a person who was expelled by Hogwarts and had not graduated, but Snape admitted that Marxi was Hogwarts' pride, which means that Snape no longer considered Hogwarts' face at this time, but to speak with his own heart. In other words, Snape already knew the desperate situation they were about to face, and they didn't need to be constrained to speak at the moment of life or death. McGonagall listened to Snape's words, and did not refute, but silently looked at Marxi. Hermione hugged Marx McClown tightly, suddenly raised her head, and lightly nodded on Marx McClown's lips. Hermione's face was flushed with blush. Hermione didn't say anything, but her actions had already been explained. Everything. Marx McClown gently lifted Hermione's soft blonde hair, and said, Hermione, thank you for your continued support to me. With tears in Hermione's eyes, she looked at Marxi affectionately. At this time, Hermione had only Marxi in her eyes, just like Hermione had only Marxi in her heart. Marx McClown didn't hide his emotions anymore, and kissed her lightly on Hermione's forehead. Now Marx McClown showed a gentleness that had never been seen before. I love you. The three words slammed into everyone's hearts. Hermione looked at Marx McClown with a little surprise, as if she didn't believe that the three emotional words just came out of Marx McClown's mouth. Marx McClown lowered her head lightly, holding Hermione's soft red. Harry also smiled comfortably when he watched the two of them look so close to him. This was the happiest time Harry had smiled since Marxi left school, just like the best man in a wedding, watching the bride and groom kiss sincerely and sincerely reveal the blessings. I don't know who 2.2 was the first to applaud, and a wave of applause sounded at Hogwarts. All eyes were on Marxi and Hermione, with blessings and envy in their eyes. After a long time, Marxi left Hermione's lips and stared at Hermione's smiling face like a flower. Harry. Marx McClown's voice sounded again, and Harry trembled and looked at Marx McClown quickly. Marx McClown smiled and looked at Harry, and said, I also want to thank you for your trust in me. You are my best friend, there is no one. Chapter 1211, Love Before the End. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Harry was taken aback. The corners of his mouth slowly grinned, and then he nodded heavily, his eyes flushed with Marxi. With Marxi's acknowledgement, Harry only felt that his life was enough, even if he died immediately now. Marx McClown's eyes scanned the past and saw the three girls behind Hermione. At this time, the smile on Marx McClown's face was very gentle, blending into the hearts of the three girls, and the eyes that looked at Marx McClown couldn't help but tremble. Marx McClown, although you like Hermione, if I hide my heart at this time, I'm afraid I will regret it even if I die. Janku, who has always been gentle and elegant, suddenly stood up, with a firmness on his face that Marx McClown had never seen before. "I like you." Janku stubbornly raised his head, crossed Hermione, and looked directly at Marx McClown. No one would have thought that Janku, who is usually the most quiet, would come out to confess to Marx McClown in front of so many people. It was just now, Marx McClown had just confessed to Hermione. Janku smiled and looked at Marx McClown, as if to carve Marx McClown's gentle face into his mind, and never forget it until he died. 12. Marx McClown stretched out a hand and patted Janku's head gently, as soft as touching a cat. "I've known since you helped me block Dumbledore." Marx McClown's voice rang in Janku's ears, and his big hand gently stroked Janku's smooth and tender skin, and said, "Thank you for your love for me." With that, Marx McClown took Janku into his arms. Janku trembled all over, as if he didn't expect Marx McClown to actually hug him, with shock and disbelief in his eyes, as if he did not expect happiness to be so close to him. Hermione did not respond to this, as if everything went so naturally. During the time Marx-I was away, she thought a lot, and already knew what Janku and the others wanted. "Big brother Marx-I." Astoria suddenly stood up, stepped firmly towards Marx-I, hugged Marx-I from her back. Astoria did not say a word, but her actions have shown that she is actually of the same kind as Janku. Idea. Marx McClown was taken aback for a moment, and immediately called out her name lovingly, "Astoria." "Okay." Astoria's nose made a muffled noise, and the hand holding Marx-I became tighter, as if Marx-I would disappear as soon as he let go. Marx McClown allowed Astoria to hold her, enjoying the little sister's love for him. He didn't have to stop at this moment, letting them release their emotions. Marx McClown raised his head and looked at Pansy, who was still tangled not far away. Pansy, who was the most capable and decisive in the past, seemed particularly hesitant, rubbing his fingers, and hesitated to step forward. Marx McClown smiled slightly and said, "Pansy, can't you come?" Pansy trembled all over, and couldn't help lowering his eyes as soon as he touched Marx-I. In her heart, she never thought that she was qualified to be worthy of Marx McClown, but her feelings for Marx McClown were so surging that it was difficult to contain. Pansy looked at the ground, but walked forward step by step, finally holding Marx McClown's thick palm. All the people in Hogwarts looked at the five people hugging together, and no one felt that there was anything wrong with this scene. Marx McClown's reputation at Hogwarts was so loud, it's normal for so many girls to like it, and it's a tacit secret by everyone. At the moment of life and death, it is understandable that young people cannot contain their emotions. Marx McClown enjoyed the love of the four women, but his heart slowly settled down. Perceptually, he really wanted to let his emotions be vented, but rationally, he had to stay awake. Merlin had not eliminated this great threat. Detonating a party of heaven and earth can only hinder Merlin for a short period of time. After this period of time, Marx McClown still has to face this terrifying opponent. According to Marx-I's estimation, Merlin's magic power has reached at least level 9 at this time. If you want to truly compete with Merlin, at least Marx-I must reach level 9 magic power. And Marx-I wants to upgrade the 9th level of magic power needs a huge amount of potential points. Although Marx-I has accumulated a lot of potential points, before defeating the King of the Forbidden Forest, the control of human intelligence agencies also gained a lot of potential points. But there is still a small gap between the level of potential point and level 9 magic power. This is why Marx-I will leave the battlefield and come back to Hogwarts. Only by making up for the gap of potential points, Marx McClown can upgrade the 9th level of magic, and can truly fight against Merlin. This is the only way Marx McClown can fight against Merlin. Marx McClown slowly drew out his magic wand and tapped it lightly, and a door of space appeared beside Marx McClown. It was Marx McClown's small world. Many of them lived in simple camps and saw the door of space suddenly appeared. And surprised, "You all come out." Marx-I's 293 voice passed into the space gate. Lilith took the lead in getting out of the door of space, and said anxiously, "Marx McClown, what's wrong with you? Why did the king of the Forbidden Forest suffer such a severe injury? Are you okay? Lilith saw the four women hugging Marks McClown at a glance, and saw the horrible scars on Marks McClown's body through the four women. Immediately afterwards, both Marks Fan and his wife rushed out at the same time. When they saw Marks McClown, they were extremely excited, but when they saw the woman hugging each other, they seemed to understand something, both distressed and loving. Zumaksai, the king of the Forbidden Forest, also limped out of the door of space. The injury it suffered was also not light, but it was a rest for a while, at least regaining a certain ability to move. From the space gate, they are all the most elite and heartfelt elites of the Marks family, as well as a large number of elites of the vampire clan. They are all accompanied by Marksai to fight in all directions, and they are Marksai's most solid team. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 1212, all of you are your enemies. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ After them, there were a large number of wizards. These wizards were newly recruited by the Marks family to work for the Marks family's commander-in-chief of the Ministry of Magic. During this time, they also showed their loyalty to the Marks family, and they were also a trusted group of people. Marks McClown sensed for a while, and made sure that there were no missing people in the small world, and then slowly closed the small world. Lilith and others also discovered that they had come to Hogwarts, one by one at a loss, not knowing why Marksai put them all down here. Marks McClown gently pushed away the girls hugging her, and said solemnly, "Everyone, Mlin's strength is too strong, even I am not sure to defeat it, so I need your help." Everyone on the scene looked at each other, not knowing what 3, 4, 7, I called to help Marks McClown, but if they were to fight against Merlin, I am afraid that in less than 2 seconds, everyone here would die in Merlin's hands. And how to help? Where is Marksai? Marks Fan said immediately, "Xio, how do you say we can help you? As long as we can do it, we will definitely help you." Marks Sixuan tugged at Marks Fan's robes and nodded vigorously. As Marks McClown's parents, they were the first to show their support. Lilith also said slowly, "We vampires have already sold you their lives. The success or failure of the Marks family is also the success or failure of our vampires. As long as you have a word, you will not hesitate to go to the sword and the fire." The king of the Forbidden Forest snorted heavily, and said, "Men don't want their mothers-in-laws, just say it." Snape and McGonagall looked at each other, and McGonagall said immediately, "Marks McClown, you are a member of our Hogwarts after all. Don't say this kind of thing is superfluous, just say what you want us to do. I need all of you to take me as your enemy from the bottom of your heart and shoot at me." Marks McClown's calm voice resounded throughout Hogwarts, and everyone was stunned. They looked at Marks McClown in confusion, unable to understand why Marks McClown made such a request. Marks McClown naturally had his own plan. He had already accumulated a lot of potential points before, and the distance to level 9 magic power was just a tiny gap. Now the fastest way to obtain potential points is by defeating people. Therefore, Marksai wants everyone to be his enemy. With Marksai's strength, he can easily defeat everyone present, so that Marksai can obtain the last missing potential point, successfully upgrade the 9th level of magic, and gain the strength to compete with Merlin! This is the best trick Marks McClown has come up with so far, which is equivalent to brushing the system bug. But of course the thousands of people present didn't know Marks McClown's thoughts of doing this. Most of them looked at each other. Now instead of focusing their efforts on Merlin, how could they deal with Chi Marksai? Marks McClown didn't mean to explain it. It would be too time-consuming to explain to everyone that she had a teacher system in her body. I'm afraid that Marks McClown will get out of the explosion before she can explain it. So what Marks McClown needs is the absolute trust of everyone in front of him, and he can listen to his trust without knowing the reason. I understand. Harry spoke first. He had never doubted Marks McClown. Since Marks McClown would say this, he naturally had his plan, and Harry didn't plan to explore the bottom line. Harry drew his wand and pointed it at Mark's eye, his eyes full of trust in Mark's eye. "I also believe in Mark's eye." Hermione held back the tears in her eyes, tremblingly drew her wand out, and pointed it at Marks McClown, her eyes full of love for Marks McClown. Janku, Pansy, and Astoria choked, and at the same time drew out their magic wands. They also almost blindly trust Marks McClown, and naturally they don't have any doubts about Marks McClown's words. Marks Fan took a deep breath and said, "Xia McClown, I believe you too." With that, Marks Fan closed his eyes and drew out his magic wand to point to Mark's eye. Marks Sixuan seemed to be a little anxious when he saw Marks Fan's movements, clenching his hands. After all, what was in front of her was her own flesh and blood. How could she have the heart to succeed? "Mom, trust me." Marks McClown's eyes flashed unbearably, and he also knew that it was indeed difficult for a mother to act on his favorite son. Marks Sixuan finally closed her eyes and pointed her magic wand at Marks McClown. Out of trust in her son, she was willing to do everything for her son, even if she used her magic wand to attack him. Lilith hesitated for a moment, and finally raised her wand with an expression of frustration. She and Mark's eye are comrades in arms. From the beginning of using each other to sincerely facing each other, they have also experienced a lot of turmoil between them, and then raising the magic wand to Mark's eye is indeed something Lilith resists from the heart. The King of the Forbidden Forest sighed. Although he didn't know what Marks McClown's plan was, he also understood that Merlin's strength was really terrifying, even if it was to catch everyone here plus Marks McClown able to deal with. Now that Marks McClown made this kind of decision, all he could do was support. Snape took a deep look at Marks McClown, didn't say anything, and straightly raised his wand. McGonagall also gave a wry smile and raised his wand. The Marks family belongs to. Listen to the young master's words, and all the members attack the young master. Marks Fan's trembling voice resounded in a cold voice. 2.4 The wizarding elites of the Marks family were unbearable at first, but when they heard the Patriarch's order, they could only lift up their wands one by one, and they were still very resistant. Vampire belongs. Raise your wands. Lilith's painful voice sounded. Many vampire elites sighed. In their hearts, Mark's eye was already regarded as their savior, even higher than Lilith, but they did not expect that today they would raise their wands and aim them at the benefactor of their entire race! Chapter 1213 I'll come as soon as I go. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Everyone at Hogwarts, listen to Mark's eye. McGonagall took a deep breath and said in pain. Plus, Hogwarts professors and classmates were agitated. Some of them hadn't raised their wands to Marks McClown in the past, but every time the facts proved how stupid they were to lift their wands to Marks McClown. But now it was Mark's eye who asked them to do this. One can imagine their inner suffering. Even so, they slowly raised their wands, and their trust in Mark's eye defeated all the distracting thoughts in their hearts. Everyone present at Hogwarts raised their wands, and their targets were pointed at Mark's eye. Marks McClown showed a comfortable smile and slowly said, "You must regard me as an enemy and a demon in your heart, and attack me with all your strength." Marks McClown's voice spread throughout Hogwarts, but Marks McClown also knew that many people who raised their wands to him were unwilling to take action. In this case, it would be impossible for Marks McClown to successfully defeat these people and gain potential points. Upon seeing this, Marks McClown sighed helplessly. In Merlin's eyes, you are all vulnerable ants, and you are not even qualified to fight Merlin. What can you contribute to this war? You can only watch 277 and wait for your own destiny or death or save. Everyone looked at Marks McClown in shock, and didn't understand why Marks McClown suddenly said this, even though Marks McClown was telling the truth. What can you do? A shout that shocked the world rushed into everyone's ears, and many people felt ashamed by Mark's eye's roar. Indeed, in the eyes of others, They may have a distinguished identity and extraordinary strength, but what are these so-called prides in front of Merlin? They can only hide away, hoping that a savior can rescue them, hoping that their worthless lives in Merlin's eyes will continue, and they can do nothing else. Weakness is also a sin. Do you want such a humble existence? Live humble, or die without dignity. Marx McClown's roar resounded in their hearts again. If you don't want to, just use your strength and attack. BCCF. A ray of light suddenly burst out from the top of the magic wand, and Mark's eyes former classmate Noah yelled vigorously, "I want to live, live with dignity." Harry looked at Marx McClown with complicated eyes. He knew that Marx McClown's words only wanted them to attack Marx McClown with hostility, but these words did stimulate the so-called pride in Harry's heart. Harry gritted his teeth, and his wand shot out a powerful spell. Hermione, Pansy, Janku, and Astoria also gritted their teeth and exhausted all their magical powers to urge their wands to explode. Lily Throard, as the leader of the vampire clan, she could only survive under Merlin's lust. This was a shame she could not erase in her life. The king of the Forbidden Forest roared and burst out a powerful shock wave. As the king of the Forbidden Forest, he could only hide behind Marx McClown. This was also a stain in his heart. Marx Fan and Marx Sixuan were also angry. As Marx McClown's parents, they were unable to protect their son. This feeling of hating their own powerlessness urged them to explode with amazing strength. Countless rays of light bloom in Hogwarts, and these rays of light gather together to possess the power of endless destruction. But they also represent all the hope of the entire world. All people poured their helplessness, their anger, and their unwillingness into this infinite light and swept towards the cloud knight. However, this unwillingness, but at the same time mixed with the pain of having to deal with Mark's sigh, among the countless tears, everyone did their best to exert their strength. Marx McClown took a deep breath, and raised the two magic wands at the same time. A mysterious power spread. The situation changed color. The whole Hogwarts shivered under this power. Open the world. A giant hand slowly descended from the sky, and as soon as it grasped the light of the sky, it exploded, and the terrifying explosive force spread in the air. The common attack of all Hogwarts was actually vulnerable in front of Mark's eye. Rumble. Rumbling. But it is true. The strongest people gathered in Hogwarts Square are just the severely injured king of the Forbidden Forest. They are also far from Mark's eye, and the rest are incomparable to Mark's eye. Only occupying an advantage in numbers is far from enough. Everyone on Hogwarts Square looked at everything in front of them in surprise, and couldn't help taking a step back. Their attack was crushed by Marx McClown, and they themselves suffered some injuries. But for these wizards, this kind of injury was harmless, and Marx McClown would not harm them. However, the aftermath caused by their magical explosion would not consciously keep their hands like Mark's eye. The terrifying shockwave swept everyone, knocking them all to the ground without any resistance. Boom! After the roar, no one can get up again, but the moan that should have been there was forcibly swallowed in their stomachs at the same time. They didn't want Marx McClown to feel guilty. Everyone ... He'll come as soon as I go. Marx McClown couldn't bear to close his eyes and gritted his teeth. With a wave of the big hand holding the magic wand, the giant hand of heaven and earth shrouded in Hogwarts Square slowly dissipated. Marx McClown can feel it. After defeating so many people in the square inches front of him, the potential point of the division system in his body skyrocketed wildly, and then quickly broke through Marx McClown's expectation of the value. Potential points. Finally enough. A smile appeared on Marx McClown's face. Ren Merlin, how about your terrifying level 9 magic power? I can also have it. King of the Forbidden Forest, Lilith, protect everyone, I'm going to deal with Merlin. Marx McClown said lightly. Chapter 1214 9 Level Magic. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The King of the Forbidden Forest and Lilith nodded heavily. From Mark's Eye's words, they felt Mark's Eye's powerful self-confidence. as if Mark's eye at this time was invincible. Go, Mr. Marks, go, boss. Please beat Mlin. The only remaining strength for everyone present is to shout, but they still exhausted their last strength, shouting desperately, pinning all their hopes on Marks McClown. Marks McClown didn't speak, but shook his whole body slightly, and the tattered clothes on her body suddenly shattered into ashes. Marks McClown leaned down and picked up a brand new black wizard robe with his own hands. This was one of the school uniforms that was blown down from many students because of the shockwave just now. This school uniform embroidered with the Slytherin Snake Academy logo was draped on Mark's eye in the midst of fluttering, and the shiny school emblem showed the identity represented by this wizard robe. Hogwarts. The sun shines through the cracks in the clouds in the sky and shines on Marks McClown, making it even more so that the school badge on the back of Marks McClown is shining. At the same time, everyone actually felt a little hazy vision, the brilliant golden light falling from the sky, spreading down to illuminate the cloud night. In the backlight of the bright light, everyone could not see the cloud night. At this moment, they only felt that Mark's eye was so far away, as if it had turned into illusion. The only thing they could see was the back of Hogwarts' school uniform flying under that piece of sunlight. Merlin. Marks McClown suddenly turned around, a fierce aura spontaneously emerged from Marks McClown, and went straight to the sky. Mark's eye. The voice of anger soaring to the sky suddenly resounded through Hogwarts, and a blood-red figure appeared high above Hogwarts, looking angrily at the cloud night below. At this time, Merlin's clothes were broken, and there were also a lot of scars on his body. It can be seen that in the power of Mark's eye detonating a world of heaven and earth just now, Merlin also suffered a lot of damage. Marks McClown slowly ascended into the air, looking at Merlin no longer had the fear he had before, and gained the potential to upgrade the level 9 magic power. Marks McClown also gained the ability to deal with Merlin, and naturally he would no longer be afraid of Merlin. Merlin resisted his anger and said coldly, "Did you come back here to say goodbye to your relatives and friends? You are indeed very smart, knowing that I will not give you this kind of opportunity. Since you have won this kind of opportunity, just when I gave you arms, now give it to me to die." Merlin is about to raise his hand to kill Mark's Eye Town. In Merlin's imagination, Mark's Eye's ability to detonate the world just now is already at the limit. Mark's Eye has no other methods. Returning to Hogwarts is just before his death. Instinctive behavior. Merlin didn't plan to let Marks McClown jump and hesitate. She wanted to suppress Marks McClown to death in the most crushing way. "Come with me, I won't let you old monster alive again." With a sudden leap, Marks McClown's figure disappeared into the sky. Merlin hummed coldly, catching up with Marks McClown's pace. He also knew that now he was led by the nose by Marks McClown, but his hatred for Marks McClown drove Merlin to act. He could not tolerate Marks McClown continuing to live in front of him. Mark's Eye's speed is extremely fast, but this time Mark's Eye is not looking for a relatively empty or desolate place, but moving toward the high altitude. No matter how empty or desolate, there will be no vast sky. 1,000 meters above, Marks McClown finally stopped his figure, staring at Merlin, who was already suspended not far away, and said lightly, "Everything should be over." Just when Merlin coldly wanted to satirize Marks McClown, Marks McClown suddenly upgraded his level 9 magic power. Upgrade level 9 magic power. The original high potential points of the division system were instantly cleared, leaving only a few dozen potential points, but the number representing the strength of Mark's Eye's magic power has also slowly changed, from 8 to 9. In an instant, Marks McClown took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Boom! A horrible wave of magical power burst out from Mark's Eye's body, and suddenly broke through the bottleneck of magical power in Mark's Eye's body. Mark's Eye rushed into the air, and the breath of heaven and earth surging out of Mark's Eye's body. Find flowers. Middle dot 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 middle dot. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed color, the air buzzed, and even the sky cracked into a few hideous sky cracks, spreading for tens of miles. All the world changes seemed to be just to celebrate the birth of the Overlord. Another Dharma god appeared. This is a realm that can be called a god. Marks McClown only feels that the magic power in his body is soaring like a star, fiercely exploding, constantly filling his body, and Marks McClown himself has been integrated into the heaven and the earth, clearly sensing the flow of the power of the heaven and the earth. At this time Marks McClown seems to have become the Lord of heaven and earth, is general, and can easily grasp the changes of the world. Is this the change brought about by the 9th level of magic? It should be not only the power of level 9 magic power, but also Marks McClown's deep understanding of the power of heaven and earth. At the same time as the upgrade, Marks McClown's realm has also been promoted. Marks McClown took a deep breath, and the horrible force of the sweeping swallow was instantly swallowed into his body by Marks McClown, and the surging world calmed down. This is ... What the hell is going on? Mlin looked at all this in front of him in surprise. From the power that burst out of Marks McClown just now, Mlin could see that Marks McClown's power at this time was no less inferior to him. No, Marks McClown even surpassed himself in some senses of heaven and earth, which led to the appearance of the heaven and earth vision just now. Damn it. Merlin was completely unable to suppress the shock in his heart. How could it become like this? Marks McClown ignored Merlin, but gently clenched his fist. This supreme strength is contributed by all those who support Marks I. Chapter 1215. The one who dies is determined to be you. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Had it not been for them to give Marks McClown the final potential point at the last juncture just now, Marks McClown would not know when he could be promoted to level 9 magic power, and thus obtain the capital against Merlin. This power is not only my power, but the power of all people. Marks McClown murmured. Merlin was incomparably shocked, and shouted angrily, Marks McClown, what are you talking about? Why do you suddenly increase in strength? What did you do? Don't understand what I'm talking about? Marks McClown sneered. Let me tell you, he can affirm that the power of this improvement is the proof of the joint efforts of all of us. Speaking of this, Marks I flashed past their extremely determined but tearful faces just now. This is from everyone's potential point. And finally 310 can reach the miracle of level 9 magic power. Even if each of them is alone in front of you, Merlin, they are not worth mentioning, but they can become part of my strength, and finally work together to reach a height enough to fight you. Nonsense. Merlin exasperated. This kind of ridiculous thing is absolutely impossible. Merlin's heart was very shocked at this time. Even if Marks McClown stomped in front of him, it was just an existence crushed by him. The various methods used by Marks McClown only made Merlin feel that Marks McClown was more capable, but in the final analysis, he still couldn't change Marks McClown's existence as an ant in his eyes. But today's Marks I makes Merlin feel a kind of threat from the cold in his heart. Now Marks I is really capable of defeating or even killing Merlin. How can that be? Why is this happening? Marks McClown is obviously just an ant. How could he have the power to match me? At the moment of Merlin's anger, the entire space trembled in Merlin's anger. Before, she couldn't kill Marks I again and again, and the images of Marks I playing with herself repeatedly flashed through Merlin's mind, making Merlin laugh extremely angry. Do you think this will be able to rival me? Do you want to prevent me from dominating the world? Marks McClown, there is absolutely no way you can do it. Merlin skyrocketed by a point, and his magical power fluctuated continuously. In the face of such a powerful Marks I, Merlin had to go all out to wait. But today's Marks I showed no signs of doing anything. Instead, his eyes showed nostalgia, thinking of his past bit by bit at Hogwarts, scene after scene across Marks I's eyes. In the Forbidden Forest, Harry often showed a flustered and courageous face. Under Hermione's wise and brave appearance, he always wanted to hide behind him. Snape taught himself carefully under his cold face. Flitwick is obviously not the dean of his academy, but he always cares for himself as an elder with a smile. Under Dumbledore's angry shout, Janku resolutely stood in front of him. Also, the elite wizards of the Marx family charged along with him, and many young or loyal faces were covered with blood. The elites of the vampire clan have changed from numbness to spirit, from hostility to friendliness, and they have been guarding Marxi's side, and Marxi Jianfeng is referring to their front line. Until just now, everyone with their trust in Marxi attacked Marxi, and was finally defeated by Marxi. On their tired and painful faces, only the eyes still hold hope, and the direction they hope is the direction Marxi is. All in all, everyone's faces flashed in front of Marxi, laughing and crying, sweat and tears, all released in Marxi's impression. So far, I have paid a lot of costs to support me to get to this step. I want to pay high tribute to all those who have paid for this, and bear all of them here. Marx McClown raised his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying wave containing the mighty power of heaven and earth burst out from Marx McClown's body. Rumbling. At the foot of Marxi, it seems that the whole world is trembling under the overlook of Marxi. What? How come? Merlin gritted his teeth, and the whole person was raised a lot at this time. His aura was like an abyss, and the blood mist filled out, and the space between his hands and feet could even be shattered, as if a born demon wants to slaughter the world. General. The two faced each other out of thin air. The horrible power fluctuations melted and collided, and no one overwhelmed each other. The two stood high in the sky and fell into a brief silence. The world also seems to fall into a kind of quiet balance, as if as long as the two start to act, the whole world will be overwhelmed and crushed. Suddenly, Merlin moved. He suddenly raised his hand, and a scarlet golem appeared behind Merlin again. It was a huge golem engraved with the appearance of Merlin. The moment the golem appeared, it shattered the space, and countless tedious scars of the scarlet golem appeared high in the sky, piercing ears, and a frightening voice. Marx McClown squinted slightly, and behind Marx McClown a dazzling golden light burst out, and a huge golden holy sword suddenly appeared behind Marx McClown. This golden holy sword is different from the previous ones. It occupies most of the world, and the sacred and bright breath envelopes the entire world. There are countless mysterious and beautiful runes carved on the golden sacred sword, which makes people feel a sense of heaven and earth at a glance, as if the secrets of heaven and earth carved on 3.0. The golem and the golden holy sword were resolutely erected behind Merlin and Marxi, and the surging power diffused from them, and the space couldn't bear the terrifying power and broke every inch. Fortunately, the two of them are in a high-altitude position, otherwise the confrontation of this terrifying force would be enough to destroy a city. Marx McClown, no matter what you say today, go to death for me. Merlin's pupils were congested, and a pair of bloody eyes stared at Marx McClown. It's a coincidence, I think so too, but it's not me who is going to die. Marx McClown narrowed his eyes and responded faintly. So Merlin, can I ask you to die? Chapter 1216 God and God's War. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ blood curse . Broken sky. Merlin yelled loudly, and saw the scarlet golem behind Merlin surging, his fists closed. Suddenly time and space blew up, countless space fragments shot out, and the terrifying space storm escaped from it. Blood rushed to the sky. The blue sky was suddenly washed out of a huge sinkhole, and countless sky cracks spread quickly. Breaking the name of heaven is truly extraordinary. Marx McClown looked at the changes in the world in front of her, her heart trembling slightly. After reaching this level, Marx McClown can feel the horror of this level of strength. It seems that Merlin has not used the true character before, otherwise, the past self could not resist this attack at all. But that was just the self before, and the current self is not a character to be trampled upon. Holy sword revealed . Broken steel. The golden holy sword behind Marx McClown also changed. The sharp sword aura escaped, like a solid. The space was cut into sharp spatial cracks, and a sword light shot into the sky at the same time, straight through the sky, Sound 350. The potential is not weaker than Merlin. Merlin waved his wand violently and shouted angrily, "Die to me." Marks McClown's eyes flashed coldly, and at the same time he waved down his magic wand and said coldly, "You too, die." The bloody light and sword light cut through the sky, bombarded fiercely together, and a terrifying explosion burst out from it. A large area of space collapsed instantly, and the space storm that swept out ruthlessly destroyed everything. Plus, Marks McClown and Merlin stood still, letting the space storm swept over them, but they could not harm them in the slightest. Marks McClown took a deep breath, staring coldly at the bloodlight in front of Merlin, secretly exerting force, trying to crush it from the first wave of fights. And Merlin held the same idea. For a while, Bloodlight and Jian Guang stalemate in midair, and no one can do anything. Merlin's face was full of anger, and the stalemate was not the result of the battle he wanted. He must defeat Marks I with crushing power. This is the bottom line that he cannot cross. Suddenly, countless blood imprints solidified beside Merlin, like a storm across the sky to blast towards Marks I. Marks McClown was startled slightly, and immediately waved his hand violently. A golden holy sword appeared beside Marks McClown, shooting densely at Merlin. The golden holy sword and the blood mark bombarded together, and there were countless explosions, and the violent shockwave rushed through everything. Seeing this space, it was impossible to withstand the two offensives. However, Marks McClown and Merlin didn't mean to stop. Instead they were constantly urging the magic power in their bodies and continuously supporting the maintenance of the spell. Plus, finally, the space in the sky was overwhelmed with a crackling sound. The bloodlight and sword light shattered instantly under the influence of space. The violent magic power and space power spread, such a terrifying power burst out, and the space would be annihilated. Marks McClown's pupils shrank, and he took a step back abruptly. At this moment, behind Marks McClown was a violent space crack. Merlin also felt the danger of space annihilation to herself, and at the same time escaped into the space crack. The moment Merlin escaped into the void, a complete chill suddenly appeared. What? Merlin turned around abruptly, and at this moment a golden holy sword glowing with horrible fluctuations passed in an instant. Fortunately, Merlin reacted in time, but the golden holy sword still struck Merlin's face and took away a trace of blood. Merlin felt the sharp pain on her face, and a wave of extreme anger surged into her heart, and Marks McClown attacked herself the moment he entered the crack in the space. It is important to know that the voids in the space cracks are extremely unstable existences in space. They use the space cracks to move by apparition. If anyone dares to attack in the void, especially now that the space is violently affected and fluctuated, it will wait until countless space storms and space blades are violent. Marks McClown smiled coldly in front of Merlin. Marks McClown dared to attack Merlin in the void. Naturally he had his own backing. After all, Marks McClown has a small world with his body, and his understanding of space power far exceeds that of Merlin. In addition, Marks McClown's strength has greatly increased. In the eyes of others, the extremely dangerous void is just a slightly dangerous place in front of Marks McClown. Merlin took a deep breath. He didn't have Marks I's understanding of space. He didn't dare to move in the void, so he could only quickly escape into the distance, and then tore the space crack back to reality again. Marks McClown did not launch any more offensives. After all, because of their offensive in reality, the void was filled with various space storms and space blades. The condensed golden holy sword is Marks I avoiding too many dangers. The highest ceiling is out of the attack. If there are more offensives indiscriminately, who knows how the void will change. Moreover, this kind of attack can't affect Merlin at all, and at most disturbs Merlin's mood. It is not worth the risk that Marks McClown takes anymore. Following the spatial fluctuations of Merlin, Marks McClown shredded the void again and escaped into reality. At this moment, Merlin was hung high above the sea with his full body of evil spirits, and the bloodstains on his face were slowly disappearing. Although Merlin didn't have the abnormal recovery ability of Marks McClown, it was still very powerful. However, Merlin was indeed affected by Marx McClown's golden sacred sword just now. The fact that Merlin and Marx McClown did not get the crushing effect was enough for Merlin's fire, and now it was even before Marx McClown was injured, and this point cannot be accepted by Merlin! Go to death obediently, Marx McClown. As soon as Marx McClown appeared, Merlin waved his magic wand, and the whole sea boiled, setting off a huge wave, rushing to Marx McClown. It's just a trick. Marx McClown didn't care about this huge wave at all. He just swiped it lightly, and the huge wave suddenly split into two, and it was cut apart. At this moment, Merlin's gloomy face suddenly appeared behind the huge wave. Endless the evil spirit and blood of Merlin fiercely emerged from within. The huge waves are just a cover, and Merlin actually hides behind the huge waves and attacks Marx. Chapter 1217 Use violence to make you shut up. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marx McClown's pupils shrank, and his other hand quickly raised, and the surging magical power surged out to form a magical barrier in front of Marx McClown. Boom! The evil spirits and blood rushed on the Marx magic barrier. The original solid magic barrier melted quickly under the corrosion of blood and the bite of the evil spirits, and turned into magic fragments to escape in the air. Marx McClown's face sank. Merlin still couldn't underestimate it, and actually took advantage of her emergence from the crack in the space to hit herself by surprise. Not enough. However, with such an offensive, he can be restrained. Merlin would have thought it was too simple, right? At the moment when Marx's magic barrier shattered, Merlin rushed towards Marx with countless souls and blood. Merlin laughed at Marx, who was close at hand. You contained me in the void. Could it be me? It can't be reproduced. Just as Merlin was about to touch Marx McClown suddenly smiled, as if mocking Merlin's stupidity. Do you think that I let you get close is something you are happy about? Marx McClown suddenly raised his fist and slammed a punch on Merlin's face. Boom! Merlin only felt that a huge force shattered half of his face, and the pain spread all over Merlin's body. Merlin shot into the bottom of the sea like a cannonball, exploding huge splashes of water. At this time, the blood and the wronged souls entangled, madly biting on Marx McClown's body. Marx McClown snorted, and the surging magic power burst out again. The surrounding blood and wronged souls were immediately shaken away, and they could no longer cause harm to Marx McClown. The magic wand in Marx McClown's hand turned into a golden holy sword, and with a slow wave, the golden light instantly dissipated all the blood and souls around him, and the dirty air suddenly cleared. The strength of Marx McClown's sex is also Marx McClown's trump card that cannot be underestimated. Merlin just ignored this point. If he wants to get some face back, then Marx McClown doesn't mind letting Merlin see what pain is. Hateful. The blood-colored figure slowly rose from the bottom of the sea, and Merlin was slammed by Marx McClown and the twisted half of his face slowly recovered, but the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth proved Merlin's embarrassment just now. Merlin's gloomy and icy eyes stared at Marx McClown, as if he could stare Marx McClown to death in this way. The 2 rounds of fighting completely angered Merlin. You irritated me completely. Damn bastard! Merlin shouted angrily. The blood chi escaped again, surrounded Marx McClown in the middle. The blood chi turned into a hideous face, and he was about to bite Marx McClown away. Marx McClown naturally wouldn't let his blood engulf him so easily. The golden holy sword in his hand burst out with extremely dazzling sword aura, and even the sea underneath was shot out of water holes directly to the seabed. I saw Marx struggling to slash, and the golden holy sword slashed down like an indestructible one. The bloody face and the golden holy sword aura collided with each other, forming a strong storm that instantly swept the entire sea. One after another huge tornadoes raged up, bursting out countless water vapor in the air. Marx's golden holy sword exerted its strength again. The sword aura slowly cut open the blood-colored face, and the sharp sword aura pierced the blood mist through thousands of choking holes. Merlin's body rose by a point once again, and he could even see the blood spattering from Merlin's body. The blood-colored face was like a solid body, biting the golden holy sword. The red and golden rays of light kept facing each other in the air, and Mark-Sai could no longer make the golden holy sword drop even one more point. Boom! The golden holy sword and the scarlet face finally couldn't bear the terrifying power, and they exploded. And the figures of Marx McClown and Merlin also shot out at the same time, straight into the bottom of the sea, and exploded a huge wind tunnel on the bottom of the sea, with countless seawater hanging on both sides. Only a huge hole like a whirlpool was empty in the middle. Marx McClown took a deep breath, immediately stepped on the bottom of the sea, and rushed into the air again. At the same time, Merlin's figure also climbed up, her cold and angry eyes staring at Marx McClown. "You bastard! You will only use your tongue, and then I will tell you to shut up." Marx McClown smiled faintly, and his body turned into a cannonball, breaking through the water mist in the sky, and shooting towards Merlin. The speed even made a sonic boom, and the air along the way squeezed crazily. Seeking flowers. Boom. Merlin was taken aback for a moment. Marx McClown had already rushed to Merlin, her fist raised high foretelling Marx McClown's upcoming action. Not good. Merlin immediately reacted, and a blood-colored magic barrier was immediately formed in front of Merlin. But in a hurry, Merlin's blood-colored barrier was not completed, and Marx McClown's fists containing surging magic power had already hit down heavily. Boom! With a loud noise, the blood-colored barrier in front of Merlin burst into countless cracks, spreading over the entire blood-colored barrier, and then burst into pieces. The defense under the hasty really couldn't resist Marx McClown's attack. Knowing that she couldn't avoid it, Merlin could only raise her strength, raised her fist in the same way, and bluntly hit Marx McClown with a punch. Boom! In any case, because of his half-human blood, Merlin's strength also surpassed that of human beings, but he was weaker than Marx McClown. Sure enough, under Mark-Sai's huge bombardment, Merlin couldn't resist at all, and shot into the seabed again. But at this time, the seawater poured in, submerging Merlin's entire body. This was the third time Marx McClown slammed Merlin into the seabed in a short period of time. Marx McClown knew that this kind of attack would not cause any injuries to Merlin at all, and it could even be said to have no effect at all. But Mark-Sai wanted to influence Merlin's mentality through this continuous crushing attack, making Merlin more angry and manic, so that Merlin would reveal his flaws and let Mark-Sai find a chance to defeat Merlin. However, the Merlin that shot into the sea floor did not appear, as if disappeared on the sea floor. Chapter 1218 The Ultimate Battle. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marx McClown hung in the air and waited quietly. He knew that Merlin was on the verge of running away now. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, the entire sea area suddenly boiled, and hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater suddenly rose up, and underneath it was the endless blood mist and the angry Merlin. Hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater rushed towards Mark-Sai, and even Mark-Sai felt a little frightened. Even Mark-Sai would be choked by this weight, and Merlin was really angry. Marx McClown's eyes narrowed, and the two magic wands were suddenly closed together, emitting an extremely dazzling golden light. A huge golden holy sword was condensed in Marx McClown's hand, facing hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater, slashing heavily. Boom. 250. The air was squeezed to burst, the space was torn into a series of space cracks, the violent space force swept out violently, the golden holy sword was cut on hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater, and then the whole seawater was forcibly divided for two. But at this moment, a huge blood skull burst out from the sea, shooting directly at Mark-Sai. Marx McClown's eyes condensed, and she didn't expect Merlin to still have a hand behind the sea, but if he thought that this would pose a threat to Marx McClown, then what Merlin thought was too naive. Marx McClown's wands in both hands suddenly separated, and he cast two powerful spells simultaneously with the wand in one hand. The double holy sword is revealed. Two golden holy swords were condensed on both sides of Mark's eye at the same time, piercing the blood skulls in midair, and the sharp blade seemed to be able to penetrate everything in the world. Even now that Merlin condensed the blood skulls, the two swords bombarded the blood skull, and countless hideous cracks suddenly appeared on the blood skull, which broke apart in an instant, as if there was no fighting power in front of the two golden holy swords in Mark's eye. Boom! After only a few breaths of stalemate, the blood skulls broke apart and turned into the sky of blood, revealing the hidden Merlin. Damn! Merlin's face was as deep as water at this time, and there was even a hint of shock in his eyes. As the battle continued, Marx McClown became more adept at controlling her own strength, and Merlin gradually realized that he would actually feel a kind of difficulty in fighting against Marx McClown. That's right, it's just hard work. This feeling shocked Merlin from the bottom of his heart. Has Marx McClown grown to this point? Can he still defeat Marx McClown? Merlin actually raised such a question in his heart. If it were placed in the past, Merlin would naturally not care. But now Merlin has to think about this issue carefully. Marx McClown is already a very difficult opponent in front of him. Opponents who will lose if they are negligent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It is impossible for something like this to happen. Marx McClown is just an ant. No matter how powerful it is only an ant. Merlin roared with exhaustion in his heart, as if this would restore Merlin's strong self-confidence in the past, and once again formed a crushing force on Marx McClown. But the facts were extremely cruel. Two golden holy swords with broken blood skulls pierced through the void and came to Merlin, crashing down. Boom! Merlin's figure plunged again and shot into the bottom of the sea for the fourth time. And this time, even if Merlin's powerful force was attacked by Mark's eye, he would definitely suffer some damage. Marx McClown's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could already feel that there was a great problem with Merlin's mentality. You must know that Mark's eye and Merlin are both in the category of level 9 magic power, and the strength of the magic power is not much different. In a pure magic power competition, it is impossible to tell which one will win. Marx McClown first constantly beats Merlin from the advantages of space comprehension, and then relies on the advantages of two-handed wands that are different from single-handed wands, slightly ahead of Merlin in terms of speed and power of spells, and also ahead of Merlin in quality of wands. However, these advantages are only advantages at their level, and it is difficult to say that they can be transformed into a winning position. After all, this advantage is relatively weak compared to their strength. But Mark's eye was in control of these small advantages, and it abruptly affected Merlin's mood in a short period of time, and then affected the quality of the battle between the two. Merlin, whose mental state was destroyed, was obviously hard to maintain in front of Mark's eye. The weak advantage, in the hands of Marx McClown, has slowly reversed to victory. Merlin surfaced again. At this time, Merlin no longer had the calmness of the past. A volcanic rage brewed on Merlin, and the anger that engulfed the world could erupt at any time. Marx McClown was not arrogant because of the upper hand he had occupied before. He knew that Merlin's mood was indeed affected or even destroyed, but it was impossible for people like Merlin to accept everything before. He will retaliate against Mark's eye frantically. This is the anger of Merlin that Mark's eye must endure before winning. Merlin stood quietly in the distance of Mark's eye, once again diffused with the blood mist. Mark's eye is no stranger to Merlin's method. This is Merlin's attack method, just like the golden holy sword is Mark's eye's attack method. But now these blood mists did not drift away, but slowly solidified on Merlin's body. The aura on Merlin's body became more stable and long-lasting. The blood mist solidified on Merlin's body into horny edges and corners, as if covering Merlin's body. A blood-red armor in general. Marx McClown frowned. He could feel that Merlin had become a little different from 3.8 to this time, and the threat to him was constantly increasing. The blood mist shrouded Merlin's face, making a hideous blood-colored mask, like an evil ghost. In an instant, The bloody storm surged out of Merlin and swept across the world. Marks McClown took a deep breath. How did Merlin say that he was an old monster who had survived for hundreds of years? It was normal to have a variety of methods, but Marks McClown didn't have the means to deal with it. P.S. It's been a long time since I ordered it all _3_ Chapter 1219 God Wants to Kill God. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ I saw a golden storm suddenly appear behind Marks McClown, and countless golden holy swords turned into wind blades in it, cutting the space in the storm and bringing out dark space cracks. And Marks McClown was surrounded by golden light. The golden light was Marks' armor, and the golden sword storm was Marks' weapon. In front of Marks', the world would lose its color. Merlin was silent, carrying the sky full of blood, and finally rushed towards Marks' like a volcanic eruption. Marks McClown carried the holy sword all over the sky, and the army charged. Rumbling. The space of this sea area collapsed in an instant, the sea was flooded, the bottom of the sea bounced and the sky was eclipsed, and the power of destruction filled everything, and all creatures died in the power of destruction, without exception. In the bloody storm, Merlin stepped on the bloodlight, the souls and golems appeared behind Merlin, occupying a broken world. In the golden sword storm, Marks McClown touched the holy sword, the mighty power of heaven and earth, and countless 12 golden swords swam behind Marks McClown, proudly occupying a broken world. Blood energy and sword light melt each other. Wrong soul and holy sword collide with each other. The violent evil power and the sacred power of heaven and earth bombard each other. Seeing back and forth high in the sky, the ultimate evil and the ultimate sacred fought a magnificent battle. Merlin and Marks did not give in, and they were bound to kill each other. If two people compete in a single round of strength, I am afraid that no one can do anything about it. After all, both of them are at the tyrannical level of 9th magic power. It is a great burden for both sides to distinguish between the winners and losers at this level, just like the two divine residences are average. God wants to kill God. It is also an extremely difficult task. The strength of the two can be maintained, but how can this space accommodate the terrifying power of the two? While the space was shattering, the balance of the whole heaven and earth had been broken. Tens of thousands of tons of sea water evaporated away, the air fled everywhere, and the seabed was torn to pieces. Even lava from the depths of the seabed continuously emerged, depositing in the earth's crust and swallowing sea water. The battle between Marks and Merlin had already destroyed the original laws of the entire world. Marks McClown frowned and scanned the surrounding environment, feeling an extremely threatening force. This threat was not brought by Merlin, but a threat brought by the fragmentation of space. It's no longer suitable for them to fight here. If they don't leave, the broken space will swallow them. Even if they have powerful power, they will feel deeply troubled. It's really troublesome, Marks McClown secretly said in his heart, but he couldn't help it. This is the shortcoming caused by too strong power. Marks McClown took a deep breath and escaped into the void again. Naturally, Merlin also felt the threat of space, and could only stare at Marks McClown fiercely, and escaped into the void likewise. The figures of the two of them disappeared, and the power left behind suddenly burst. Boom! A black light appeared in it, madly absorbing the violent power around it, like a small black hole, and under the small black hole, everything was absorbed and swallowed. And in the void, Space Storm and Space Blade were frantically tyrannical, cutting above the magic power in front of Marks McClown and Merlin. Neither of their magic powers could hinder the devouring of this power of space, and a lot of magic power was lost. Space swallowed. This time Marks McClown did not attack Merlin. Although Marks McClown has this ability, Merlin is not a stupid person. The last time he suffered a loss, he would naturally be prepared this time. Marks McClown did not intend to do such useless work again. After all, his goal of disturbing Merlin's mind had been achieved. Marks McClown stared at Merlin coldly, hummed coldly, and then tore the void away again. There was irony in Mlin's eyes. Indeed, Mlin was already prepared to face Marks McClown's attack in the void. If Marks McClown didn't open his eyes to attack Mlin, Mlin wouldn't mind letting Marks McClown see what it meant to be self-sufficient. Who knew that Marks McClown was so cautious, which made Mlin's preparations completely empty. Mlin also snorted coldly, following the traces of the space Marks I had left, tearing open the void and escaping from reality. At this time, the two of them were hanging high in the sky again, and things on the ground were similarly blurred with their eyesight. They could only barely see a huge city underneath. The two of them were probably in the sky above tens of thousands of meters up. Marks McClown understood that the strength of the two of them couldn't even bear the space. To reduce the impact on humans, it was not just as simple as going to uninhabited places, but must be around thousands of meters without anyone. Undoubtedly, high altitude is their best choice. Boom. The power of gold and blood appeared behind the two again, and the terrifying fluctuations brought by the ultimate power broke out violently in the sky above 10,000 meters. Marks McClown, Mlin and the others did not notice that the city under their feet was New York City in the United States. Originally, this was a sunny day of 3.13 million miles. The American people have not recovered from the previous tragedy in the United States. On this sunny day, many people have improved their mood a little and are coming out of the shadows. But at this moment, a bloody color suddenly spread to half of the sky, as if the end of the world had come. What happened again? God, please forgive us. Is it the end of the world? Many people screamed in horror when they saw this situation. They remembered the man who made the tragedy in the United States. The blood cult figure. Is that terrifying person back again? When many people were panicking, sharp-eyed people also discovered that before the blood, a sacred light shone on the ground, blocking the blood, leaving the entire sky still half occupied by golden light. It's Jesus. It is Jesus who is defending us against the invasion of the devil. Lord, you are finally willing to take action. Chapter 1220. Why did he do this? This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Some fanatical religious elements yelled in the city. Many Christians knelt down on the ground religiously and bowed to the golden light. No matter what they compared to the golden light, at least no one was willing to pray for the blood light. The blood and gold sky intertwined, forming a very beautiful color, reflecting the sky above the city. Tens of millions of people in the city knelt down on the ground, praying sincerely, creating an atmosphere of pilgrimage. However, this situation did not appear for long. Soon, blood and gold were entangled, and the whole sky seemed to be broken. Whether it was blood or gold, it turned black in the end, and all the clouds were shattered and turned into the sky. The rain washed down the city. First New York, then San Francisco, Hawaii, Tokyo, Japan, Shanghai, China. The same situation appeared in the sky one by one. The two colors of blood and gold occupied the entire sky, and then turned into black. The city was washed by endless rain. The footprints of Marks McClown and Mlin spread all over the world, and each collision destroyed the space of one side, and they could only constantly change the location of their hands. However, the victory and defeat between the two did not come to an end. Instead, it caused the whole world to explore this abnormality. Soon they discovered that this abnormality was precisely the battle between Marks I and Mlin that they were concerned about before. This news rejuvenated the entire world. Whether it was humans or wizards, many people thought that no one could resist Merlin, and that the era of Merlin's rule over the world was coming. Marks McClown is hailed as the last hope against Mlin, and he is not Mlin's opponent. This has been proven in terms of the strength gap between the two and the facts. But in the middle of not knowing what happened, Marks McClown actually gained the strength to confront Mlin. This is a real contending with Merlin and resisting Merlin for the whole world. Many people feel relieved by this news. The name Marks I has also become a representative of sacredness and resistance to evil. Hogwarts Square. Thousands of people gathered here. Everyone did not disperse. Most of them stared at the sky through the undercover Snape and the others ambushed in the military intelligence department. They already knew that Marks McClown's footprints in fighting with Merlin had spread all over the world. There was a hint of pride in their hearts. After all, Marks McClown was fighting with Merlin with their strength and faith. Sitting on the mound, Harry looked up at the sky, and asked Hermione beside him, "Hermione, do you think Mr. Marks can win?" Without hesitation, Hermione nodded firmly and said, "Of course, how could Merlin be Marks' opponent?" Harry nodded too, but at this time Harry seemed very worried and didn't know what he was thinking. Hermione glanced at Harry suspiciously, and said, "What are you thinking about, Harry? Don't you always trust Marks the most?" Harry frowned and said with a bitter face, "Of course I believe in Mr. Marks, but I always feel that Mr. Marks is weird this time. Why does Mr. Marks have to explain to the King of the Forbidden Forest and Lilith to protect us before taking it away? What?" Hermione wondered, "Is there any problem with this?" Harry raised his head slightly and said, "The only thing that can be dangerous to us is Merlin, who will take action against us. Lilith and the Lord of the Forbidden Forest have nothing to protect." Hermione was startled. She hadn't noticed this detail before, so she couldn't speak for a while. "I feel that this sentence is not to let the King of the Forest and Lilith protect us, but to take care of us." Harry's eyes dimmed and he lowered his head. Hermione's heart froze, and she hit Harry hard on the head with anger, and said angrily, "What are you talking about? You must be thinking too much." That's how it was said, but after Hermione finished playing Harry, she was also silent, and she also realized that something was wrong. Somewhere at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the figures of Marks McClown and Merlin reappear here. Really tenacious. You are also extremely tricky. They had fought against each other countless times before, but before their respective strengths defeated each other, the space collapsed, and this can only be the result of a deadlock. However, as the battle progressed, the two had a lot of understanding of each other's strength in their hearts. There was almost no difference between the two in the field of magic, and no one could achieve an advantage. However, in other aspects, Marks McClown is a lot ahead of Merlin. These are not particularly important advantages, but they can form a substantial gap between the two and gradually widen it. Merlin's face had changed from gloomy to ugly, and he knew in his heart that if the space couldn't bear the strength of the two, and let the two continue to fight, he could only lose. Marks McClown didn't know how to achieve the same level of magic strength as Marks McClown, plus Marks McClown's own powerful combat power. Merlin had to admit that he was no longer Marks McClown's opponent. While acknowledging this fact, Merlin was also planning in his heart. He wanted to defeat Marks McClown, basically an impossible thing, and even if the stalemate persisted, it would be an unacceptable consequence for Merlin. In Merlin's heart, so good as Zoe, the far was slowly changing, and this change catalyzed the idea that Merlin would die together. Marks, do you think this can trample me under your feet? Do you think that you can become the savior of the world? Do you think my Merlin is your stepping stone? This time, Merlin didn't call the blood mist out again, but stood high in the air, lowering his head slightly, as if thinking about something. Seeing Merlin's strange movement, Marks McClown couldn't help but frown. Marks McClown also didn't release the golden holy sword, but also stood high in the sky, looking at Merlin faintly. Chapter 1221, The Ship Crossing Space. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marks McClown's chances of winning this stalemate are great, so Marks McClown is not in a hurry. Just as Merlin said, absolute strength trumps all means, and Marks McClown didn't care what Merlin wanted to do. Marks McClown, you are really a stupid person, do you know? Merlin slowly raised his head. The expression in his eyes actually softened. Marks McClown snorted inconspicuously. He was not so naive. He was deceived by Merlin's eyes. Merlin said slowly, "Do you think my goal is to rule this useless world? What is the meaning of this world to me?" Marks McClown frowned slightly, and did not answer Merlin's words. "Tell you the truth, Your guesses about me are always wrong. Merlin laughed and said, I have nothing to do with this waste world. I just want to cross the new world on the spaceship boat. Marx McClown raised his brows and hesitated. A boat that crosses space. Merlin slowly nodded and said, McClowns, it's the boat that crosses the space, which is the so-called outer meteorite in your body. Marx McClown's eyes narrowed. McClown 407 didn't really know the origin of the meteorite cloud in his body, but knew that this meteorite was definitely not a simple thing, and could even trigger a systematic directional extraction. Plus. But Marx McClown didn't expect that Merlin would actually say that this alien meteorite is a boat that crosses space. What is a boat that crosses space? Do you want to use it to cross any world? With more and more doubts surrounding Marx McClown's heart, Marx McClown couldn't help accentuating his tone. Merlin laughed loudly and said, That's why I said you are stupid, Marx. You carry the most precious thing in the whole world, but you think it is just a useless meteorite, and your stupidity is no one can match. Marx McClown took a light breath, squinted her eyes to restore her calm mood, but did not answer Merlin's words. He knew that since Merlin had thrown up this topic, he was definitely not aiming for nothing. That is the arc across the world, that is the key to open the door to the new world, that is the symbol of new hope. Merlin's eyes stared fiercely, and he roared hoarsely, as if he had entered a state of madness. Marx McClown frowned when she looked at Merlin, who looked crazy now. It was the first time he saw Merlin show such an expression after fighting for so long, and this expression made Marx McClown feel chill from the bottom of his heart. Marx McClown knew that Merlin had already known the strength gap between him and his own in the hands of the fight, and if the struggle continued, the defeated person must be Merlin. This kind of power gap will inevitably make Merlin feel a huge psychological gap, which will cause Merlin to make dangerous behaviors desperately. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing for Marx McClown. Do you know, Marx? Actually you are really not worth it. Not worth it at all. Merlin sneered, her blooded eyes fixed on Marx McClown, and said, The world you are guarding is just a broken, useless, and trash world. Why do you want to guard such a vulgar and incompetent world? In comparison, the power of the other world is undoubtedly more advanced. That is what is worth pursuing by those who stand on top of the world. You can feel the amazing effects of meteorites from the outer world, right? Suddenly, Merlin stepped forward and approached Marx McClown step by step, the expression on his face becoming more and more enthusiastic. Marx McClown, listen to me. Join hands with me. Don't you just want this world? Then I will give this world to you. You are the lord of the world. Together, we can open the door to a new world. You to command the world. I command the new world. Psi world. How great. Marx McClown's face sank and said, Merlin, that's enough. Don't have your daydreams anymore. Crazy people like you are simply not suitable for ruling the world. You will only cause more people to suffer pain and disasters. I've lived long enough, and it's almost time to go to hell. The enthusiasm on Merlin's face faded a little, and the steps towards Marx McClown had stopped at the same time. He looked at Marx McClown in surprise, as if he couldn't believe what Marx McClown said. Marx McClown, you have such strength. Why are you so stupid? Why? Merlin suddenly roared, glaring at Marx. Obviously there is a brand new world waiting for us to open up, waiting for us to conquer. Why do you still remember this old world? You are really stupid. A fierce color flashed in Merlin's eyes and angrily said, Sure enough, you should go to hell for me. Marx McClown's pupils shrank, and he could feel the extreme killing intent in Merlin's eyes. In the past, Merlin had often shown such eyes to Marx McClown, but this time Merlin's eyes full of killing intent were different from the past. This time, Merlin was determined to kill Marx McClown even if he gave everything to himself. And everything about Merlin, of course, also includes Merlin's life. Merlin is desperate. Wow! Marx McClown's figure retreated violently, even though he had a certain advantage against Merlin. But if Merlin tried all he could to fight Marx McClown with his life, even Marx McClown could not guarantee that he would survive safely. Merlin exudes the ultimate bloody air. with scattered hair and no wind, frantically swaying behind Merlin's head. At this time, Merlin is like a messenger from hell, who wants to reap the lives of everyone in the world. Marx McClown's pupils shrank sharply, and he could feel the terrifying power fluctuations rippling through Merlin's body. Merlin actually burned everything about himself, prompting him to explode more powerful and terrifying power than ever before. Such a sudden surge of power will weaken Merlin for a long time, and even make Merlin's power plummet, but at the cost of this, Merlin has now gained supreme power to sanction Marx I. Merlin wanted Marx McClown to regret his actions, and let Marx McClown pay the price of his life for his actions that offended Merlin. Chapter 1222, Supernova Big Bang. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _blood curse blood sacrifice. Merlin's whole body was stained with blood, like a blood man, suspended between heaven and earth. Countless blood erupted from Merlin's body and turned into a rain of blood, whizzing and spinning around Merlin. The world shivered under the terrifying power of Merlin, as if not daring to be an enemy of this demon _. Come on Marx I want you to die, I want you to die, I want you to die. Merlin looked like a madman, roaring at Marx I. The sound wave even shattered a large area of space, revealing a violent void scene. Marx McClown now has no choice. As long as he can withstand this attack from Merlin, then Merlin will never become a threat to him, nor will it become a nightmare for the world. But once he can't resist Merlin's attack, everything will be destroyed by Merlin, including the people and things Marx McClown cares about. I won't let you succeed. Facing Merlin's crazy roar, Marx McClown just responded faintly. He carried everyone's hope on his shoulders, and was responsible for the safety of all those who loved him and those he loved. Marx I, there is also no way to go back. I need a supreme magic that can resist this trick. Marx McClown took a deep breath, and now his magical power composition, at the highest apex, were Holy Sword revealed and opening the world. Relatively speaking, opening the world is slightly more powerful than Holy Sword revealed in terms of absolute power, but in comparison, Holy Sword revealed consumes reasonable and sufficient power, and has multiple variants of magic, and various combat methods. Therefore, Marx I used Holy Sword revealed more often, whether it is dual sword revealed or sacred sword revealed. Broken steel. The power is chasing the open world, but these powerful magics seem to be slightly insufficient in the face of Merlin's desperate fight. In the final analysis, even though opening the world is Marx I's strongest magic, it is essentially a shaking and destroying magic, not a form of direct attack, so it cannot fully exert its full power in a head-on duel. Therefore, Marx I desperately needs a true ultimate magic, enough to achieve the ultimate destruction beyond everything. Fortunately, after the magic power has been raised to the 9th level realm that can be called a living god, I have gradually got a clue, and it is getting clearer. Marx McClown was meditating in his heart. His strongest power now is this level 9 magic power, so of course he must start from this point. And Marx I's past self created magic, whether it is Mjolnir or Eternal Sharp Spear, are all taken from the meaning of divine artifacts in myths and legends. Even if it is the Holy Sword revealed, it is finally after Marx I understands the true Holy Sword intent in history, and then merges into it, so that the Holy Sword revealed can evolve to the present level and become a magic that exceeds the limit of magic. So this time, Marx I will do the same thing. What is the most powerful scene of destruction in this world and this universe? There is no doubt that it is the end of that star, the Big Bang of the supernova. At the moment of the explosion, the sum of light that surpasses all the planets in the universe will be produced, which can illuminate the entire universe in an instant. The explosion of a supernova is such a horror, and Marx I wants to simulate the destruction in it and integrate it with magic power. Supernova explosion. Between the lightning and the fire, Marx McClown chanted a new curse, and all the fluctuations around him were immediately converged in his body by Marx McClown. Marx McClown seemed to be an ordinary person with no magical fluctuations, hanging in the sky. Boom! Merlin's violent bloody storm suddenly shredded the entire space, and a large piece of space fragments shattered and melted. Void and violent space storms and space blades swept out, violent sweeping everything, and at the same time, it was overwhelming to the cloud knight. Shrouded over. Ha 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 ha. Have you finally given up the useless resistance? Mark's sigh. Merlin laughed wildly. Seeing Marx McClown didn't make any movements, she would be swept into the void by Merlin's violent power. The most terrible Big Bang in the entire universe is the most primitive Big Bang that created the universe. Therefore, to create an explosion that exceeds the limit, I need an infinitely small singularity to use my own huge magic power to do my best. The madness is compressed into an infinitely small point. Faced with such an attack from Lin, Marx McClown slowly closed his eyes and relaxed, as if he had removed all defenses. Suffer Mark's eye. Lin shouted angrily. The blood-cult power gathered by countless blood swept across the sky, carrying endless space fragments and violent void power, and swept towards Mark's eye. At this moment, a small purple light spot appeared on Marx McClown's chest. Although the purple light spot is small, it contains all the power Mark's eye has felt, and it always affects the power of heaven and earth. Gotta gamble. Marx McClown lifted his wand in both hands slightly, and the small purple light spot was lifted up by Marx McClown. It seemed like a dull movement, but it had exhausted all Marx McClown's strength. Marx McClown's face instantly turned pale, and his body couldn't lift up with half of the strength. This is the latest and strongest spell I have learned after breaking through the magic power. Let you try it out. The next moment, the violent space storm of the void was instantly swallowed into the tiny purple light spots above Marx McClown's head, and even the violent blood-cult power of Merlin was also swallowed. All power was just floating clouds in front of the purple light spots above Marx McClown's head. What? As if the sun was shining on the ice and snow, the blood-cult power quickly melted away, and the blood-cult power condensed through the exhaustion of Merlin's painstaking efforts. The purple light spot in front of Mark's eye quickly collapsed. How could this happen? Merlin stared at the blood-red eyes, staring at the purple light spot on Marx McClown's head. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 1223 Dao seeking automatic subscription. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. This is because he is constantly compressing his magic power, so has my attack been absorbed and compressed together. Merlin only felt dizzy for a while, as if even his soul was going to be swallowed in. Damn it. It shouldn't be like this. Merlin retracted his eyes, but the next moment, in his surprised eyes, the purple light suddenly stopped moving. Sure enough, this trick hasn't been completed yet. The last step of the outbreak is lacking. Marx McClown gritted her teeth. At this moment, Merlin had seized the opportunity, and the blood-red figure slammed, suddenly and quickly approached the weak Marx McClown. Merlin saw the weakness of Marx McClown's body after casting this spell. Merlin's last killer move was not this bloody power, but his own 307 power. He wants to take advantage of Mark's eye's weakness and kill Mark's eye. Wow! Marx McClown watched Merlin, who was coming quickly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Merlin's final killer move would be him. At this perfect time, Marx McClown couldn't avoid Merlin's next close encounter. Boom! Killed. Is it going to end like this? Suddenly, the whole world seemed to stagnate, and Merlin's blood-red figure stagnated a few meters in front of Mark's eye. Marx McClown could even clearly see Merlin's eyes full of murderous intent, but these eyes lost a bit of agility at this time, stalemate for a moment, and everything around them also stagnated in place. The space storm turned into countless ice sculptures hanging in the void, and the sharp space blades also turned into a crescent moon densely distributed high in the sky. Mark's eye exhausted all his strength and condensed out purple spots of light shining extremely bright light, constantly swallowing with bloody power, but the same stagnant in place. Time seems to pause in this moment. Marx McClown looked at everything in front of him in surprise. looking quite at a loss. He didn't know why the void in front of him would make such a change. Suddenly, a soft white light radiated from Mark-Sai's body. Mark-Sai felt this soft and familiar white light before he suddenly realized that this was the effect of the meteorite in his body. However, why does the meteorite from Danhua suddenly play the role of time at this time? Before Marx McClown thought about it, two familiar figures appeared in front of Marx McClown. The two smiled on their old faces, looking at Marx McClown lovingly, as if looking at the most precious thing in the world. Xiao McClown, you have to come on. I believe you can beat him. Marx Fan smiled and hugged Marx Sixuan, looking at Marx McClown lovingly. Xiao, you are the pride of our whole family, and the treasure of our whole family. Marx Sixuan smiled and nodded to Marx McClown, just like Marx McClown encouraged Marx McClown when he was a child. Marx McClown looked at the two people in front of him in shock, and couldn't help muttering, Dad, Mom. Marx Fan and Marx Sixuan stared at Marx McClown with a smile, and then slowly disappeared, leaving Marx McClown with a look of astonishment. Mr. Marx, you are my idol. You must cheer. A familiar voice rang from behind Marx McClown. Marx McClown turned her head abruptly, and Harry smiled at Marx McClown with a familiar smile. Marx McClown, you can definitely win. I have always believed it. Hermione stood beside Mark-Sai pretty lively, her eyes full of love. I believe you too, Mark-Sai. Janku walked past Mark-Sai with a smiling face, staring at Mark-Sai all the time. Big brother Mark-Sai, you won't let me down. Astoria bounced around Mark-Sai's arm, as cute as a kitten. Marx McClown, defeat Merlin. Pansy's always stern face showed a rare smile, and said half according to Marx McClown. Marx McClown looked at the figures constantly appearing next to him, and did not react to what was going on for a while, and could only passively accept the words of these people. A pair of thick hands suddenly rested on Mark-Sai's shoulders, and Snape's stiff face appeared in front of Mark-Sai. Snape watched Mark-Sai's eyes and slowly said, you are the smartest student I have taught, and so are you. My proudest student, defeat Merlin. Marx McClown was startled slightly. He actually saw a smile on Snape's face with the zombie face. What a rare thing. You are not only my proudest student, but also our proudest student at Hogwarts. I am proud of you, Marx McClown. McGonagall also appeared in front of Mark-Sai, with a kind smile on his face. Marx McClown stepped forward unconsciously, and every step she took, a person Marx McClown knew appeared and said something to Marx McClown. Lilith, Lord of the Forbidden Forest, Flitwick, Madame Pomfrey. One after another appeared in front of Marx McClown, smiling and saying encouraging words to Marx McClown. Marx McClown stared at the people who appeared in front of him. From the initial panic, to now he gradually settled down. Each face symbolizes a certain period of his life. With these people passing by, Marx McClown seems to be reminiscing about his life. Marx McClown, you are the only person in the whole world who can beat me. I admit your excellence. You and I are the same kind of person or even better than me. You can't be defeated by that kind of innocent things. He must be defeated. Otherwise, wouldn't even I be insulted? A young and handsome guy appeared in Mark-Sai. Facing this rather unfamiliar face made Marx McClown Y4.6 slightly startled. This face vaguely resembles a person in Marx McClown's impression, and the evil spirit revealed on his face makes Marx McClown sure of this person. Identity. Voldemort in his youth. Marx McClown smiled slightly and continued to stride forward. As expected, Voldemort also slowly disappeared beside Marx McClown. Marx McClown, Merlin is a more threatening person than Voldemort. He can even destroy the entire world. You must defeat him. An old voice sounded. Marx McClown narrowed his eyes slightly, and turned his head to see the vicissitudes of life. Chapter 1224 Carry everything, cross everything. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't look particularly old at this time. His face was ruddy and he looked at Marx McClown with vigor, just like the kind principal who welcomed them in the school auditorium when Marks McClown was just entering school. Marks McClown smiled, and then strode forward. The road seemed to have come to an end. Marks McClown saw familiar faces, and even King Arthur, who had appeared in the fantasy world before, appeared in front of Marks McClown. But King Arthur didn't say anything, just looked at Marks' eye with a smile. "Hey!" Marks McClown took the last step, bringing her feet together, staring at the familiar person in front of her. Merlin. Unexpectedly, when Marks McClown reached the end, it was Merlin who appeared in front of him. However, the Merlin at this time was very young, completely different from the terrifying Merlin who was like a Gorify, and now, the Merlin in front of Marks' eye exuded a kind of wisdom, like a rare wise man in the world. This is the young Merlin that Marks McClown encountered in the fantasy world. Merlin looked at Marks McClown with a smile and said, "You are my best comrade in arms." Merlin's face suddenly dimmed, and his eyes even revealed a little desire, and said, "So please kill it and let me sleep well." Marks McClown was startled, but she didn't expect Merlin to say such a thing. However, before Marks McClown could react, the Merlin in front of him changed drastically, and countless blood was covered. With a panic on his face, Merlin stretched out his hand desperately, as if he wanted Marks McClown's rescue. But when the hand stretched out to normal, Merlin was covered in blood. Only the revealed eyes were still staring at Marks McClown, revealing urgent requests and helplessness, and then was soaked in blood, and the tragic bloody air surged. Everything around it shattered like a mirror, a violent space storm raged, and the blade of space cut everything that hindered it. The blood-colored light overwhelmed the sky and was swallowed by the ablation, and the endless destructive energy destroyed everything. Marks McClown looked at Merlin, who wanted him to violently attack, but the corner of his mouth slowly revealed a smile. "It's over, Merlin." Marks McClown took a deep breath and stared at Merlin in front of him. He didn't take any action, as if he had lost the ability to resist, waiting for Merlin's final attack. Merlin roared frantically, and the blood-red claws were about to grab Marks McClown's heart. In his opinion, Marks McClown, who tried his best to use the last card, would not have any resistance. And just as the bloody claws of Merlin were about to approach Marks McClown, the tiny purple light spots suddenly shot out and penetrated Merlin's body. "Huh?" Merlin trembled and looked at the position of his heart in disbelief. There was a huge blood hole pierced there. The purple power was stained on his body, madly dissolving the blood in his body. Plus, although this trick still lacks the last step of the explosion, it can't really be completed. Marks McClown smiled with a win-winner, but after shrinking into a singularity, he already has enough power. Magic is not. There is only one way to use it. I don't believe it. This is impossible. Merlin shouted angrily, but nothing could hinder the dying vitality in Merlin's eyes. "How can you beat me? Obviously, you were not my opponent before. I am your despair." As soon as the voice fell, Merlin's vitality suddenly rose, and the disappearance of vitality unexpectedly rose back. He was actually trying to absorb Marks McClown's vitality. It's really tenacious. It seems that this method still can't eliminate you tenaciously. But when I was in this crisis, I finally grasped the feeling of the last step of this magic trick. Marks McClown showed a solemn expression, but then smiled faintly again. He felt that the time had come, and he had fumbled the last point in his hands. "What do you want to do?" Merlin looked at Marks' eye in horror. This was the first time he had this feeling in his life. "Even if you are my despair." Marks McClown looked at Merlin firmly, but behind the despair, hope is bound to usher supernova Big Bang. The next moment, Merlin screamed fiercely. His blood-colored body was quickly melted by the purple light, and at this moment, the purple light suddenly burst open, and the whole world suddenly collapsed. Boom! The terrifying power of the void also burst out, showing a formidable power, and the violent power of the void finally showed a hideous face. The power erupting from the purple light spot melted the bloody storm, but the power of the surging space that followed immediately swallowed everything. Everything is crushed and crushed in this space force. Merlin's body slowly drifted away, but his eyes were always staring at Marx McClown, with various complex expressions in his eyes, ranging from anger, unwillingness, resentment, and even regret. Just as Merlin's body was about to fall into the violent and tyrannical power of the void, a hint of mockery appeared at the corners of Merlin's mouth, as if she was saying something. Marx McClown narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could see what Merlin said at the last moment. "I'm dead. You can't live either." Marx McClown watched Merlin fall, and the power of the void immediately swallowed Merlin's whole person. In the face of this terrifying power of void space, even Merlin would definitely not survive. "If you want me to die, I don't know if I can do it." Marx McClown's icy voice echoed in the void, clearly speaking to Merlin. The blood-red figure in the space storm trembled suddenly, and was instantly wiped out by 373. The violent amount of space that swept through the Met rushed to Mark's eye. At this time, Mark's eye had done his best to deal with Merlin. At this time, there was no power fluctuation in his body. Let alone Mark's eye today. Even Mark's eye in its heyday fell into this kind of predicament, may not necessarily be able to escape. How can the power of the void be resisted by manpower? Marx McClown stared at everything in front of her. She couldn't help showing her eye smile. Her meager magic burst out, forming a defense. This kind of defense can't resist the power of the violent space at all, but it is better to have a defense than nothing. As for how much effect it can play, it is unknown. Marx McClown couldn't help but cast his gaze to the place where Merlin disappeared. Merlin is indeed a lunatic. He should have made up this idea long ago. When the space collapses and falls, the void will have to fight Mark's eye to the end. No matter who wins or loses, the void will swallow the victor. Good way. Just when Marx McClown closed his eyes and was about to wait for the space storm to come, a soft light shone again from Marx McClown, which was the light of a meteorite outside the sky. Jerky and profound power fluctuations emerged from Mark's eye, and everything around him was suddenly distorted. The power emerging from Marx McClown collided with the space power that was swallowed, forming a more terrifying turbulence of time and space, swallowing Marx McClown in. Immediately afterwards, everything disappeared and the world returned to peace. Chapter 1225. The Demon Marshal's Test. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ When Marx McClown regained consciousness again, the shattered space had disappeared without a trace, and even the wounds on his body that had been torn out by the turbulent flow of time and space were recovering at super high speed under the self-healing skills. With bright lights in front of him, Marx McClown raised his eyes and looked at the tower not far away, not knowing where he was caught by the turbulence of time and space. Okay. In the corridor on the top floor of a teaching building, a tall and sturdy figure paused, and his steps slowly came to a stop. This is an old man who seems to be over 100 years old, but looking at the entire clock tower, no one dares to breathe in front of this old man. This is of course because Zelrich is so impressive that it is one of the only 5 magicians in the world, and this name alone is enough for everyone in the clock tower to walk around him. Except for lecturers and leaders in major families, none of the students of the clock tower wanted to be such a master. After all, in the clock tower, becoming a disciple of Zelrich and being turned into a waste basically meant the same thing. At this time, Zelrich frowned habitually, staring in one direction. It was, with his strength, even if he didn't deliberately do anything, it was enough to perceive the situation within a few miles. And just in that moment, there was an extra stranger in the school building without him noticing it. Moreover, the coming man has unfathomable strength. If such an evaluation can appear in the mind of Zelrich, known as the Jewel Wang, it basically means that the lecturers and monarchs of the clock tower alone cannot help this mysterious man. These powerful men visit the clock tower at this time, don't they? Put his Zelik in his eyes. It's not that he is overconfident, but there are not many people in this world who dare to provoke him. Zelik felt upset at the same time, but at the same time he felt a little uneasy. This breath really surprised him. I want to see who the hell is. Zelrich's eyes condensed slightly, and he stretched out his right hand in that direction. intending to test it. However, at the moment when he stretched out his right hand, the magic power in his body has not yet surged, and a cold line of sight looked over here, as if he had already discovered his existence, his actions and even his purpose. And that line of sight came from Mark's eye. With Mark's eye's mental power that is almost against the sky, he can clearly know who is paying attention to him in a radius of 1 kilometer without even deliberately controlling. Plus, what? This discovery made Zellik froze instantly, a cold sweat on his forehead. Where is this person sacred? He has been discovered by the other party before he even used his magic power. This is impossible. This is almost all the subconscious thoughts in Zelrik's mind. It can be said that in this world, there is absolutely no person who can detect the movement of his gem in advance. Realizing this, Zelrich frowned. This person appeared out of thin air and possessed such a powerful mental power. After pondering for a moment, he didn't try to test this person anymore, but turned around and disappeared into the void while breathing. The second method, one of the only 5 magics in the world, allows Jewel Wang to walk freely in multiple parallel worlds while maintaining his identity. Zelrich wanted to see what the origin of this stranger appeared out of nowhere. If it is more dangerous to test directly, then he can completely rely on the observation of parallel time and space to confirm the stranger. On the other side, Marks McClown frowned, too, disappeared. When that person's gaze just noticed this side, Marks McClown already knew. I thought that person would make a move, but he just disappeared like this, and even his mental power couldn't find the trace of this person leaving. Student. When Marks McClown thought about it, a voice suddenly remembered by his side. Marks McClown put away the mental power of investigating and looked at it, and found that it was a man with yellow hair and blue eyes, wearing a dark blue robe, with a notebook in his hand that kept scattered black. The misty book and the look in people's eyes made Marks McClown inexplicably unhappy. The person here is Kenneth Elmero Arkipulad, the genius lecturer of the clock tower. It's time for the students to go back to the dormitory building. Although the person in front of him exudes an atmosphere similar to that of a magician, that one the face is strange. Diaresis, who are you? Kenneth asked with a frown, closing the book in his hand. Before Marks McClown could speak, Kenneth reacted quickly. There was no magic circuit in the man before him. This means that he cannot be a magician, let alone a student of the clock tower. Really? How can ordinary people come here? Trouble. Kenneth supported his forehead, and used hints to erase his memories. Really? Why did he always encounter such troubles? Marks McClown frowned. Ordinary people? It seems that this world is a little different from what he imagined. Where is this place? Marks McClown asked. Kenneth sneered, where you shouldn't be. After that, he raised his hand to face Marks McClown, staring at him with both eyes, and said, order you in the name of Arkipulad, forget everything you saw just now. Magic does not exist. Goodzao. After half a second, doesn't exist, Marks McClown said with a sneer. Are you sure? Wanting to use this kind of low-level hypnotism on him is simply whimsical. Kenneth's eyes widened and looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. As one of the 12 monarchs of the clock tower, he couldn't even hypnotize an ordinary person. Of course, if he knew Jewel Wang's opinion, he would definitely not be so naive. How can that be? Kenneth couldn't accept the dramatic scene before him. Chapter 1226 Overpowering. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Kenneth can be sure that there is no magic circuit in this person, but his hypnosis has failed. It can be said that this is almost the first time since Kenneth grew up that hypnosis has failed. The most incredible thing is that the other party is actually an ordinary person in his eyes. Kenneth's voice is definitely familiar to most students, especially at this moment when he hears such an incredible shout. Many students still around are somewhat suspicious of their ears. In a few seconds, there were many students watching the excitement around them. Kenneth rarely cares about them at this time. A mere ordinary person, how could my hypnotism fail? Who the hell are you? Kenneth would never think that his hypnosis was ineffective, so the problem must lie with the person in front of him. Me? Just an ordinary person, Marks McClown said, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still cold. Hearing the conversation between the two, there was an uproar around them. Their thoughts were clearly united with Kenneth. And an ordinary person who was not even a magician made Kenneth's hypnosis invalid. This is almost equivalent to a last son killing a crown. However, Kenneth became excited again after the shock. Ordinary people also have anomalies, maybe it's just that they haven't noticed them, and such anomalies have the greatest value. Of course it was lying in his research room. Since you are here, don't leave. You will stay with me forever, Kenneth exclaimed with a wide-eyed smile. That smile is so crass. Want to keep me? Then we have to see if you have that ability. From beginning to end, Marks McClown didn't even change his eyes. This attitude made the smile on Kenneth's face even more distorted. Go with. A ball of fist-sized mercury flew out of Kenneth's pocket, which instantly turned into a long arrow and flew towards Mark's eye at a rapid speed. Boom! The long arrow landed suddenly, but it didn't fall on Mark's eye's body as everyone imagined. Instead, it fell to the ground between the two, smashing a big hole. The teacher made a mistake. There was a chatter around me. Impossible, Teacher Kenneth is a real genius. Then ... What's the situation? Amid the astonishment of the audience, the smoke between the two gradually dispersed, and there was a huge hole on the ground, and there were countless rubble beside it. At the bottom of the hole was a squirming mass of mercury. That is Kenneth's favorite magic dress, moon spirit liquid. But it didn't cause any harm to Marks McClown. How ... How could it be possible? Among the benefits, only Kenneth, who was playing with his hands, knew best. His moon spirit marrow liquid didn't even have time to touch that person, and was blocked by an unusually powerful mental force. Obviously there is no magic circuit. How can it be possible to have such a strong mental power? Why, don't you want to do it? Marks McClown was standing on the edge of the big hole at this time. The hole that was bombarded by the moon spirit liquid came to an abrupt end as if it had touched a hard wall, so everyone could clearly see that in their eyes ordinary people didn't even take a step back. It can be said that Kenneth has lived for so many decades and this is the first time he has encountered this situation. The surrounding discussion slowly lowered again, and many eyes gathered on Kenneth. How would this man, who was hailed as a genius lecturer by the clock tower, one of the 12 monarchs, deal with this situation? Overwhelming. Kenneth quickly concealed his surprise, and said, I want to see how long you can last. Overweight? Who is overwhelming? Marks McClown sneered twice in his heart. Since this person is so confident, then he doesn't mind giving him a lesson. No one taught you never to underestimate your opponent? Marks McClown's eyes condensed, watching the squirming mercury not far below his feet start to move again, and immediately controlled his mental power to change into a circle around him. Seeking flowers. Middle dot. 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 This circle happened to surround Kenneth. Of course, Kenneth was the only one. Only you? Kenneth still didn't pay attention to the person in front of him. But soon, he realized that the person in front of him was definitely not just an ordinary person. Marks McClown's spiritual power flooded towards Kenneth, but the others around him couldn't feel it at all. Even if someone was standing next to Kenneth at this time, they couldn't feel Kenneth's pain at this moment. That mental power is like a gravitational force falling from the sky, right above his head. The more he resists, the greater the pressure. Originally, the moon spiritual marrow liquid had already turned into a long whip in midair, but everyone was surprised to see that the whip turned into a ball of mercury before it could be swung, and at first sight it had lost its magical support. What happened to the teacher? Among the onlookers there is no shortage of students from Kenneth, who was surprised to find that his lecturer was sweating. Wow, look at Kenneth. The people around responded quickly. That's right. At this time Kenneth seemed to have been crushed. Kenneth also wanted to raise his hand, staring at people not far away. If the expression in his eyes could kill people, then Marks McClown might be in a different place now. Unfortunately, the eyes cannot kill. On the contrary, it can irritate people. Even though Marks McClown is not such a joyful person, it is uncomfortable for someone to stare at him with such a staring look that he can't wait to smash himself. So Marks McClown planned to teach him a little lesson. Not bad. I still have strength, Marks McClown whispered softly, while raising his foot to walk towards Kenneth. Chapter 1227 Humiliate Kenneth. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Every time Marks McClown takes a step forward, the pressure from Marks McClown's mental power on Kenneth's body becomes heavier. Although he can't use a magic, even if he has no magic circuit at all, his mental power alone is far from what the person in front of him can contend. Plus, at this time, the people around were even more surprised, because they obviously couldn't feel the aura of magic attack from the stranger, but the aura on Kenneth's body disappeared a little bit visible to the naked eye. Even every step that person took, the sweat on Kenneth's head grew, so that when Marks McClown walked in front of Kenneth, he finally under the eyes of everyone, he fell down. Oh my god, that's Kenneth. Before Kenneth had made a sound since 327. There were bursts of gasping noises around him. Kenneth, the dignified 12 monarchs, was actually frightened. Kenneth himself was really aggrieved. Under such terrifying spiritual pressure, he didn't even have room to resist. And his opponent is someone who doesn't even have a magic circuit. Kenneth only felt that probably the face he should be ashamed of in this life was lost here. Not satisfied, Marks McClown looked at him condescendingly, his eyebrows slightly raised. He had just arrived in this world and hadn't figured out anything yet. There was a person who wanted to test him, and another person who could not erase his memory just started it. Why is it that people in this world are particularly warlike? Marks McClown said that he was himself, and it was really easy to cause all kinds of troubles. You wait. For a long time, Kenneth gritted his teeth and popped out 3 words. The funny thing is that others were anxious to say harsh words before they got up. Those expressions, I don't know, thought Kenneth was standing at this time, and the one who fell on the ground was what about Marks? Waiting for you. Why? Does he look like the kind of person who sits in his spare time and waits for someone to come to him? Marks McClown ignored Kenneth on the ground and looked up and saw that there were more and more people watching. On the one hand, he hasn't understood the rules of magic in this world, because it was obvious that Kenneth used magic power, but Marks McClown has more magic power, but he can't use magic. There are so many things that need to be studied and understood, and he really has no intention of fighting with him here, although this Kenneth can't beat himself. On the other hand, Marks didn't want to be so eye-catching when she first came. Plus, when Marks McClown was thinking, Kenneth was even more depressed. He couldn't even move his fingers under the heavy pressure, but Marks McClown didn't seem to pay attention to him at all. In that way, it seemed like walking in a leisurely courtyard. He didn't even look at Kenneth, but he was still looking around. Damn it, Kenneth cursed. But he had forgotten that Marks McClown could easily press him to the ground, not relying on the huge magic power in his body, but mental power. With such a strong spiritual power, how could you miss Kenneth's complaint? Then, what? This scream was like being squeezed out of Kenneth's lungs. I saw that the piece of ground Kenneth had originally supported with both hands was now cracked, and the crack spread to Kenneth's feet before stopping. It is estimated that if Marks increases his strength a little bit, Kenneth will fall. Going underground. Oh my god, what the hell happened to this? I don't know. I can't feel what that person did to the teacher at all. People around me almost all reacted the same at this time. Shock. But what did Marks McClown think of the magic circuit? Why do you sound so familiar? With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment, and then stared at Kenneth on the ground. This very familiar big lemon head. This is the Moon World, Jewel Weng, Kenneth, Magic Circuit, Clock Tower. All of this, What is it if it's not a moon world? Marx McClown's heart is clear, although he is still a little unbelievable, but the fact is that he has no choice. Forget it today, Kenneth. We will have a period later. Marx McClown said with his head lowered. Although magic can be used, and magic power can be used, Marx's powerful and mental power are still unaffected. After saying this, Marx McClown directly turned around, slightly bent. His feet slammed on the ground, and his body flew out like a cannonball out of the chamber. Wow! That speed is even faster than adding wind magic. If it wasn't for the howling wind, everyone around would think that the person had just disappeared. After Marx McClown left, the pressure on Kenneth, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly disappeared, but when he stood up, he was still staggered and almost fell back. It is no exaggeration to say that Kenneth has not suffered such humiliation since he was born. This bastard. Kenneth gritted his teeth and said, "If you let him see him again, absolutely, definitely won't let him go easily." Seeing the crowd around, the expression on Kenneth's face became even darker. Very good looking. Kenneth swept his sullen eyes. 5.0. The onlookers quickly evacuated from the place he swept away. They were not as helpless as the mysterious man who could beat Kenneth. Besides, even if they can, they dare not do it. When a group of people was doing bird and beast dispersal, they also had doubts and curiosity about the strange man. Where is that sacred? P.S. Xinaiu fate is officially opened, the Holy Grail War, the realm of the sky, Chaldea. Everything is available. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 1228, Marx McClown vs. Marshal of the Demon Tao. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Kenneth was the only one left on the street. If anyone was there at the moment, he would be lucky enough to see Kenneth's expression of wishing to thump his chest. "Don't let me see you again, bastard." Looking at the direction that man was leaving, Kenneth barely salivated. At this time, he was already on a hillside dozens of miles away, and Marx McClown was calmly studying the magic rules of this world. He tried for a while, and found that although the magic power in his body hadn't disappeared, he couldn't shape it at will anyway. In other words, he has a magical power, but he can't use even a magic. His magic power poured out from his body like inexhaustible water. Although huge, he could only win by quantity. Is it possible that every time he fights, he has to be so full of magic to bomb? So, Marx McClown gave up trying, opened his eyes, looked at the lights in the distance, and didn't know what he was thinking for a while. After a while, he felt his body again. Because the small world does not belong to magic, but the skill of the system, it can still be opened, and his magic, strength and mental power still exist and are still strong. Marx McClown breathed a sigh of relief. This is good news, but fortunately, he didn't become an ordinary person without the power of a chicken because of a crossing. Huh? Wait. The potential point hasn't increased. Marx McClown was stunned for a moment. When he checked the system just now, he found that the potential point was still only that low, which means that there was no corresponding reward for defeating Kenneth. This is bad news. There is no potential point, which means that his various abilities are difficult to upgrade. If Marx McClown is not very strong now, then he is naturally okay with his superhuman talents. But now Marx McClown is already strong enough to be comparable to the living Dharma God. Then it would be extremely difficult to make any further step on his own. Sure enough, I still have to adapt to this world, otherwise, wouldn't it be difficult for Marx McClown's own strength to go further? So, Marx McClown looked at the spire of the tower printed under the full moon in the distance. The reason why he can't use magic and the system can't gain potential points. The key may be that the rules of this world are not the same as the Harry world he knows. In this case, if you want to understand the magic rules of this world, the clock tower is the best choice. So the current top priority should be how to find a way to get in. Marx McClown tilted his head and leaned on a big tree behind him, thinking about what to do next. Before he could rely on it for a while, Marks McClown immediately opened his eyes. Who? Marks McClown got up from the ground almost subconsciously, grabbed the void, and the majestic spiritual power turned into a huge hand and flew in one direction. His reaction was too fast, even faster than the people's imagination. It's the Dualankisho Yazarikspnogu. Marks McClown's mental power found out the moment it passed. Jewel-Weng, who was not far away, was even scared into a cold sweat. When the overwhelming spiritual power came over to him, there was almost an instant that made him feel that he should not provoke this young man. It's not just this mental power that surprised Zelrich. After all, he knew that this mysterious young man had mental power that his peers couldn't match. What surprised him was the speed of this person's reaction. He feels caught off guard. Moreover, when I felt it up close, I discovered that he had actually underestimated this person's mental power before. This kind of strength was enough to shock him. Marks McClown was also a little surprised, but part of this surprise was unexpected, because his mental power seemed to touch a soft barrier at the moment he explored the past. No matter how hard he increased the strength, the soft barrier would block the outside little by little, but the gem inside the barrier was affected, less than a little hurt. This was the first time that Jewel-Weng had prepared something after Mark's eye discovered too much. The magic power he expended for this was not to be underestimated. From this young man's mental power was also evident. Realizing that his mental power was blocked, Marks McClown knew that Jewel-Weng had come prepared this time, so surely he wouldn't come to him for tea and chat, right? Marks McClown snorted. Really? In the next second, Jewel-Weng drew out the dual sword, and rushed up. It's a split head-on. Diaresis Lingless magic power came oncoming. But Marks McClown did not see any fear on his face. Compete for magic? I'm sorry, this happens to be my strong point too. A sneer evoked at the corner of Marks McClown's mouth. Although he knew his magic power was huge, he didn't show any carelessness. He was still fully absorbed, and the huge magic power poured out after silently opening the gate. It's really stupid. The old man is still looking up at you. A flash of contempt flashed under Jewel-Weng's eyes, and for a small amount, although there are some advantages, the most taboo thing when fighting is one's short-term attack. His mental power is strong and good, but relative, then his magic power can't be as strong. And his gem sword, Okezao, can directly use the infinite magic of parallel time and space for his own use. How could he be able to contend alone? I can't help myself. Seeing Marks McClown's expression change, Jewel-Weng felt that this person was too conceited. Really? Marks McClown smiled slightly and said softly. In the next second, the magic of the two collided. Boom. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectation. Of course, apart from Mark's eye, there was only Zelrich, so the only one who was truly surprised and unbelievable was Zelrich. Chapter 1229 Crush Unlimited Magic Power. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ because of Zelrich's proud gem sword and the infinite magic power from parallel time and space. At the moment when he collided with the magic power of the mysterious man in front of him, he was beaten back with absolute defeat. This is impossible. Almost in the blink of an eye, the magic power on the gem sword dimmed a lot, and the sword body was still trembling slightly, which was obviously unbearable. Zelrich increased his magic output in disbelief, but no matter how he used the magic power from the parallel air conditioner, he was still suppressed by Mark's eye with a force of destruction. It can be said that just a face, his gem sword, lost a mess. Comparing mental power, he thought he couldn't help the person in front of him, so he brought a secret weapon to resist mental power, but in front of him, compared to magical power, he was still defeated. If it can compete with the gem sword, how terrifying is the man's magic power in front of him? He couldn't imagine it anymore. However, at this moment when Zelrich was stunned, Marks McClown rushed forward. With his powerful physical body, his instantaneous explosive power was even better than the 367 leopard hunting. Holding Zelrich's neck with both hands, Marks I threw him to the ground. Boom! After falling heavily to the ground, Zelik finally realized one thing. He lost. Jewel Wang didn't know how many years he hadn't tasted losing. At the same time, he was even more aware of one thing. The person in front of him, even his physical strength, was not a general terror. In other words, he can hardly find any shortcomings in him. How can that be? No, not so much that it is unacceptable, it is better to say that he was completely shocked. This is completely impossible in his cognition. No matter how talented a person is, his energy must be limited. When he focuses on one aspect, he will certainly miss other aspects of learning. Just like a person with strong mental power, the must not be very strong. The strong person, the magic power must not be much. Occasionally, people with special talents can only take care of it, but they have never seen every ability reach the top. And the man in front of him, magic, mental power, and even sex, turned out to be exceptionally powerful. Especially magic. Even his infinite magic can't compete with it. What kind of monster did he provoke? Sure enough, it's you, Marshal Zelrich. Marks McClown lowered his head, the strength in his hand never relaxed, and only said, "It's a pity, I know that your gemstone sword is infinite magic, but it's a pity that your attire doesn't match." Just listening to what he said, Zelik understood instantly. McClown's, after this temptation, Zelrich already knew that the man's magic power in front of him was indeed terrifying, but it was still limited after all. Even though the total amount cannot be compared with the infinite magic power behind his gem sword, Jing Marksai reminded him that the Gem Wang already understood why he was defeated in the magic competition just now. If Zelrich's total magic power is equal to this person, then his gem sword is just a small outlet. No matter how huge the amount of magic behind it is, it can only be released from his small outlet after all. So even if it is infinite magic power, its explosive power is far from that powerful. But Marks McClown is different. His magic power comes from supporting growth. It is his own strength. As long as he is willing, he can do it even if he pours out all the magic power at once. In this way BCFC. The judgment will be made. It seems that the old man is still careless. Zelrich frowned, and he was obviously upset when he was seen through. Where did you come from? The old man has checked the parallel world, and there is no such thing as you. You are just a defeated man. Why should I answer your question? Marks McClown said in a deep voice. You. Zelrich's brows almost wrinkled into the shape of Szechuan. But when I thought about it, it seemed that what others said was good, that he had lost more, and he was still controlled by others and could not move. How do I? Marks McClown seems to have not seen the anger in Zelrich's eyes at all, and still has a calm expression on his face. The person who placed the Buddha on the ground by him at this time was not Jewel Wang, one of the 5 great magicians, but a small one. It's the same. Forget it. The old man doesn't care about you. Zelrich has lived for so long after all, and face is still important, and he still understands the truth. It's nothing more than negotiating terms. Moreover, although the person in front of him was shockingly powerful, Zelrich didn't see much malice from the opponent. It can be said that from the perspective of Marks McClown, he was nothing more than passive defense. After all, it was Zelik who did it first. Go ahead. What do you want? Zelrich asked. Marks McClown raised his eyebrows, but did not let go of his hand. Instead, he directly stated his conditions. Let me go to the clock tower to study. This requirement is very simple for Marshal Demon Road. What? How simple? This is simply not a condition. Zelrich was completely confused by Marksai's condition for a while, because in terms of strength, this person can single-handedly challenge any magician in the color position of the clock tower. Why should such a person go to the clock tower to study? What is your purpose? Zelrich asked, purely out of curiosity. Marks McClown's words like this are directly equivalent to someone who has graduated from university and has to go to elementary school to read it again. You don't need to worry about it. Let's talk about it. It's just a clock tower. What purpose can I have? Marks McClown replied. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 1230. Dirty Deal with Jewel Wang. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Apart from wanting to understand the magic rules of this world, he really has no other purpose. Plus, Marks McClown was not originally from this world, so what purpose could he have? Besides, even if Marks I had a purpose, he would not tell Zellick. Zellick fell silent when he heard the words. His evaluation of Marks McClown just now was not unreasonable. He had to think carefully about such troublesome existence. In the clock tower, each magician will be given a rank corresponding to his strength according to various aspects of strength. The color and taste rank second, because those who are in the crown are usually not seen. The highest in the clock tower is generally the rank, is also the color position silently, not to mention anything else. The 12 monarchs who control the clock tower basically stay in the color position, which shows how powerful and terrifying the color position is. And according to this evaluation by Gacy Wang, it is equivalent to saying that with Marks I's strength, he can walk sideways on the clock tower and no one can control him. Such a person should start learning as a student? Isn't this a joke? If this is to let people know his true strength, Jewel Wang will not believe that anyone in the clock tower is willing to teach him. However, it is not impossible to compromise. Okay. The old man promises you. As soon as Zelridge finished speaking, his eyes lit up suddenly. What is he doing? Marks McClown quickly became cautious, dispatching her mental power and magic power to defend. In an instant, Zelrick's figure, even the space he was in, became blurred and distorted. It's space magic. Marks McClown's eyes condensed, but he didn't know what the old man wanted to do. In fact, Zelridge didn't do anything, but felt that being so suppressed by others was really detrimental to his image. So he used the second magic to make another possibility in parallel time and space staged in this time and space. So in the next second, as the space twisted, Zelridge's figure appeared a few hundred meters behind Marks I. The space in front of Marks I returned to normal again, and there was no abnormality at all. The old man promised you just now, not because of the conditions of the underdog, but just a deal. It just so happens that the old man wants to observe you close and long term from the clock tower. The meaning of Zelrick's move is very obvious, that is, like Marks McClown showing his strength, telling Marks McClown that he did not lose just now, and he has all the methods to get out of Marks McClown's restraint. Although the old man agreed to put you in the clock tower to study, relatively, you shouldn't do too much. Zelridge's old slightly hoarse voice came from a distance. Really an incredible old man. He deserves to be the second magician. Marks McClown smiled slightly, and sat down again, looking relaxed. Although he said that, what can Zelridge do to him even if he did? Seeing Marks I's disapproval at all, Zellick could only emphasize it again. You better figure it out. This is just a transaction. The old man is not incapable of fighting you again, but he wants to observe you more. So you'd better stay in the clock tower calmly. If you do, what's bad? Don't blame the old man for being impolite. Zelridge's voice was suddenly far and near, but it didn't affect you Marks I at all. If he wants to watch, just watch. Marks McClown thought that if he really wanted to do something, he would stare at it 24 hours a day. And he couldn't stop it. Let's do it with you. Marks McClown waved lightly towards Marks dancing in the darkness. He didn't care if Zelridge would watch him secretly. What an arrogant kid. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the building, someone will be waiting for you there. After saying this, Zelrick's breath completely disappeared on the hillside. Marks McClown opened his eyes and stared at the dark city in front of him, silently waiting for the sun to rise. After his troubles, it is 3 or 4 in the morning without saying anything. The sun had just missed its head, and the orange wood light hadn't half stained the sky, and Mark's eye's figure had disappeared under the tree. Middle dot middle dot middle dot seeking flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Although it is still a bit early, there are already a few students in the teaching building of the clock tower. The clock tower occupies a small area, but Mark's eye's current walking speed is estimated to be a while. When Marks McClown walked around from the dormitory building to number 1 teaching building, there was still some time before the agreed 9 o'clock, and he sat on the bench at the door with his eyes closed and rested. More and more students came and went around, but they still didn't recognize Mark's eye. After all, there were not many people who were onlookers last night. It's just that a stranger this morning sitting at the door of the teaching building like this is really strange. Magic? A girl who passed by asked with some confusion. I don't know each other anyway, let's go. It's time for class later. The speaker was quickly taken away by another person. Marks McClown still sat on the spot, until a figure walked in before opening his eyes. Marks McClown, right? The director asked me to pick you up, a boy with round eyes said with a smile. Okay. Marks McClown nodded, got up and followed him into the teaching building. Huh? Isn't that the person last night? Among the students hurrying around, there are always people who can recognize Mark's eye. Are you sure? Wrong. What kind of classes do people with that kind of ability take? It's also, I might have read it wrong. As the discussion drifted away along the way, Mark's eye seemed to hear nothing, until the person in front stopped at the door of a classroom. Who is the teacher's Elridge arranged for him? P.S. Starting from today, try hard to restore 2 shifts and update the Liver Fury. Ask for rewards, full subscription, and automatic subscription to encourage you. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 1231, Yuan Jiorod is narrow seeking automatic subscription. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ It just so happened that the teacher's voice came from inside. Today a new student is added to the college, and I will study here in the future. Has anyone come? Standing at the door, Mark's eye couldn't help but froze for a moment when he heard this sound. In this world, he was familiar with the sound. Not many. Plus, the boy with round eyes in front of Marks McClown responded loudly, Director, here is the man. Okay, come in, call Mark's eye, right? Kenneth waved his hand and looked up. At this moment, Kenneth was stunned subconsciously, and even forgot to put the raised hand down. This is the person. Isn't the person standing at the door the same wicked person yesterday who left him with no power to fight back, only by mental power? 307. It's really Euangia is on a narrow road. Kenneth only felt that the moment he saw that face, his mind exploded. This person is actually his student, Marks McClown. Really. For a long time, Kenneth seemed to have reacted, and said Marks McClown's name again. I am afraid that only Marks McClown and Kenneth understood the meaning. Kenneth will remember this name. Teacher, how are you? Marks McClown raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect his teacher would be Kenneth. It must have been a good thing for the old man Jewel Wang to make such an arrangement, knowing that he had a fight with Kenneth, and put himself in this classroom. Do you think you are too bored and want to have some fun? I really want to thank James Wang. He himself doesn't mind adding to Kenneth's trouble. Sure enough, Kenneth's face almost turned green when he heard Mark's eye's greetings. This person ... As long as he speaks, he can think of the despair of last night. Obviously the strength is so strong. Is it the pain of idle eggs that you still come to class? Kenneth thought whether he had provoked someone, or something. How did the dean suddenly let such a person in? Kenneth's mood couldn't calm down anymore. He might have never been so aggrieved in his life. None of the students underneath knew what was going on. Why did Director Kenneth suddenly look so ugly? And he seemed to know this new classmate. However, although this Kenneth is a genius in teaching, his temper is really bad. According to his face, I don't know how embarrassed he will be in class today. At the same time, Kenneth was extremely depressed inside. He did not expect that the student sent directly by the dean to enroll was the one who had defeated himself without a magic circuit. Mark sighed. Very well, I remember you. Although Kenneth wanted to throw Mark sighed out, his principles as a lecturer did not allow him to do so. Why are you standing? Find a place to do it. Marks McClown raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything, but just picked a spot and sat down. The 18th page of the detailed explanation of descending spirits. Open it, and write down the theory and magic circle here first. Kenneth walked to Marks McClown and slammed the new book in his hand on his desk. Especially the new classmate. Looks so good. Kenneth's ferocious eyes made the person sitting next to Marks tremble. However, Marks McClown still had a plain face, even after listening to Kenneth's threatening words. She smiled slightly and replied, Teacher, rest assured, I must look good. Kenneth sneered and stood up. Although he didn't know by whom or by what method Marks entered the clock tower, he knew clearly that all the lecturers and students in the entire clock tower must have magic circuit regardless of their strength. And this was decided when they were just born. They knew they could be magicians from the time they were born. The most important thing is that basically all the basics of magic understanding need to be attached to the magic circuit. And Marks McClown, no matter how strong his mental power is, without a magic circuit, there is no way to read those books. Kenneth also understood the purpose of Mark's eyes coming to the clock tower at this time. Sora has such a strong mental power, but there is no magic circuit and cannot use magic power. This is an extremely painful thing for anyone. It can be said that if this kind of thing fell on Kenneth, then he would definitely not be what he is today. Unfortunately, it was Mark's eye that encountered this kind of thing, and now Kenneth is full of gloat. A Cloud Knight with no magic circuit but powerful mental power is simply a cup in bold and capital letters. Marks McClown like this. Even if he was given a magic circuit, no matter how bad, he could use that extraordinary spiritual power to control the magic power and then use it efficiently. It would never be what it is now. But now Kenneth has no regrets at all in his heart, and he is even quite lucky that Mark's eye does not have a magic circuit. If this is there, then do he need this face? So Kenneth looked at Marks McClown, who was flipping the book, and almost imagined Marks McClown scratching his head, and then forced to lower his head to ask for advice. Seeing Kenneth's inexplicable mood becoming very bad, and inexplicably good mood, everyone in the classroom has an inexplicable chill. But is the truth really as Kenneth imagined it? 5.5 of course. Number. When Marks McClown opened the first page of the book, she knew that this was just a basic textbook on spirituality that could not be more basic. The things written above, in Kenneth's opinion, should only be understood by people who have magic circuits, but for Marks McClown, they are just some low-level arithmetic and magic principles. Although the power system is different, the magic is universal, which makes the basic parts of magic in the two worlds very similar. Chapter 1232. Is this difficult? This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ At Hogwarts, what did Marks McClown never learn? These things at the moment are just one more magic circuit, so how can it be so rare that Mark's eye can be defeated? Kenneth's ideas are too naive. Here Kenneth was thinking about watching Marks McClown's jokes, but he watched Marks McClown's page after page of the book, without frowning, and he had already turned over the area Kenneth asked to see! Not only was Kenneth a little frightened at such a speed of one glance and 10 lines, but the one sitting next to Mark's eye was even more frightened. Classmate Marks McClown, isn't it? The boy on Marks McClown's left couldn't help but finally said. Marks McClown hadn't found what she wanted to read. She was thinking about changing a book. He would hear someone call him, and she stopped reading the book. After all, he only had a holiday with Kenneth McClown. Is something 12? Marks McClown turned to look. The man looked suspiciously at the book in Marks McClown's hand, then looked at Marks McClown, and finally asked, aren't you ... can't understand? In the eyes of normal people, People who can only read a single sentence will turn the book so quickly, usually to find out if there is any content that they can understand. If Mark Sai turns it so quickly because he can't understand it, then it's easy to explain. But Marks McClown's reaction clearly overturned this conjecture. No, how can you not understand? Marks McClown was stunned for a moment, thinking that the simplicity was almost equal to 1 + 1 = 2. How could he not understand? The suspiciousness in the eyes of the person who asked turned into terrible instantly, and he even swallowed his saliva before he whispered, "Then you turned so fast." Remember, it's not that he is afraid, it's this kind of magic. Everyone knows that it's not sloppy. Any small mistake may cause the magic to fail, and it may even hurt itself if it is serious. So generally they are cautious and then cautious. In this way, Marks McClown's behavior is almost the same. Of course, Marks McClown flipped through the book in his hand again, and couldn't find anything worthy of his attention, so he put down the book and looked at the person next to him, saying, "Is this difficult?" After listening to Marks McClown's words, the terrifying moment in the boy's eyes turned into horror again. What kind of monster is this guy? It is rare for Marks McClown to react so slow, but if someone takes this number plus and minus to liberate him in front of a college student, is it an individual reaction? On the contrary, Marks McClown felt that the boy's reaction around him was too exaggerated. Not to mention the content of this whole book, there is not much Marks McClown wants to know at all, and the above content is just the foundation of the foundation for Marks McClown. Besides Kenneth, he heard all the conversation between Marks McClown and the table mate. Before even listening, Kenneth's face was already black. In addition, Marks McClown didn't deliberately whispered, so many people around had heard it, and suddenly many people's reactions were basically similar to those of Marks McClown at the same table. Really? Can you learn it so fast? Just bragging? Anyway, I don't believe it. He is really at the same table. Is there anything to believe? And although the knowledge in this book is all basic things, the more basic things are often the easier it is to make mistakes. Because it is very basic, it often happens that people do not pay attention to this and cause magic to fail. And Kenneth emphasizes this issue almost every time. Even every time he teaches magic. Will be accurate to the slightest trace of magic output, even time and speed. So even though he was surprised at Mark Sai's reading speed, most people still didn't believe it. If you think you understand it, pray that you won't be defeated by magic because of these basic knowledge errors in the future. However, Kenneth thought in his heart that even if Mark Sai's understanding is beyond ordinary people, he does not have a magic circuit. No matter how he understands it, this will definitely fail in implementation. Thinking of this, Kenneth's face finally looked better. After the theoretical understanding of the previous few lessons, you should all know that the so-called spirit drop is to summon the spiritual creatures around us or in other worlds through special methods. There are generally several forms: soul body and spirit body, and entities. The lowest level is the arrival of the soul body. The soul summoned by this type of spirit descending can only be attached to a certain realistic object, otherwise it will soon be broken. Today, we will try the soul descending technique. After a while, Kenneth said that there is actually no need to start practicing so soon, but after one more cloud night, it becomes different. When Kenneth thought of seeing Mark Sai's failure soon, the expression of surprise and embarrassment on his face made him feel extremely happy, as if this had already happened! 377. I will do a demonstration myself. Kenneth walked to the center of the class, handed over a piece of paper, and clicked his right hand on the table in front of him. White light leaked from his fingertips, forming a white light array on the table in a few seconds. This is a simple spirit descending magic circle, he said as he threw the paper in his left hand into the magic circle. A white light flashed again, and the paper in the middle of the magic circle suddenly flew up as if it was possessed by something. The paper on both sides flickered like wings. After flying for a while, the paper circled again and flew back into the magic circle. After a while, it struggled and turned into a ball of paper. At the same time, the the white light on the magic circle disappeared. The demonstration ends. Student marks I. How about you demonstrate? Immediately after the demonstration, Kenneth turned his head and looked at Marks McClown. The smile on his face made people tremble at the sight. Chapter 1233, The Spirit Technique That Crushes the Genius of the Spirit Division. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ He, Director Kenneth, what's the matter? That talent has just arrived on the first day. Besides, he hasn't listened to the previous lessons. How can he demonstrate as soon as he gets started? SHHH, keep your voice down. Didn't you see that Director Kenneth's face was so ugly just now? Maybe they knew each other before. There was a whispered discussion around Marks McClown, and he didn't care. This Kenneth caused him trouble so quickly. However, he really didn't have a long lesson, and he lost it like that. Does he still feel that this low-level spirituality is so rare that Marks I can't succeed? Marks I heard Kenneth wave his hand again before even a Director Kenneth finished speaking. Hey, forget it. You who don't have a magic circuit can't complete the low-level spirit reduction. I'm really sorry, teacher. I even neglected this. Kenneth said apologetically. He had already laughed in his heart, although he had to teach Marks McClown as a student. But that didn't mean he couldn't give Marks McClown a little stumbling block. Who made him a lecturer, and Marks I was just a student. Listening to Kenneth's words, the surroundings suddenly became lively. My God, he doesn't have a magic circuit? Aren't they just ordinary people? Then how did he get in the clock tower? Unbelievable. Isn't it going to the back door? I don't know this, but I know that Director Kenneth must see him unpleasantly. It's all quiet. What's the noise? Kenneth raised his hand to stop the crowd, but there was not much to blame in his eyes. He still stared at Marks I, and said, however, as long as you admit that you can't do it, it will be avoided. Teacher, I will make an exception and teach you again. How? Marks McClown couldn't help but sneered. Why, now that he is a teacher, he feels that he can use his identity as a teacher to teach him. And Marks McClown still hates being interrupted by someone. Director Kenneth ... Is it? Marks McClown stood up from his seat while learning Kenneth's tone to speak. Then trouble the teacher. You are optimistic, Marks McClown said with a smile at Kenneth, while raising his hand to put it on his table. Seeing him move like this, the entire teacher immediately wanted to sit next to Marks McClown. Does he really want to try? Kenneth's face went dark immediately, but when I thought about it, this guy didn't even have a magic circuit. How could he use spirituality? It's just to save face. Kenneth became more calm about this thought, but his calmness became stunned when he saw the white light in Marks McClown's hand. How can that be? The white light in Marks McClown's hand is not only very similar to the one Kenneth used during the demonstration, but also the magic fluctuation is more than twice stronger than Kenneth's. Marks McClown tapped the table with his right hand, and according to the memories he had just now, coupled with the precise control of magic power, he made a big magic circle on the table without hesitation. Although the drawing speed is relatively slow, the finished product is exactly the same as Kenneth's, except that it is larger. After a while, Baigwen was prosperous, and Marks McClown pulled two books casually and threw them in. As soon as the two books entered the magic circle, it was like being held by one hand and shaking crazily, and in a short while they all scattered. Failed? Seems the students around thought that Advent had failed, and began to talk quietly. But only Kenneth knows where this is a failure. This is clearly just beginning. Damn. How does he know how to use this spirit technique? Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the scattered pages moved quickly again, and quickly gathered together in the white light of the magic circle. After a rustling sound passed on Marks McClown's hand, a little bird stopped, and he was still combing his feathers, but the bird was all made of paper. Except for this, it seems to be really a bird, no matter its size, body, or even demeanor, all are lifelike. Can it be regarded as a spirituality? For sure, This newcomer, I can't tell that it is so strong. Look at his spiritism. Even the physical shape of the soul itself is imitated, which is much more powerful than Director Kenneth's just now! Exclamation mark. Diaresis really, I thought it was a real bird. Wow, you dare to say that? Looking at Director Kenneth's face, it seems to be particularly ugly now. And, he just looked at the book a few times. Well, there is no magic circuit. He definitely didn't understand these things before. Now that he can perform the spiritism so perfectly after just watching so few times, it is really amazing. The one sitting in the back seat, the young man said aloud. It's just weird that after this young man made his voice, not many people were willing to talk to him. Fortunately, he didn't seem to care much himself. He just stared at Mark's eye again, as if the ones just now were just his own words. At this time, Marks McClown teased the bird in his hand, looked at Kenneth and asked, Director Kenneth, I don't know Alice my level of spiritualism. One can imagine how ugly Kenneth's face is at this moment. This is something he never thought of, and even in his cognition it is completely impossible. There is no magic circuit, which means that he should have never learned magic before. But if he has never learned magic, how can he perfectly realize spiritualism after reading a few pages of books? Who taught you magic? Kenneth had almost determined that Marks McClown was here to make trouble for him, although he still didn't know why Marks McClown was able to achieve spiritual descending. Chapter 1234. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ What did the teacher say? I don't even have a magic circuit. How can anyone teach me magic in this world? Marks McClown did tell the truth, but he just came to this world. Kenneth was angry when he heard it, and Marks I dared to lie to him. Then how can you drop spirits? Marks McClown smiled, and said, Isn't this spiritual technique taught by the teacher just now? The fist in Kenneth's sleeve was clenched, and the blue veins on his forehead rioted uncontrollably. There was no lie in what Marks McClown said, but Kenneth just didn't believe it. He would believe it. I think it took him a whole day to study for the first time, but he is known as a genius of the Descendants. And this Marks I, if there is no one to teach in advance, it will be a ghost if he can learn so quickly. The teacher hasn't said yet, how about my spiritualism? Marks McClown was speaking in a tone that didn't give Kenneth annoyed, even though he didn't actually mean that. Good, very good, Kenneth said again, barely controlling the unknown mood swings in his body. This guy, Marks I! 390. Kenneth stared at Marks McClown's face, wishing to stare out a hole in his face. However, Marks McClown turned a blind eye to Kenneth's eyes, waved his hand, and the bird fell into the magic circle again, and after a while it changed back to pieces of paper. Plus, Marks McClown thought about it and knew that gems went through him to Kenneth because he knew that Kenneth had a feast with him, and wanted to use Kenneth to make herself a little unhappy. I just don't know who was unhappy in the end. Marks McClown smiled silently twice. After a while, Kenneth's face was not so ugly. He smiled and said to the classmates, I will study Marks I well in the future, and practice more when I go back. Don't just think about playing. Marks McClown raised her eyebrows again. There was another discussion behind him immediately. What I said. It turns out that I practiced it secretly in private. No wonder. McClown's, an ordinary person without a magic circuit can only win people's attention in this way. And he is not afraid of people making jokes. Ordinary people can just be ordinary people. But I don't know how to rush into our clock tower, and I will be expelled soon. I don't think it's too early. Didn't you see Director Kenneth keep targeting him? Puff. Ha ha, guess how long will he be kicked out? Kenneth's students here are of course mostly aristocratic. For them, only pure blood and family can explain everything. Marks McClown was too lazy to explain when he listened. Anyway, he explained, these people won't believe it. Kenneth thought Marks McClownian had died down. He couldn't help showing a smile, and he fought with him. Marks McClown was still a little tender. Oh, seeing that Director Kenneth is so happy, it must have been healed from the injury last night. Marks McClown said leisurely, leaning back on the chair. Hurt. Director Kenneth was injured. Marks McClown's words successfully provoked heated discussions among the surrounding students again. McClown stood. My friend told me that he had seen Director Kenneth fight with others and lost. Isn't it him? Impossible. If Marks I has that strength, what kind of class would he take? But how did he know that Director Kenneth was injured? All kinds of rumors flew up throughout the class. Kenneth's face darkened again. What are you doing? You have learned the spirit technique. All classes are over today, and tomorrow will be spot checked. I'm going. Don't. Humphrey, spot check. For a while, some people were happy and some were worried, but not many people paid attention to Marks McClown. However, except for one person. After Kenneth glared at Marks McClown, he quickly walked out of the classroom, and the rest of the people gradually dispersed, but one person walked to Marks McClown in 3 steps and 2 steps. Hello, my name is Weber Wilwitt, the young man said with a smile and stretched out his hand. Marks McClown was stunned for a moment, feeling that the person in front of him was quite familiar. After a while, Marks McClown suddenly smiled and said, Hello, I am Marks McClown. I know that you are Marks I, and I came to you specially. Weber put his hands on Marks I's table and said, You are so amazing. How? Marks McClown raised her eyebrows, thinking that she wanted to make trouble. She shouldn't be the Weber student. What's the matter? Weber still looked excited. Let me tell you, I'm always targeted by the Director Kenneth, saying that something like ours, which has only 3 generations of inheritance, won't work at all, and told me not to come out to make jokes all day long. I'm so angry. Well, it's too much. Marks McClown nodded, and then said after a while, But then what are you doing to me? Could it be that he was asked to teach Kenneth again? You. Webb looked at Marks I with an expression of how your brain can turn your head. Come to you. Of course it's the senior. I think you and I have the same disease, so come to get to know you. Oh, Marks McClown had a suddenly realized expression, then smiled and said, Okay, I just missed a follower. Attendant. Weber was stunned. Why is this different from what he thought? What did you say? Weber stared at him roundly, with a look of disbelief. I said, I just happened to be missing one, a follower. Marks McClown, who was rare and extremely patient, said to him again one word at a time. Me, be your follower. Weber pointed at himself with a look of disbelief, and pointed at Marks I again. Chapter 1235, Elmero 2 as a little brother. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Of course, Marks McClown nodded silently, wondering if there was something wrong with Weber's mind. No, I'm also your senior at any rate. Anyway, I am also a mature magician. How can I be your follower? You are almost the same as my little brother. After speaking, Weber turned his head and snorted. Senior? Mature magician? Really? Marks McClown asked back, with a smile on the corner of his lips, causing a hint of coldness on Weber's body for no reason. Of course. Don't you think I am not? Of course. Weber would not admit that he was terrified. Why don't you try? Marks McClown raised his eyebrows and stood up from his seat, and said, with Marks I's height, he stood up by a head higher than Weber, and now Weber would raise his head when he wants to speak. Really? So he said he hated those big 5 and 3 rough guys. Although Marks McClown doesn't have many muscles, compared to Weber's thin body, Marks McClown's beautiful figure and this tall height are enough to make Weber depressed. This depression, Weber will certainly not be convinced, no matter what. He is also a magician, and he does not feel that he is worse than others. Try it. After Weber raised his head and said, he felt that his speech was lacking in momentum, so he took 2 steps before turning back and shouting fiercely, Go. Keep up. Marks McClown felt that she let the Buddha see a little kid who was jumping around. The two walked one after the other to a quieter place behind the teaching building. That's it. Weber turned around and looked at Marks McClown, undeniably nervous. Okay. Marks McClown stood still, clasped his hands, and moved his wrists. Can you start? Start. Weber yelled, and his magic power began to surge along the magic circuit. However, Marks McClown kicked his foot, and didn't intend to use any magic or mental power. Atterley saw him put in a sprinting posture, and the whole person rushed out in the next second. Wow! The two of them were not far apart, and the sky was more than 10 or 20 meters, and under Marks's sprint speed, it was almost less than half a second. So before Webber had time to do anything, Marks McClown's enlarged cheek suddenly appeared in front of him. What? His screams just started, but they were gone. Webber's eyes circled in the air, and the next second he was flying up. He closed his eyes tightly. Then, boom! With a small sound, Webber's back came into close contact with the concrete floor. It hurts. And Marks McClown stood beside him, clapping his hands condescendingly, and said, "Are you coming?" Before Webber's words came out, he pulled his back because of the gesture of raising his hand, and then all the following words turned into screams. Marks McClown smiled, squatted down and poked Webber's arm, and said, "Stop screaming, I don't use much energy." At this time, Webber just got up and saw Marks approaching. He immediately shrank back a few steps in fright, and shouted, "You didn't use much strength. My ribs were almost broken by you. Just try. What are you doing so hard?" Webber wanted to cry because of the pain, but thinking he was a magician, he held back. Marks McClown looked at his hand helplessly. He really didn't use much effort. "You are a magician. You can't even solve this injury, right?" Marks McClown said aggressively. Sure enough, Webber immediately returned like a cat with blown up hair. "Of course it can be solved." Marks McClown smiled silently, and said, "Now, you should know who is whose boss, right?" Webber fell silent immediately, and when Marks McClown leaned over to look at it, he found that this guy blushed. I recognize you as the boss for the time being, but someday if I defeat you, you have to be my kid." Webber got up from the ground, holding onto a wall, seemingly vicious but at all said without any confidence. "Okay, brother," Marks McClown replied with a smile. Ask for flowers. Humphrey. Webber didn't know what to say, so he hummed silently and turned his head to take care of the injury on his back. In the days to come, Kenneth would find Marks's trouble almost every day in class. Like now, the quantity and quality of the magic circuit determines the development and strength of this magician in this life. Without a strong magic circuit, he cannot be called a magician at all. Kenneth stared at this sentence. Marks McClown watched. According to director Kenneth, in other words, you, a genius magician, will never lose to someone without a soul power circuit. Marks McClown replied indifferently. With this sentence, Kenneth's face changed from blue to purple and then black again. Every time he just finds fault, Marks this guy uses that incident to stop him. It's fine once or twice. Why do you say that every time? When Kenneth really can't beat him. Of course Kenneth thought about it in his heart, asking him to fight Marks McClown again. He was absolutely unwilling. After a few deep breaths, Kenneth managed to control his emotions. The origin of spirituality can be traced back thousands of years. It was almost when human minds were just germinating that something similar to spirituality already existed. It has developed to the present, and its form, content, and energy have been greatly improved. Variety. Kenneth continued to lecture, but never watched Marks again. However, Marks McClown didn't care about so many things. He should listen and remember. He raised his eyes and saw Webber, who was not far away, secretly giving himself a thumbs up. Marks McClown smiled, and continued to study spirituality. Regardless of other aspects, the level of Kenneth's lecture can really be said to be very good. Chapter 1236. Moon Spirit Liquid is useless. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Kenneth is indeed a genius of spiritualism, from origin to theory to practice. He is perfect in everything. Plus, and relying on Mark-Si's control over the magic power, even if there is no magic loop, it is completely fine to complete the low-level spirit descending. Kenneth said. This is also a depressing point for Kenneth. They are all born with magic circuits. From small to large, whether it is their own magic power in the body or the magic power from the outside world, they will only work through the magic circuit. The magic circuit is the source of their magic. Therefore, there is a saying that the greater the number of magic circuits and the higher the quality, the stronger the future strength. However, there is no magic circuit, but he can still possess magic power, and the control is like an arm. He has never encountered 3, 4, 7. If Kenneth couldn't beat Marks McClown, he might have caught Marks McClown in his research institute. Even Weber didn't understand this matter, but he was not Kenneth, and there were so many things he didn't understand. If he could figure it out, he could figure it out by himself. If he didn't understand it, he couldn't do research on Mark-Si. You made Kenneth so angry today. Did you see his face? Ha ha ha. I really laughed at me when I think of it. Weber held his stomach and smiled straight down. Plus, just like the first class that Marks McClown just came to, that class just now was a lecture that all grades of the spiritual division must attend. So Weber, who is a different grade from Marks McClown, was also in it. Marks McClown gnawed the bread in his hand and looked at the blue sky in the distance. It would be better if he didn't have Weber laughing wildly beside him. But brother, did you really beat Kenneth? Weber stopped laughing, took a bite of bread, and asked. This matter is probably also a point that everyone is curious about. Did Marks McClown really defeat Kenneth? What do you mean? Marks McClown asked, closing his eyes to rest up his mind, without opening his eyes. I think it must be true. After Weber's questioning, he remembered that he had also been defeated by Marks McClown, and it was a spike. He could produce such a terrifying speed without magic power, and Marks McClown has magic power, so defeating Kenneth may not be impossible. In addition, even though Kenneth was one of the 12 monarchs, he was definitely not able to beat Mark-Si compared to the fighting with real guns and live ammunition on the police. That's not right. Didn't Kenneth use his proud ritual to install the moon essence liquid? Weber didn't believe it again. Kenneth's moon essence liquid combines the 3 major functions of attack, defense, and exploration. Attacks can be comparable to blades, and defenses are comparable to city walls. There is no reason for Mark-Si to kill these 2 things. Unless he didn't use moon spirit marrow liquid. This Weber is even more unbelievable. It's useless. Marks McClown thought for a while and said, that group of Mercury, he didn't even touch him. It shouldn't be considered useful. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Weber had understood it wrong. This time he had completely believed it, and now he wondered why Kenneth didn't use moon essence liquid. Marks McClown didn't bother to explain so much to him. After eating the bread, he lay on the ground and blew the air. At the same time, on the other side, Kenneth hated Marks McClown extremely much, and this matter almost spread throughout the noble circles of the clock tower. In other words, all the noble students or teachers in the clock tower now know that Mark-Si is such a person, and they all know that Kenneth hates Mark-Si. People who generally hate Kenneth, as long as they are aristocrats, have reasons to hate. Originally like Weber, now like Mark-Si. When the 2 of them ran to the top floor of the teaching building for dinner, Weber asked a little worried, "Boss, do you have to be careful of those noblemen?" What? Marks McClown didn't seem to worry at all. Kenneth has hated the boss about you in the last few days. Basically, the entire clock tower that has been passed is known. Those noblemen must move. Weber bit the fork in his hand and was very entangled. Aristocratic? What happened then? Although Marks McClown is the standard aristocratic school in Harry Potter's world, there is no famous Marks family in this world, and Marks McClown never feels that there is no difference between aristocracy and aristocracy. Boss, you. Looking at Mark-Si like this, Weber didn't know what to say. Sure enough, a month later, as Weber said, the aristocrats came to ask for trouble. On this day, Marksai and Weber had just walked out of the gate of the teaching building when they were stopped by a few glamorous people who wanted to write the word noble on their faces. Marks McClown raised her eyebrows, thinking that what should have come is finally here. Seeing the person coming, Weber was taken aback for a moment, and quickly pulled the corner of Marksai's clothes, whispering quietly, "This person is very difficult to deal with." Marks McClown looked up at the person Weber was talking about. He had short blonde hair and his clothes were also golden. Standing in the sun was very dazzling. "You are Marksai?" the man spoke, his eyes full of disdain. "Something?" Marks McClown narrowed his eyes. It really is a commoner, with no education at all. "I don't know how to speak politely." The man's eyes were more disdainful, and the Buddha looked at Marksai and his eyes were dirty. Upon hearing this, Marks McClown frowned. "I don't know who gave them the confidence to insult the so-called civilians so unscrupulously. Are you polite when you speak 0.0? Weber was furious and replied. The man wanted to be angry, but the moment he saw Weber, the anger on his face turned into a disdainful smile. "Yo, who am I?" Weber will wit. "Sure enough, people like you, only worthy to communicate with people of the same grade." "Weber, get in with this kind of person. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Be careful that your poor family with only 3 generations inherited, you will stop here. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 1237, Big News on the Clock Tower. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ "You bastard." Weber's angry blue veins popped out, and his hands clenched into fists, wishing to rush up to the face with a punch. Marks McClown pulled out Weber, who wanted to rush forward, coughed, and asked, "This classmate with golden hair and green hair, are you doing business? If it's okay, please go away. We don't have time to listen here." "You bullshit." "What?" The blonde hair of the young man in front of him did cause the color to be slightly green under the reflection of the sun. He was obviously stunned for a moment. It is estimated that he did not expect that there would be such an ignorant person in the clock tower. "Do you know who I am and dare to talk to me like this? Are you looking for death?" Marks McClown frowned again. Why is this person already arrogant to this level? "Listen. My uncle is." The blonde young man raised his golden eyebrows, and was about to open his mouth to confess his noble status, but he was stopped mercilessly by Marks McClown. "I care who you are. Isn't it a nobleman?" "So what?" What did you say?" The slight anger and disdain in Marks McClown's eyes made the blonde youth on the opposite face look like eating shit. "How dare you say nobles?" Marks McClown raised his head and looked at him without any fear. The golden sunlight fell into his pupils, shining like the sun just rising. "McClown, so what if you are a noble? The Magic Association relies on strength to speak. If it is just a trash, then even if you have a noble status, it is still trash." "You uneducated bastard." The blonde young man was already furious. "If you want to rely on strength to speak, then I will satisfy you. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Marks McClown looked at him with a smile, and shook his head disdainfully. "This is the first time I have seen someone actively seek abuse. Since you made such a weird request, then I will also be merciful to satisfy you." These words can't stimulate me anymore. The blonde youth changed his anger before. All he wanted was that Marks McClown could accept the challenge. "It's what you said, and it's no use begging for mercy then." "Pray for mercy?" "Don't be so full of words. I don't know who is begging for mercy then." Marks McClown yawned, as if it were air when the blonde youth was. 3 days later, the second teaching building arena after school is over. "Don't dare to come." The blonde youth said to Marks McClown. "Don't worry, I always keep my promise, especially when beating people." Marks McClown waved his hand behind him, and took Weber away without looking back. "Boss, do you really want to go?" Weber began to feel that he was really impulsive just now. The blonde young man is already famous among the younger generation of magicians. If the boss is against him, can he win? "Don't worry, as long as he dares to come, I will let him lie down and go back. Marks McClown rubbed Webber's hair and said. Webber gritted his teeth when he heard this, and felt that these aristocratic factions were also hateful. Can he be an aristocrat and be able to look down on others at will? But what Webber didn't know was that the man beside him was originally one of the pure-blooded nobles worthy of the name. I just don't know if he will roll back by himself or be carried back by someone when he is lying down. Hearing this, Webber laughed with a pouch, thinking that the boss deserves to be the boss, and he can speak everything. Although Webber knows that the aristocratic faction is very strong, he is quite confident about the boss he recognizes. McClowns, let him lie back. If he can't even beat him, how come I am Webber Wilwit's eldest brother? Webber said, patting his chest. Haha, Marks McClown smiled so relaxedly. I think it is something that many people can do if you want to kill you and become your elder brother. Boss, don't spoil the atmosphere, okay? Webber almost caught his breath. Oh, by the way, what's the name of that shiny golden guy? Marks McClown suddenly remembered that just now the blonde young man was about to say it, but he was interrupted by herself. But after all, he was going to be an opponent, so he better know it. Webber scratched his head. It seems to be called Langley. I forgot. I knew this guy is pretty powerful before, because those aristocrats have always been consciously noble and don't bother to care about us. So I really don't know what his name is. Marks McClown groaned. Is that so? Forget it, you will know it anyway. As a result, after waiting for the next day, Marks McClown really knew immediately. And it's not only Marks I and Webber who know about it. Basically 80% of the students in the clock tower know about it. Hey, did you hear that? That shocking news. Oh, I heard that. It's the one named Marks I, isn't it? He is against Johannes 297 Langley. This time there is a good show. Didn't the people at Johannes have already said that? Let all the students in the school watch that Marks I be severely taught by him. Who do you say will win? Nonsense. Haven't you heard that Marks I doesn't even have a magic circuit? I'm going, don't I? There is no magic circuit, so he'll fight the magician. It's over. The one named Marks I is definitely over. Marks McClown woke up early in the morning and walked to where he was seen. In the end, he could only run to the rooftop to blow the air. He wondered who had spread so much news. It seems that the whole school knows this, right? Boss. Webber ran up like a gust of wind, and before he could stand still, he said, I see, that person is Johannes Langley, from the Langley family. He seems to have inherited the family heritage. P.S. Ask for automatic subscription. Chapter 1238. Who is the mysterious man who defeated Kenneth? This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ After speaking, Webber sat on the side and took a breath, and after a while, he said again, oh, yes, that guy's person, the boss you accepted their challenge, spread everywhere, threatening to let the entire clock tower see. Look at the boss overpowering. Empoo. So when I promised them yesterday, did the group immediately spread the news? Webber nodded and said, McClowns, they said they wanted to let the entire clock tower see and challenge the aristocratic faction. They said it depends on how the boss beat you down. Webber kept his voice down while talking. Isn't it better not to let the boss know about this kind of thing? It really is that group of guys. Plus Marks McClown looked indifferent. Boss, why are you not in a hurry? Webber secretly smacked his tongue. These people spread the news so ruthlessly, there must be a lot of people to watch by then. If the boss loses, this face can definitely be lost to the Pacific Ocean. Why, do you think I will lose? Marks McClown tilted his head and glanced at him. Webber was abruptly watched and felt goosebumps on his back. He still remembered the moment he was spiked by Marks McClown. He really didn't have the ability to react at all. With such a powerful boss, can that guy win? After thinking about it, Webber shook his head decisively. No, the boss will definitely win. As soon as he finished speaking, Webber was happy again. If the boss will definitely win, and the nobles sent the guy so much to promote it, isn't it looking for death? When the boss wins, The entire clock tower knows that the nobles have been beaten if they failed to provoke them. That scene, just thinking about it made Weber extremely excited. At the same time, among the senior figures of the clock tower, there are many people who are watching the victory and defeat of these two men. Plus, one of them is Kenneth. In the past 2 days, he has been in a dark mood all the time and can scare people to death, but unfortunately he dare not tell others. Kenneth is the one who knows the outcome of this battle best, and Johannes Langley, against Shang Mark-Sai, has no winning rate at all. Even one of his own dignified monarchs was killed by Marx McClown in seconds, let alone those ordinary students. I'm afraid it's not going to be disabled. Although Kenneth and the Langley family are not familiar with each other, they are both aristocratic people, and they are not unfamiliar with each other. They can only be regarded as plain business exchanges. Therefore, Kenneth can only look at things like Johannes looking for Mark-Sai. After all, he can't run to the door of Sumion's house and tell them that he can fight Mark-Sai, because even he himself was beaten by Mark-Sai, so your son will definitely finish it, right? He couldn't even tell you killed him. So Kenneth planned to watch it silently, and at the same time, wondered if the Langley's son was not enough brains. If you are looking for trouble, call a group of people to find it. Without knowing the strength of the other party, you are still doing it alone. Forget it. I still don't want to. Kenneth decided to stay out of the matter. Other monarchs or family leaders would never think like Kenneth. In fact, Marx McClown didn't have a magic circuit, and it was also passed from Kenneth's class. After they learned about it, they became even more shocked. To be honest, these people still admire Marx McClown, and even dare to take up the challenge without the magic circuit. This kind of courage is not something others have, but this kind of courage is nothing more than braveness. After all, a son of a nobleman who has obtained family inheritance, challenges an ordinary person who doesn't even have a magic circuit. For them, there is no need to fight. Just look at this lineup and know that Marx McClown must be lost. Moreover, Marx McClown has to lose if he doesn't lose, because this is related to the face of the nobles. If I were him, I would be scared to hide in the dormitory that day and dare not come out. Johannes lay his feet on the sofa and stool, lying on his back on the soft sofa with a comfortable expression. HMPH, I really don't know what that guy thinks. What? Do you want to be ashamed and nobody gives him a chance? Another man sat on the side, playing with a delicate dagger in his hand, with a disdainful smile. Hearing what he said, there were 3 people present and all laughed. After laughing, the other person seemed to suddenly remember something and suddenly said, "But I heard someone saw before that Marx McClown defeated Director Kenneth." Hey, how is this possible? Johannes didn't believe it, wondering how could such unnecessary rumors come out. Oh, that night, I was there. The man who had just played with the dagger sat up at this moment. The other 2 immediately stared at him, only to hear him say, "Although it looks a bit like Mark-Sai, but it is just like." There was no light that night, so I just looked from a distance. But that person can block Director Kenneth's moon spirit liquid without using any magic. It can be seen that the magic circuit is powerful. It may be even higher than Director Kenneth. And it can never be Mark-Sai. A magic circuit stronger than Director Kenneth. When Joniston bounced, he didn't worry about the cloud anymore, and his attention had been on this mysterious man Nuozo. As everyone knows, Director Kenneth's magic circuit is the best, and the whole clock tower can't find a few comparable to its excellent level. The magic circuit that can be used by Director Kenneth is even better. He can hardly imagine it. In almost one day, the dark tide was surging in the clock tower, and almost everyone in the power was talking about it, talking about Mark-Sai, or the mysterious person. As the cusp of the clock tower, Mark-Sai, who is also the mysterious man himself, was licking the ice cream bought by Weber with a happy face. P.S. Please give me a reward. Chapter 1239. The Emperor is not in a hurry. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ boss. It's really. Weber didn't know what to say to him, the boss who was on the cusp of the storm, but was still not nervous at all. He believed that the boss was right, but believing could not ease his tension at this time. If you lose, it's not much worse than 1,000 catastrophes. If you continue to struggle like this, you won't have to sleep tonight. Throwing the last piece of crispy skin into his mouth, Marks McClown knocked on Webber's head, threw the ball of paper in his hand into his hand, turned his head to Washington. Hey! Webber thought that he was still worried about the boss for a long time, but his boss is like an outsider. That night, all the people in the clock tower were thinking about the same thing. Tomorrow is the day when Johannes promised to let all of them see Marks' defeat. Early the next morning, Marks McClown didn't accidentally see the blackness under Webber's eyes. Let me just say it. Marks McClown looked at Webber quite gleefully. Humphrey. Webber narrowed his mouth, and didn't know who he was worried about with 313. The two of them walked to the classroom one after the other. They were not under the attention of others all the time. They walked into the classroom like this, and they were all stared at. It's just ... like sitting on pins and needles. Anyway, Webber didn't listen to a word all day. On the other hand, Marks, it was time to go to class, eat and eat. As if it was Webber who was offering to fight after school. Boss, when the matter is up to now, I believe you will definitely win, Webber said to Marks McClown cautiously. Marks McClown walked towards the arena without stopping. But in case you can't beat it, don't be brave, boss. Webber held out another sentence for a long time. Boss, if you win this, be careful not to win too hard. Webber was very worried. If the boss beat the guy severely in this one, wouldn't it be the same as putting the aristocratic faction on the ground? Can those cautious guys let Marks go? It must be impossible. Are you worried that they will retaliate against me? Marks McClown turned around and said. McClown. Webber nodded honestly. Humphrey, let them come when he comes. Marks McClown still wants to find someone to practice. Hey! Webber sighed and followed. When the two talked, they also walked to the arena. What is surprising is that the arena at this time has already been surrounded by 30% and 30%. Webber's shocked eyes almost stared out. The clock tower people, do you like to watch the show? Shouldn't they all concentrate on studying? Shouldn't they all be addicted to magic research? This ... What's the situation? Ah, that Cloud Knight is here. No one in the crowd called out, which immediately caused a sensation. The person in front of Marks McClown turned his head and saw one of today's protagonists standing behind him, with an ill-intentioned smile on his face immediately before giving way. Then I saw a crash, and immediately there was a road leading directly to the center of the arena in front of Marks McClown, and the people around him kept looking at Marks McClown while moving away. There are regrets, snickers, disdain, and even worries in the eyes. The only ones that are not expected. After scanning around, I found that most of the people standing here are still watching good shows. Marks McClown smiled slightly, raised his foot and strode over. Webber was following behind him, feeling the same sensation. The difference was that if Webber's heartbeat was faster at this time, he estimated that he would have a heart attack. In the arena, Johannes Langley, who was still dressed in gold, was already standing in the middle of the arena looking at Marks in this direction. That kind of condescending and disdainful sight made Marks McClown frown subconsciously. He has always believed that the nobles are valuable in character, cultivation, and morality. Even among the common people, there can be nobles, and even among the nobles, there will be villains. But these self-proclaimed nobles in front of him did not see the slightest commendable quality in them. Unreasonable. Really embarrassing the group of nobles. Marks McClown whispered a word, and then slowly walked on to the arena while everyone was watching. This arena is still quite big, almost a circle with a radius of more than 30 meters, with Johannes Langley on one side and Marks on the other. It's too late to admit defeat now. For the sake of you as a student of the clock tower, this young master will give you a chance to admit defeat. Johannes held his hands in front of his chest. He was not ready to fight at all, but looked at Marks McClown with frivolous eyes, as if he was sure that he would not dare to accept this challenge. Marks McClown really wanted to laugh, and it wasn't that he said he was going to fight. He wanted to solve it at the entrance of the teaching building that day. This guy had to walk the arena, but when he came, he asked him to fight instead. Do not hit? Nonsense. What would he do this trip if he didn't fight? Johannes Langley, right? Marks McClown thought for a while and then said, if you are afraid, just say it. Is it that I asked for this challenge alone? Since I am standing here, it means that I have accepted your challenge and I have no regrets. Is it true that your Langley family don't take promises so seriously? After listening to Marks McClown's counterattack without hesitation, everyone reacted for a long time. This time it was mostly shocked that someone dared to talk to the Langley's young master like this. This is mostly tired of living, right? However, there are also people from the civilian faction who feel that what Marks McClown said is too right. Exhaust. The subject's Johannes felt completely different. He felt that before the game started, he let the Buddha slap severely with a silent hand, and his angry hands almost shook. Chapter 1240 can't even touch the corner of the garment. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ However, Marks McClown frowned and shouted, will you fight or not, or roll if you don't? Don't waste my time. As soon as these words were said, it was tantamount to a stone being thrown away by someone on the calm lake, causing a ripple. It's over, this guy just saw it didn't want to live anymore. This person has a brain pit, right? That is the Langley family, or the only heir. This Marks I dare to talk to other people like this without looking at who he is. Even if Johannes doesn't do anything to him this time, the Langley family probably won't let him go so easily. This man, it's useless. The discussion around him, without exception, fell into Weber's ears, and he now felt that he might have a cardiac arrest immediately. Boss, can we take care of it? There is a whole Langley family behind them. But Marks I wouldn't pay attention to what the people below said. He just wanted to end the battle quickly, and then go back and study the magic circuit of this world. On the other hand, Johannes laughed in anger, and said, hee, very good, very good. Look at this young master today and teach you a guy who doesn't know how to be respectable. Hee. Then come on. Marks McClown put his hands in his pockets, following the example of Johannes, looking at him with disdain. This trick is really powerful. Being so excited, Johannes felt like he was going to explode. A mere civilian, dare to look at himself with that look? Marks McClown wanted to laugh as soon as he saw his reaction. Johannes himself looks at people who are classified as civilians in his eyes with this look every day. But now he is only looked at with such disdain. It's ironic that I can't stand it at a glance. You wanna die? Johannes raised his hands suddenly, and a ruby on his chest suddenly lit up. The air around him was quickly compressed and condensed, and the empty blades emitting a faint red light were formed on the spot. Looking at the past, there are less than a dozen. In the next second, Johannes pointed his right hand forward. Go. 16 empty blade salvos flew suddenly towards Marks I. Him going. The Langley's magic is really amazing. Well, no one in this generation can surpass him, right? You deserve to be the one who got the magic engraving inheritance. McClown's. However, before the people in the audience were finished admiring, they were shocked. Those empty blades were obviously almost swift, but at this time they were flashed by Marks McClown one by one. McClown's, that's right. None of these 16 empty blades could touch Marks I. No one knew how Marks McClown did it. He could only see his figure disappearing and appearing and disappearing again, leaving a shadow on the fast stage. Johannes has the deepest feeling. The empty blade he controls, almost every time when he is about to touch Marks I, he will find that it is just to afterimage, or Marks I will flash away in the next second. Controlling so many empty blades is extremely energy consuming and magical, especially when flying at high speed. It is extremely difficult to turn. In the end, Johannes could only control a few of them, and let them dissipate in the air. However, even with these faster attacks, Marks McClown could not be hurt at all. How the hell is this? Johannes was a little anxious, and his magic output was a bit crazy. Of course, Mark Sai, who was constantly moving at high speed, did not miss the emotional fluctuation of Johannes. Once he turned around, he had already stood in front of Johannes. The disdain of his eyes and his height advantage made Johannes feel that he was a constant ant on the ground in his eyes. "You die for me." Johannes' eyes were red, and his moves were crazy. The remaining empty blades pierced Marks McClown almost at full speed, producing bursts of sonic booms in the air at a fast speed. "Look at how you escape this time," Johannes shouted. Seeing that the empty blade was about to pierce Marks McClown's body, Weber seemed to have seen Marks McClown lying on the arena in a bloody form. Seeking flowers. Boss, be careful. Weber yelled and regretted in his heart. Why didn't he stop him? Obviously knowing that the boss may not be able to beat him, and knowing that Johannes is a stingy person, how can he let the boss go up like this? Weber grabbed the clothes on his chest and closed his eyes, not daring to look again. His strong annoyance and regret made his eye sockets red quickly. Then the next second, there was an exclamation all around. "Oh my God! How is this possible? How could this be?" Weber froze for a moment, then opened his eyes quickly. In the dim eyes of tears, he actually saw Marks McClown had flashed behind Johannes. And that empty blade with no time to change direction flew towards Johannes himself. All of this is only a few tenths of a second. How fast can he complete such a transformation? And can Johannes survive his own attack? For a while, the hearts of almost everyone in the audience were raised, and many even thought of it. If Johannes died here, would the Langley family mobilize to chop Mark Sai? They knew how much the Langley family loved this Johannes. After all, he was the only heir, and the Langley family guarded their shortcomings very well. Just when everyone's thoughts turned in vain, the situation on the stage changed again. I saw Mark Sai flashing behind Johannes, when he was about to throw a fist to end him, and the empty blade in front of Johannes almost cut through his hands. Johannes' left thumb was the size of a fingernail. Ruby suddenly lit up. Chapter 1241 Frontal Explosion. For automatic subscription, this article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The next moment, an invisible force bounced out of him. The instant Marks McClown noticed it, he retracted his fist and then took 2 steps back to avoid the sudden attack. And those empty blades were also bounced off in the next second when they were about to hit Johannes, losing their source of magic power and disappearing into the air as a plume of air. What's the situation? Everyone was surprised, because in their opinion, it was Johannes who suddenly launched an attack. Not only did he flick the empty blade, but also shook Marks McClown behind him a step back. Want to sneak attack? Johannes turned to face Marks McClown, turning the ruby ring of his left thumb with his right hand, looking at Marks McClown with disdain, hiding the panic deep in his eyes. Fortunately, there is this ring. It is a person in the 323 family who has sealed the defensive magic in the gemstone, and will not trigger when his body is exposed to irresistible force. This is the least commonly used ceremonial outfit for Johannes, because few people in the clock tower can threaten his life, and magicians with that ability generally will not provoke him easily. However, he met Mark Sai today. Johannes was really panicked just now. If he hadn't had this attire from his grandfather, he might be a corpse now. But Marks McClown stared at him. Under his mental power perception, after that force tried to attack him, it turned into a barrier around Johannes. Everyone underneath was dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a big change in the battle situation in just a few seconds. First, evenly matched, then Mark Sai had the upper hand, and now Johannes had the upper hand. It turns out that Mark Sai has the strength comparable to that of Johannes. When everyone's thoughts were turning sharply, Weber was not worried anymore, because he was the only one who saw Mark Sai's step back, and he was not bounced off by Johannes' attack at all. It was clearly the boss who noticed it and backed away. Discovering this, Weber felt unfathomable about the strength of the boss while at ease. Can a person who does not have a magic circuit exercise to such an extent on there? A mere magician, facing me, was not killed in a second. It's not bad. On the stage, Marks McClown estimated how much attack power this protective screen could withstand. So he raised his fist and rushed over. Boom! A sturdy fist hit outside the protective screen of Johannes. The originally transparent protective cover was instantly smashed into layers of ripples, and the magical fluctuations became more agitated. Everyone discovered that the magic power was originally a protective shield, but the protective shield quickly returned to its original shape after swung twice. But Johannes' face was not very good looking. He never expected that an ordinary person in Marks McClown could have such a powerful punch. But fortunately, although Marks' power was beyond his imagination, it was still within the range of the protective screen. So after a while, Johannes laughed and said, "Sure enough, it's a commoner. You can only use this lowest level way to fight." Oh, fists. Ridiculous. Those who watched the Underground Games felt the same way. They were all magicians who would fight with fists. It's not a kid. I thought it was a powerful character, but a reckless man. One of the crowd watching the battle shook his head. Weber never wavered. He firmly believed that the old meeting would win, while sneering at the people below who felt that the old meeting had lost. They didn't understand anything and even dared to talk nonsense there. The boss clearly just tried a bit, and the next round will be the winner. Sure enough, the situation is just as Weber thought. After Marks heard what Johannes said, she folded her fist and stepped back and smiled at him. The magic power in her body was released and covered her right hand under his control, quickly forming a dense, thorny thorn on her fist. It's like wearing a glove full of nails. Of course, everyone, including Weber, didn't know what Marks McClown did. With Marks McClown's mental power, it was so easy to isolate her from her actions. Of course he has no other ideas, but he doesn't want to let others know so quickly that he can control the magic like this. Ridiculous. How about you try this punch again? As soon as Marks McClown's voice fell, people rushed over, still with the same strength, the same fists, and the same posture. Johannes' eyes are more disdainful, and even the attack method is the same. Do you really think he is so easy to deal with? The right hand became claws, and 3 light red empty blades quickly condensed at the fingertips, waiting for the moment Marks McClown attacked, and his fist was blocked by the barrier. It's over. His hands must be gone. Langley's, this is too cruel. I dare not look at it. Weber didn't care what others said this time. Although he was also nervous, he stared at the 2 people on stage, praying in his heart that the boss will definitely win. It must be like this. It must be like this. At this moment, Marks' fist finally hit the barrier of Johannes. Boom. Johannes' face changed drastically. How can that be? He clearly felt that Marks' fist hadn't even touched the protective screen, and the magic in his body was quickly absorbed by the protective screen, but even so, the protective screen was still at risk of 0.5. What happened? Johannes immediately gave up the formed empty blade in his hand and concentrated all his magic power to maintain the protective screen. What happened? The empty blade disappeared. I think things are not good. Wait. Look at Langley's protective screen. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the point where the protective screen in front of Langley intersects with Marks' fist. P.S. Please give me a reward. Chapter 1242, Clock Tower 12 Monarchs. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ I saw that the ruby in Johannes' hand was bright to the extreme at this time, and under the light, a tiny crack has appeared. Almost in an instant, the protective screen in front of Johannes clicked. It broke. However, at the same time, Marks McClown's fists were still gaining momentum. Boom. With a sore sound of collision, I saw Marks' fist firmly landed on Johannes' chest. In the next second, Johannes was beaten up and flying. Bang! With another muffled sound, Johannes Langley fell on a stone slab not far away, and the ruby on his thumb had broken into countless pieces. At this point, everyone can see that the duel is over. At this moment, the audience was silent. Everyone silently looked at the young man standing on the stage. It is said that he has no magic loop. It is said that he is just an ordinary person. It is said that all these 12 are said to be so vulnerable to this one-sided duel. Is this Mark-Sai really the tweak? Obviously, no. After falling down, Johannes didn't get up for a long time. He passed out and was finally carried back by the Langley family. Plus, until Max McClown slowly walked to the stage, everyone reacted, but one or two did not dare to say anything. What happened just now was really too shocking. Webb looked at Mark-Sai with stars and tears in his eyes. A long distance away, Mark-Sai could feel the pink stars coming out of him. "Webber, let's go," Max McClown called out. Webber nodded vigorously, still following Mark-Sai with the stars in his eyes. For Webber's terrifying ability with its own background special effects, Max McClown expressed helplessness. At the same time, inside an office in the clock tower, Brick Sisson, one of the 12 monarchs of the clock tower, was staring at the crystal ball. He raised his head until the end of the duel, and said with a smile, "An interesting person has arrived." Humphrey Barcimaro's long legs dropped from his knees, got up and flicked his hair and left, leaving a sentence before leaving the house. "The Langley's waist, what's so funny? It's still so fierce, Lorelei." Baru McClown Retta sat down with a cane and smiled. Looking around, such a small house is almost half the sky above the clock tower. Except for Barcelona Lorelia, who just left, there are still Brick Sisson, Baru McClown Ritu and all Ronya. "Child, be careful, she comes to trouble you." Sronia stood up and said, "Then I have to be more careful. After all, Imold." "But the person just now, called Mark-Sai, isn't it? It's really fun. Even I have never seen me in my life," Baru McClown Ritter said with squinting eyes. "Now, if you let those magicians know, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people who are thinking about him," Brick Sisson said with a smile, playing with the crystal ball. "You can kill a magician without a magic circuit? I really want to catch it and study it," Baru McClown Ritter said. Now Brick Sisson was happy, and said, "When did you have that hobby, Imold?" "I always look for something fun, even if I can't study it. It's okay to be a disciple or something. This idea, it's even more unlikely that you alone will have it." Brick Sisson shook his head. "You guys." After a few people finished talking, the meeting was also disbanded. After all, they were all the monarchs of the clock tower, and it was impossible for them to stay idle all day. Of course Webber didn't know that his boss was already thought of by so many people, but he knew that the boss was already popular. Now, throughout the clock tower, are there anyone who doesn't know Mark-Sai? No, especially the common people faction, who regard Mark-Sai as the hero of the common people faction. In the battle against the aristocratic faction, Johannes certainly represented the aristocratic faction, while Max McClown was tacitly represented by the civilian faction. Max McClown did not comment on this. And Johannes is recuperating at home at this time. He was basically wrapped up and covered with only one face left outside. That bastard. Johannes ate the apple in his mouth so viciously as if the apple was Mark-Sai himself. He didn't expect that Mark-Sai smashed his protective screen with just one punch, and even stunned himself. "But what's the matter with you? That person obviously doesn't have a magic circuit. How could you get knocked down by his fist? You were beaten like this." Several friends around Johannes were there at this time. They belonged to the aristocratic faction. The fact that Johannes was beaten is directly equivalent to being beaten together. "With this breath, I can't swallow anything. You go down first." Johannes glared 310 at the maid who was peeling the apple beside him. When only the three of them were left, Johannes said, "That man must have a secret." "Secret?" someone asked. "Nonsense. Think about it, he doesn't have a magic circuit, which means he can't even use the lowest level of magic. And my protective screen was sealed in by Grandpa himself. How could it be broken by his fist?" "McClown's?" Johannes said hurriedly. Seeing the others not speaking, he said again, "Newman, you said, if you can break the protective screen with your full strength, Can you still hurt me like this with a punch? He has 2 broken ribs now. The internal organs have been smashed into a mess. The man called Newman frowned and said, to destroy your protective screen, I already need to do my best, and it may not be able to successfully destroy, let alone hurt you like this. That is absolutely it's impossible. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 1243. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ that is to say, don't talk about you, Newman, even if the 2 of you add up may not be able to beat me like this, then Mark-Sai is no more than one person, or a person who can't even use magic. How can it be possible to do such a thing? He must have used some tricks, Johannes said angrily. Newman was a little depressed, but if he did join hands with others, he wouldn't necessarily be able to break his protective screen, and it would make no sense to be angry, so I should solve you Mark-Sai first. Since he has this method, what shall we do? Another person asked. Listen to me, Johannes on the bed said eagerly, but because his body was tied up, he could only stare hard, and said, listen to me, the method that guy used is so effective. So there are definitely restrictions, certainly not more use. So he used it this time. I don't know when to recover next time. Let's take advantage of these few days and find a few more people to beat him. Since Anetoon is not good, it is hard to get a lesson in anetomony. Can't you stop him? The remaining 2 glanced at each other and both nodded. So a huge conspiracy against Mark-Sai began to plan again. But the party concerned, Marks McClown, still studied the magic circuit without worry at all. Even Weber couldn't help but worry, and said, Boss, those aristocratic people are more careful than the other. This time they lost. Then Johannes was beaten like that by the boss again. He might think of any attention to deal with the boss. It is better to be careful these days. Oh, Marks McClown nodded indifferently, and then continued to flip the book. He has hit some eyebrows recently, and he's been studying it. Not to mention any conspiracy on Johannes' side, he just hit the door without blinking. Weber sighed, gave up his plan to continue persuading, and said, Boss, I'm going out to buy food. What do you want to eat? Marks McClown immediately raised her head when she heard this, and said, just like yesterday, buy more apples. Weber's eyes widened. He just said so much that he didn't even raise his eyes. Only then did he mention eating. Just after staring for a long time, Weber still went out frustrated. Marks McClown was still studying, but soon there was a knock on the door. Forgot to bring something? Marks McClown opened the door and found a stranger standing outside. He smiled and said to Marks McClown, you are Marks McClown, right? Well, something? Seeing strangers, Marks McClown didn't have a good face. Weber Wilwitt is your friend, right? The man at the door looked worried, hesitated and didn't know what to say. Well, it's my little brother, what's wrong? Marks McClown leaned on the door and looked at the person at the door. He felt that this person was more likely to be acting. Should he accompany him to perform a show? Then he was taken to the back warehouse by a few people just now. He hasn't come out until now. I was a little worried, so I came to you. Newman's worried look was so vivid, he almost believed it himself. Oh? Marks McClown raised her eyebrows and said, then you take me to have a look. You come with me? Newman didn't expect this guy to agree so soon. He almost didn't control his facial expressions for a while, and he hurriedly pretended to be afraid of showing off. But he didn't know whether he missed the filling or not. Marks McClown would follow. Right now, Marks McClown followed him and walked towards the warehouse behind the dormitory. As soon as the two of them walked out of the dormitory, Weber came back with a bag of things. He happened to see his boss being taken to the back of the dormitory. Newman? Weber was stunned for a moment. Why did that guy come over? Thinking of the revenge he had said before, Weber couldn't help but fought a cold war. Did it come so soon? He hurriedly followed, secretly behind 100 meters. In fact, when Weber came back just now, Marks-Sai already knew, and he also knew that Weber was not in the warehouse, and there might be a bunch of people behind the warehouse waiting for him to snare. Marks McClown couldn't help but smile, but didn't expose it. just walked in. Then Weber, who followed, saw that his boss was taken into the warehouse without resisting at all. Then he immediately saw a dozen people rushing out from each side of the warehouse, swarming into the warehouse. Finally, with a diaresis bang, the warehouse door was so closed. Wow! Weber was so frightened that he couldn't care about what he was holding. This clearly meant a gang fight. Boss, you are waiting for me. I am looking for someone to rescue you, Weber said silently in his heart, then turned and ran away. Weber was very aware of his weak strength, and now he went in to help. Not only would he not be able to help Mark Sai, but he would also put himself in, which was useless at all. So Weber can only find a way to find someone to ask for help. Oh, is that so? There really is nothing new. At this time, Mark Sai in the warehouse had an expression that he knew long ago. Okay, Zhao, looking at the dozens of people who suddenly appeared in front of him. They all stared at him fiercely. Aristocratic, Marx McClown leaned on the pillar behind him, with his hands in his pants pockets, with a joke on his face, without any expression of tension or fear at all. Why, not afraid? Newman also changed his worried face just now. Now his face is full of condescending expressions. The look in Mark's eyes is a bit ugly, no different from watching a dog. Marx McClown silently remembered this in his eyes. Why, the duel failed, changed the gang fight. Chapter 1244, A Strong Onlooker of the Full Clock Tower. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ You aristocratic faction, you just have such a small eye? Are you afraid to laugh at it? Marx McClown stood up straight and moved his wrist. You. What a fangs asshole. Newman was obviously irritated. It felt like you were going to trample an ant to death, but in turn, the ants ridiculed him, saying that you are bullying and fearing hardship. No matter how much Newman said, he was spoiled and raised up. When he was so angry, he didn't know what to say when he opened his mouth. It's boring, let's end it quickly. Oh, you come one by one, or together. After Marx McClown warmed up, he looked up at the crowd in front of him, still seeing no fear in his eyes. I see how long you can do it. Give it to me. Newman blushed. Originally, he wanted to see Marx McClown kneeling down and begging for mercy. At this time, he just wanted to teach him severely. Suddenly, there was a shadow in the small warehouse. Outside, Weber was looking for people in panic. Did you see the mentor? Weber asked after he handed him a hand. Which mentor? The man who was caught asked strangely. Whatever. When Weber thought of what Marx McClown might suffer at this moment, he was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. I don't know exactly. The man seemed to be frightened by Weber, and he hurried away and ran away. Plus, Weber was even more anxious, and shouted directly as he shouted, come on, help. My boss is locked in a warehouse by a group of people. Is there anyone? Who is that person? Weber Wilvert? Don't you know? By the way, his boss, isn't that Mark Sai? McClown, Mark Sai is locked in a warehouse. Is that Mark Sai? When you think about it, you know, he must have been retaliated by the people of Johannes. After all, he was beaten like that in front of so many people. With the temperament of Johannes, Mark Sai would be a ghost. Wow, isn't that another good show? For a time, almost half of the people in the clock tower knew that Marx McClown was locked up in a warehouse by a bunch of nobles. The most direct result of this situation is that before Weber brought the teacher, a group of students went to watch after receiving the news. However, when they arrived, the door of the warehouse was still closed, but it was clear that there was a constant yelling from inside. You said, is Mark Sai being beaten, or is he beating others? The onlookers asked with interest. What kind of stupid question is this? Do you still need to say? But listening to this voice, why doesn't it look like Mark Sai? You've only heard him speak. Have you heard him screaming? The voice must be different when it hurts. McClown, too. But it hurts so badly. Deserve it. Who made him provoke someone who shouldn't be offended? At the same time, in the warehouse, Marx McClown was standing among a group of people, with one person still stepping on the bottom of his feet. "Asshole, let me go." The person who was stepped on struggled to stand up, and the next second Marks McClown added another foot. Oh, the people at Marks McClown's feet spewed out a bit of blood. "It's not that I told you not to move, it will be easier if you don't obey." Marks McClown looked helpless. He also said just now that as long as they didn't do anything, he would let them go, but no one listened. "No wonder he'll say it again. If you don't want to lie here with this man today, just go together. Don't be so troublesome. Otherwise you have to clean up one by one." "You are not bored?" "I am bored." Marks McClown moved towards Newman said, "You bastard." Newman couldn't say a word when he was angry. He didn't want to gang fight as soon as he came up. It was so shameless to say it like this. Although he must avenge Johannes in the end, he thought that if Marks I were smarter, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. "Marks McClown, I warned you." Originally, this young master didn't want to be difficult for others. "If you go out and apologize to Johannes in front of everyone in the clock tower, admit that you cheated during a duel, then there is no need to suffer today. If you still disagree, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as Newman finished speaking, the person stepped on by Marks I called out, "Newman, what nonsense with this guy, hurry up, I'm going to be trampled to death without seeing it." Newman frowned. "This guy is also useless. Haven't you understood the opponent's strength yet? If he could take Marks I down by rushing up by himself, what would he have trouble calling so many people over for? Are you watching a show?" "It's okay now, I was killed by Marks I, so I want to ask for help instead." "What a shame." They came to show Marks McClown a little bit of expression today. "Okay. Is it now necessary for him to ask Marks I to release people?" "What a waste." Newman's heart was about to explode, but he waved his hand and said, "Since this guy is so unsure of what is good or bad, let's go together." "It is good." The people around all responded. At this time, those who are going to go are extremely excited. Originally, it was a gang fight to win someone who even Johannes didn't win, but it was quite a sense of accomplishment. And the person who was stepped on by Marks McClown was extremely excited, because he shouted at the very beginning to rush forward. But when he arrived in front of Marks McClown, everyone hadn't seen what was going on. Even he didn't even know what was going on, so Marks McClown had already twisted his arm on the ground. It was so painful that it scared those who followed him, so scared that he dared not move. But he himself had been stepped on by Marks I, and occasionally he would be stomped for words. Chapter 1245 I will teach you what is the real magic. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Really? Suffocated to death. Now seeing someone come to rescue him, can you not be excited? Besides, Newman was even more excited, and immediately, he could see Marks McClown kneeling down and begging for mercy. Thinking of the Marks I that was shining brightly in the arena before, and was about to blind his eyes, now he was about to lie at his feet begging for mercy. Newman was so excited that he almost couldn't help himself. And Marks McClown, he's also a little excited in her heart. It's been a long time since he exercised like this, and with so many people, it was enough for him to try the magic he learned. "Ice ready!" Newman shouted, "Attack!" So the 6 or 7 ice magicians on Newman's right hand immediately launched an attack, and countless silvery ice smashed out of the sky, and even the temperature of the surrounding air began to drop rapidly. In their opinion, the full attack of the 7 ice magicians is already very powerful, and this Marks I might be poked into a hornet's nest of ice. Even Newman's eyes lit up, thinking that this cloud night is over. It must be dead. However, the facts are always so unwilling. These magic attacks, which seemed to them to be very powerful, fell in Marks I's eyes, and they were simply pediatrics. These things are dozens of times more powerful. Marks McClown is not worried about any harm to him, let alone these embroidered pillows in front of him. Bing-a-ling. Ha ha. Marks McClown laughed twice, raised his right hand, and quickly pinched a formation in the air. The magic power in his body was precisely controlled by him to complete the magic. I saw Marks McClown next to him, and white mist quickly appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The air around him began to cool down extremely quickly. Even within a few seconds, a whole layer of frost appeared on the person under Marks McClown's feet. Hi, cold. The person at Marks McClown's feet was shivering from the cold, but he didn't dare to do anything, so he could only make some small protests. Marks, I can complete the magic faster than those who want to start first. Before Bingaling flew out beside Newman, he saw the magic circle about half the size of Marks McClown in front of him, and he was a little stunned for an instant. What's the situation? What are you doing? Attack. Newman was the most panicked among them, but also the one that reacted fastest. Suddenly, when Newman called out, those people all reacted immediately and controlled Bingaling beside him to stab Marks' eye. At this moment, the white mist around Marks McClown had already covered his whole person, and those icelings flew in, as if they had flown into another time and space, without a sound coming out. What's the matter? Someone asked anxiously. Is it dead? No way. Wait, look. It was Newman who discovered the situation first. In the middle of the crowd, Marks' eye, which was originally surrounded by white mist, now has no trace of white mist around him. Even the air around him is at a normal temperature, and even the frost on the person under his feet has disappeared. Just looking at it, you know that the person is still very cold, and even his face is purple. And beside Marks McClown, instead, there were 7 diamond-shaped ice blades with the thickness of arms. There was no cold air leaking, but it made people feel chills just looking at it. Go! Marks McClown yelled lightly. The 7 weapons quickly flew over there, aiming at 7 people separately. With Marks' eye's strength, I don't know how many times this weapon was replaced by ordinary people, but which family of these people didn't have any tricks to save their lives? So they used their most powerful hole cards to resist one by one, but after all, these people still underestimated the horror of Marks McClown. Although the ice blade was blocked, but the moment it was blocked, it exploded in place. Boom 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 boom. All the magic and cold energy contained in the ice blade burst out. Seeking flowers. Ah, help, Daddy. Save me. I'm going to freeze to death. Suddenly, there was a scream of crying and crying from the ice element, followed by a dying moan of being frozen. 7 ice magicians. 1 move, all defeated. How is this possible? Newman's eyes widened, but he still couldn't believe all this. That's 7. There are 7 excellent ice magicians. He didn't even resist Marks McClown's move. Remember, this is ice magic. Marks McClown put down his hand and said softly. Want to use this low-level magic against him? Simply whimsical. Although these noble sects seem to be about the same age, to Marks McClown, they really are like a bunch of little kids. Today, even if he is taking good care of these demon kings for their parents. You cheated. Newman held back such a sentence for a long time. This sentence almost didn't make Marks McClown laugh. I cheated? You called such a large group of people to besiege me, but then you said I cheated? Your name is Newman, right? When you went out, did you forget to bring it with you? Marks McClown was also really happy in her heart. She really didn't know who was so talented to teach such a group of people. It seems that I don't want to teach them a lesson. I really thought the world would collapse for a few days without them. Is there any other move I need to point out? Marks McClown said with his head tilted. Asshole. Newman has a good face, which will be blue and white with anger, distorted. And just this time, more and more people were surrounding the warehouse. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 1246. The top of the mountain seeking automatic subscription. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ For a time, it seemed that all the eyes of the clock tower were concentrated in this small warehouse. Plus, inside the warehouse, there were still screams from time to time, but it didn't sound as miserable as it was at the beginning. Weber was going crazy at this meeting. He finally saw a few teachers, who were from the nobles, and he hadn't decided whether or not to look for them at this meeting. But his boss may be besieged to death. Weber, don't be so timid. Come on. Weber gritted his teeth and took these teachers to the warehouse anyway. Teacher, wait. Weber dashed forward and stopped in front of the three lecturers with open hands. What? Asked the man in the grey-green 300 color robe in the middle. Something? Take the liberty. That, my boss. Oh no, classmate Marks McClown, he was tricked into the warehouse just now. I followed, and I saw that at least 20 people had gone in together. These people were all with Marks McClown's relationship is very bad. I beg the teachers to go and see. Weber now dare not say that they are all aristocratic people who bully too much, so as not to anger these teachers. Then he wants to go for nothing? Oh, Marks I? The three of them hadn't made a sound. A lecturer emerged from behind Weber, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and said, "I'm deceiving the less by more. I must go and see this. What is your name?" Weber. Lead the way. Hurry up. Before Weber was finished, the lecturer urged to lead the way. The remaining few aristocratic lecturers also took a look and followed together. In the past few days, who didn't know that there was a Cloud Knight under Kenneth's hands, and he was particularly troubled with the nobles. Last time Marks McClown beat Johannes, and now he can't get up. The people who have hatred with Marks McClown, aren't they the students of the noble school? Although it was said that it was too much to deceive the less, and it was hard to live up to the face, but if they could really see Marks McClown being beaten, they would not care what the students used to achieve this goal. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The dogma of their noble school is that blood and inheritance are more important than everything. When the group of people finally reached the door of the warehouse, there were no less than hundreds of people around the small door, and there were many teachers among them, which made Weber just want to shoot himself. Let's let it out. Get out of it, Weber yelled as he squeezed in. When the people in front saw Weber and the teacher behind him, they didn't squeeze anymore, and they gave way. Plus, Weber walked all the way to the door of the warehouse, standing there with sweaty palms. Open it now. If you don't open it again, your boss will probably die out. McClowns, haha. Weber is Weber, he is obviously the last son of a senior grade, but he recognizes someone who has just enrolled as the boss. Is he ashamed? It's probably not his boss now. There was constant cynicism around, but Weber was not angry for the first time. He knew his choice, and he was willing to believe his choice. Weber now has nothing but nervousness in his heart. His boss. Don't let anything go wrong. The teachers who were in the crowd did not stop the students from thinking at all. Some of them were gloating while others were purely watching the excitement. After all, studying lectures every day is really boring. Weber read a few words in silence to hope that the boss is okay, and then stretched out his almost trembling hand to open the warehouse door. When Weber opened the door, there was no sound around him, and they didn't even notice. And almost everyone's attention was concentrated. So behind the door. What is the scene? Is Marks I lying on the ground being beaten? Or was Marks I directly beaten to death? Almost everyone has these two thoughts in their minds. As for Marks McClown, can he fight against the crowd? That is impossible. Crack! The sound of the two warehouse doors opening has never been as clear as today, like a stone thrown into a quiet lake. Finally, in the sight of countless eyes, the door opened. Yo! Before Weber opened his eyes to look nervously, he heard a familiar, puffy, relaxed voice. Boss. Weber opened his eyes sharply. In the next second, he saw inside the small warehouse, right in the center of the doorway, on a small hill, Marks McClown was sitting on the top of the mountain with a smile, and greeted him. Okay, wait. Hill? Mountain? How can there be mountains in the warehouse? He is dazzled. Weber was so excited that he didn't react at all, but the people behind him were really taken aback. I rely on. What the hell is that? Oh my god. He actually beat so many people by himself. and beat them like this. What are you talking about? Some invisible people far away were anxious. The students in the front all turned their heads stiffly, and let out a dull voice because of excessive shock. We're talking about that Mark Sai. One person beat dozens of people. And he also piled up those who didn't know whether they passed out or died. And the whole pile became a hill. Now Mark Sai is still sitting on the top of that mountain of people. 1.1. What? Really? Suddenly everyone exclaimed, eyes full of incredulous doubts. If you don't believe me, squeeze in and watch. What about Mark Sai? It's impossible for him to beat so many people unscathed, right? I heard. He didn't even lose any hair. Right in front of the passionate crowd, Weber clenched his fists with his hands beside him, resisting tears from falling. Chapter 1247. Can you still play? This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ But his eye circles were red, and big tears kept rolling in his eye sockets. Boss, Weber shouted, almost choked up. What's wrong? I just wanted to compliment you, but you came very quickly. Marks McClown stepped on the heads of the unlucky ones who didn't know what they were, and stepped down from the mountain. I have just finished solving the last person, and just built a mountain of people. You came here. Marks McClown pointed to the hill behind him. Puff. Weber laughed out loud. And the boss is really a genius to be able to pile up like this, but he was so worried just now. Ahem, Mark Sai, right? The clock tower doesn't allow private fights. You have recently entered school, so why don't you even know this rule? The man in the grey-green robe at the door has not left yet. What happened before his eyes really shocked him too much, and at the same time made him feel that 12's face had no face at all. 20 or so noble students. He didn't even get to Cloud Knight, still beaten like this. What face will the nobility have in the future? All were lost by these little rascals. So in order to get some face back for the noble faction, he must teach this Mark Sai today. He didn't believe that he even dared to attack the lecturer. What a private fight. It's obviously that so many of them want to trouble my boss. If you don't understand the rules, it's the few in the room who don't understand the rules. Weber yelled angrily, then laughed for a while, and said, oh no, not a few, but dozens. You are also a senior, why don't you understand the rules? Believe it or not, I will ask you to be suspended from school. The teacher was also angry. Obviously they are aristocrats who are unreasonable, but how can they punish Weber? This teacher is too unreasonable. Hush. Don't say this here. What's that? I don't need him to teach anyway. Haha, this classmate is right. These aristocratic people, I really thought they wouldn't turn around without this world, and their nostrils would go up all day long. It's all right now. Have you hit the iron plate? Puff. The aristocratic students were not the only ones in the crowd who watched the show. The civilians also accounted for a considerable part. Now those aristocrats or teachers heard these words, and their faces turned blue, and they wanted to come on the spot. Of course, even if it can't be beaten, it is because of the tricks of the civilians. Marks McClown said a few words to Weber at this time. The lecturer who was looking for trouble didn't even notice. He patronized and went away in embarrassment. Weber smiled and nodded, walked to the teacher, and said, Teacher, I don't think we are wrong. It is because the aristocratic students find such a large group of people to trouble the boss, and the boss took action. That is passive defense. What does it have to do with fighting? Besides, who of you has seen such a disparity in private fights? The teacher didn't know what to say for a while. After a while, Weber said with a calm face, could it be that the teacher is going to be partial to them because they are all aristocratic students? As soon as Weber said this, the teacher's face immediately changed. He just wanted to save the aristocratic faction back, but he absolutely didn't want to provoke a war between the aristocratic faction and the civilians. But before he could say no, he felt a bloodthirsty breath rushing from behind Weber. It felt like someone was holding a sharp blade to take his life. And it was so fast that it was too fast to react. Almost in the instinct to survive, the teacher subconsciously gathered his magic power and patted it out. and this palm happened to fall on Webber. Almost instantly, Webber flew out, and the breath that could directly threaten him disappeared in an instant. The teacher breathed a sigh of relief, and just wanted to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, but suddenly realized that the surrounding atmosphere was not quite right. All his movements were connected, and in the eyes of everyone, it became like this. What Webber said angered the noble teacher and was slapped flying by the teacher on the spot. After all, no one could feel the threatening atmosphere except the teacher. On the other side of Marks McClown, he caught Webber's body, with the same gloomy face. He directly hugged Webber in his arms, walked forward, and said, "Teacher, what do you mean?" "McClowns, what does this mean?" "I just said that I can fight in private, and I have to punish others. If I get angry, I will hit people." "When does the clock tower make sense?" "Ha ha, the aristocratic faction is really amazing. A group of your own people can hit someone alone. If they say a few words, they will hit them backhand, and they are still a teacher, and they have a face to attack the students." The civilians in the crowd could no longer suppress their anger, and they spoke with extremely ironic words. However, these words of 360 can't be refuted by the nobles. "It's not interesting. Of course it didn't mean that. He just had a brain cramp for a while. This teacher is like this from time to time, that. Please rest assured, this student, our clock tower is absolutely serious about this matter." Two other lecturers immediately squeezed out to explain, and one of them was the magician of the sacrificial seat. His words are naturally more convincing, according to what he said. In other words, the teacher who shot just now is basically no longer a lecturer. "Then I will go first." Marks McClown hugged Webber and turned around. No one dared to stop him anymore. The teacher behind the sacrificial seat took a heavy breath, and looked back at the bunch of people who passed out behind him. He couldn't help but feel a little palpitating. According to the strength of his sacrificial position, let him go single against so many people, he will shake his heart. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 1248. The leader of the peasant faction. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ If it is to go all out, it may be possible to play, but like Marksai with ease or even unscathed, then it is a bit impossible. From this point of view, that Marksai at least has the strength of a classic. Stay away from him in the future. After speaking, the man turned to look at the teacher and said, "What's the matter with you? Why do you shoot at the students?" I don't know. At that time, I felt that someone was going to kill me, so I subconsciously defended it. Who knows? The teacher was so scared that his face turned pale, and he started to panic when he heard that he was going to be dealt with seriously. Someone wants to kill you? In broad daylight, even if you find an excuse, find a better one. The lecturer of the sacrificial seat was really almost to death. It is true. Well, you don't need to say any more. The above decision has been made. Today, your shot has a bad influence. You can pack your things and go home now. The lecturer of the sacrificial seat has no time to waste time with him here, and it is not fun. Ah? The man was stunned for a moment. I'm going to do it myself. I'm leaving. The students around him had already left, and the remaining teachers were busy. Only the magician in the blue-gray robe was no longer a lecturer, standing in place quite a bit at a loss. Plus, how could this be? If this were made known to those in the family, and he was driven out of the clock tower, then ... After that, he could hardly even think about it. Why on earth did he say those things to Marksai, and the one who wanted to kill him? Who was it? Who wants to hurt him? Marks McClown, who had already returned to the bedroom in the distance, suddenly turned back and smiled as if he had noticed something. Then he kicked the bedboard and said, "Don't pretend, Webber, everyone is gone." Webber's closed eyes opened when he heard the words on the bed and said, "Hey, boss, how is my acting?" Marks McClown smiled silently and ignored him. Webber was stealing amusement by himself. He didn't suffer any real harm just now, and the boss didn't know how to block it. Although Webber didn't see it, just thinking that the boss came back from the warehouse with a heavy expression on his face, leaving behind the group of lecturers and students. He felt so handsome. He was originally worried that the boss would be injured by so many people. Plus, result. Webber felt a little horrible after his excitement. He knew that Marks McClown was so strong as a magician, so strong he could not imagine, but no matter how strong Marks McClown was, he was just a student in the clock tower. Like today, almost one person singled out a whole class of people, not to mention that Webber had never seen it. Even if the clock tower has more than 2,000 years of history, no one has heard of such a thing. So Webber felt that he might be the boss of a genius who had met once in 2,000 years. Obviously they all seem to be about the same age, but Marks McClown's strength is not like the strength that a young man of this size can possess. As for the identity of Marks McClown, although Webber was curious, he wouldn't really ask. He felt that if the boss wanted to tell him, he would have told him early. If he didn't want to tell him, he didn't seem to be qualified to ask. On the other side, as soon as Marksai and Webber left, the people left at the warehouse door were completely shocked. A person, facing a dozen people of the same level, according to the logic of a normal person, no matter how strong you are, you should be hard to beat with two fists. Taking a step back, even if Marksai can really beat 1 to 20, then it should take a little effort, right? But looking at Marksai's appearance, it was as if a dozen ants had been crushed to death. It was no effort at all. Not to mention that half of the group of people Newman found were 2 grades higher than Marksai, and they all got the title of last son or eldest son. But in front of Marksai, he was so vulnerable. What position should Marks McClown's true strength be? Is it open? Or a sacrificial seat? The rest of the group might feel flustered thinking about this. It is important to know that according to the level model of the clock tower, every student who has just entered school must first learn the basic knowledge for a year, and then enter the 2nd grade after being assessed. And after graduating from the 2nd grade, he can be awarded the title of last son after passing the assessment again. In other words, normal people can only reach the opening position after 4 years of study and 3 assessments. And this Marksai, just over a month after enrolling in school, already has the strength to open a position. Although this kind of thing is obviously impossible, the battle at Marksai warehouse has made more people think about it involuntarily. At the same time, almost all the students in the clock tower received a message. This Marksai is not easy to mess with. Among these people, they are divided into 2 categories. One is the aristocratic group, who of course avoids Marksai. The other is the civilian group who regards Marksai as a star. Although Marks McClown did not directly state which faction he was a member of, there was no family heritage, magic engraving, and no magic circuit. Marks McClown was automatically assigned to the common people from beginning to end. And Marks McClown herself had her own plans. So no good after this, when the people sent by the common people came to the door, Marks McClown received him without hesitation. Leiren is a few representatives of the Populous faction, and one of them is almost the leader of the Populous faction. Dairis is hello. I am Yi-Fi Middle. You. The leader is a handsome man with black-rimmed glasses, with short, shredded hair hanging from the frame, and a pair of black eyes with a smile. Asian. Marks McClown raised his eyebrows, which he did not expect. Webber only told him about the basic situation of the Populace in advance, but did not say where the boss of the Populace was. Chapter 1249. Are you going to participate in the Holy Grail War? This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ However, Marks McClown knew that the student U in front of him was a very powerful character. Although he had not finished the 3rd grade, he already had the strength to open a position. Looking at the entire 3rd grade of the clock tower, it can be regarded as outstanding. Of course, this is the situation before the Cloud Knight. The person in front of him can be the top leader in the civilian group. Wanting to come has a lot to do with his strength. There is no excellent magic circuit and magic marking, but he wants strong strength. The pains and pains he paid during the period must be different. Same as usual. In Mark's eye reached out and shook his hand. Sorry for the sudden visit today, but I want to discuss some things with classmate Mark's eye. The attitude and voice of Ye's speech are exactly the same as his feeling, gentle and gentle. Marks McClown nodded, with a good first impression of this person, and said, let's talk about it. In fact, he could probably guess the purpose of these civilians, but Marks McClown also had his own goals, and cooperating with the civilians was a step he had planned early on. Is such that, for Mark's eye's attitude that is neither good nor bad, Yu Yifei's attitude is consistent, still calmly saying, currently, the students and teachers in the clock tower are basically divided into two major factions, 287 schools. This is the so-called aristocratic faction and our civilian faction. Plus, because there is no strong family support, the people of the populist faction have not been outstanding in strength, that is, so far, they are still being suppressed by the aristocratic faction. And the performance of Mark's eye classmates has made us the people of the populist faction all very admired. If Mark's eye can join the peasant faction as the support of our peasant faction, then many students will be very happy. Of course, I am not asking you to join. If you need help from the peasant faction, we will be happy to do our best, as a condition for Mark's eye to stay in the civilian group. Yu Yifei finished this slowly, and the coffee in front of the other two had already bottomed out. Marks McClown listened with great interest. This person felt very good for him. He didn't show the aura that I was weak and reasonable, and he didn't call him brother and sister when he came up, let alone put him preconceivedly a member of the civilian faction. I think this is also the reason why the civilians can survive for so long without much resource tilt. Such a leader is indeed rare. Marks McClown didn't even hesitate for long, and everyone said it honestly. Why bother to go around? And his original purpose is the same. Plus, well, I can support the civilians, but the condition is that you must mobilize your manpower and resources to help me find something. Marks McClown knocked on the table next to her hand. Listen thoroughly. Yu Yifei still smiled gently, making it hard to find a mistake. I'm looking for a holy relic, and the stronger the better the holy relic. Marks McClown said seriously. Powerful holy relics are extremely rare. Although the aristocratic faction has a greater advantage in this regard, if the resources of an entire faction can be used, then the energy of even the civilians can almost surpass any single noble family. Yu Yifei raised his eyebrows when he heard these three words, and the two people beside him were already surprised. Holy relic. Are you going to participate in the Holy Grail War? Marks McClown did not say anything. Yu Yifei glanced at the person on the right, and the person stopped talking. McClown's, I agree. Yu Yifei smiled apologetically towards Mark's eye, and then said, I will mobilize the power of the civilians to find the holy relic for you. On the contrary, I hope that classmate Mark's eye will stand on the side of the civilians in the days to come. Marks McClown said directly, well, the deal, Bkb. He wanted to take this holy relic, of course he wanted to participate in this Holy Grail War, but he didn't really want others to express any opinions on this matter, even civilians. Fortunately, Yu Yifei knew this clearly. After the two parties reached an agreement, Marks McClown left directly. He knew that Yu Yifei would definitely try his best to do this for him. After all, a backer with strength comparable to the sacrificial position would be difficult to find. As for why Mark's eye wants to participate in the Holy Grail War, one of the reasons is because although she knows that the Holy Grail has been contaminated in her heart, strictly speaking, if she succeeds in obtaining the Holy Grail in the end, she can still realize her wish. Destructive. What Marks McClown thinks is that this Holy Grail may have an effect on his system, such as restoring the acquisition of potential points and upgrading functions. With the current system, the inability to obtain potential points means that it cannot be upgraded, so it is difficult to improve his strength. After all, the current Mark's eye rank is too high, and every step forward is extremely difficult. As for whether the Holy Grail will cause any harm to the system, Marks McClown is not very worried. because it is obvious that his system is a higher level thing than the contaminated Holy Grail. With a Holy Grail alone, it is impossible to cause any harm to the system. And Mark Sai now has more important things to do. Although his current control of magic power can be said to be the best, there is still no complete magic circuit after all. The magic Marks McClown is currently performing is not a particularly high-level magic, so Marks McClown can control the magic power in her body, but once the scale of the magic becomes large, he will definitely not be able to do it again. If you want to launch the great magic of this world, you must have Magic Loop to support it. With the previous investigation and research, Marks McClown already understood what the so-called magic circuit was. If magic power is the water in the human body, then the magic circuit is a pipeline. The magic power passes through the flow of reincarnation in the magic circuit to complete the magic. Chapter 1250. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ and this magic loop is something that every magician is born with. Different families will also study magic itself. After all, the mystery of magic is directly related to the magician's achievement and level. After a lifetime of research, each family will choose to pass on the research results in a way, and this way of inheritance is magic engraving. Looking at Mark Sai again, let alone magic engraving, there is even no magic loop, and these magic circuits, Marks McClown is unlikely to come up with one by himself. There are so many magic geniuses in history who have been studying why excellent magic circuits have such a large increase in magic power, but no one can give them in the end. Give a perfect explanation. Later, the direction of research became how to make this increase even greater, and many research results in this area were stuffed into the magic engraving together, which belonged to the most important inheritance secret of each family. This kind of magic engraving passed down from generation to generation will be studied and optimized by the owner in each generation. Therefore, the more this kind of family inherits, the more precious and powerful the magic engraving. This is why people in a family of only 3 generations like Weber will be despised. Since Marks McClown wanted to have a complete and excellent magic circuit, there was only one way: plagiarism. The plagiarism of the magic circuit, in the entire moon world, should have never happened before. After all, you just know the magic circuit of others, so what can you do? Is it possible to change his own magic circuit independently? But this kind of impossibility, put it here in Mark Sai, is not necessarily. Mark Sai has obtained the ability to control magic power beyond the limit due to the study of Solomon's Key, coupled with his ability to perfectly control everything in his body, including magic, making it impossible to simulate a magic circuit. It became possible, and his target of plagiarism. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Kenneth, who was giving a lecture on the stage. It was another public class on spiritism, and Kenneth deliberately didn't look at Mark Sai's direction. Because for Mark Sai, even if he just took a look, Kenneth could hardly control himself. Before that, he had used various problems in class to embarrass Mark Sai countless times, but he didn't feel any more comfortable, because Mark Sai is. Even if he couldn't believe it and didn't want to admit, Marks McClown was even better than the original self. For Kenneth, who was known as a genius when he was very young, this was undoubtedly a painful thing in his bones. There has never been something Kenneth can't accomplish, and no one can find a solution to a problem faster than Kenneth. This is not Kenneth's conceit, but the common thought of him and everyone around him. How could such a Kenneth stand up to a Cloud Knight suddenly appearing better than himself? And in his opinion, the battle between him and Mark Sai cannot be called a battle at all. The battle in Kenneth's eyes should be a competition between 2 equally good magicians, the kind of noble and elegant that even every movement shines. That way, he will feel the thrill of fighting sincerely, and he will unhurriedly look for a way to defeat the opponent. It is like an exciting waltz battle under beautiful lights. It is what he belongs to, the real battle. But what is Mark Sai? What is he? A guy who didn't even have a magic circuit, a dirty guy like a stone in a stinking ditch. forced him to lose in that way. This is a failure that is not even a shame. This is simply an insult and blasphemy to the magic world. This kind of person, this Mark Sai, made Kenneth feel that even killing him would dirty his hands. For Kenneth, who had never tried and failed, Marks McClown's existence was like a life he could have perfectly controlled, suddenly turning off the road. And Marks McClown was more like an invisible thorn, pierced on the sole of his feet, making every step uncomfortable for him, but Kenneth couldn't remove this thorn. Seeking flowers Although it seemed to him that he didn't bother to do this kind of sexual affairs, but the truth was that he didn't have the slightest winning rate against Marks McClown. In addition, although Mark Sai has no magic circuit, it is a smelly and hard stone in Kenneth's eyes, but this stone is so clever and genius that he can't help being jealous. This kind of inner contradiction slowly fermented in Kenneth's heart, and every time he saw Mark Sai, he rioted silently in his heart. For Kenneth, this is undoubtedly particularly painful. But what made him more painful was something else. That is the recent Cloud Night. In other words, it is Mark Sai who has been dangling beside him from time to time recently. What's the matter with you? Kenneth stared at Marks McClown, who was still following him after class, resisting the urge to choke Marks McClown, and said angrily, "It's all right." Marks McClown said blankly, as if he hadn't seen Kenneth's horrible expression of eating people. The expression on Kenneth's face is no exaggeration, enough to make people around 3 miles away, except Mark Sai. He has been following Kenneth like this for several days. He heard where Kenneth was in class, and stared at Kenneth every time he attended class without reading. Of course, this is the situation in the eyes of the beholder. The fact is that Marks McClown's mental power has quietly surrounded Kenneth. Although the mental power is only a little bit, it also gives Kenneth the feeling of being seen from the inside by Marks McClown. Kenneth didn't even notice Marks McClown's mental power at all. Even if he noticed it, the feeling disappeared after a while, but the disgusting feeling never disappeared.